Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of Chess.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of Tata Steel Chess, the place where there are no easy games and no quiet wins. And after yesterday's drama, we are ready for more. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with the absolutely amazing Ginger GM, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and we are here live at the Café Maison with an awesome crowd of people to join us. Give us a big shout. Yeah! We're going to be cheering on for our local Dutch heroes.
Love it. I love the crowd. So yeah, well, it's great to be here. We had an amazing first day of chess. It was really, really interesting. Some very peculiar things happened in the results, but it's only just started. We've got another 12 rounds to go. So here we can see the results. Yeah,
and as you said, peculiar things were happening. You know, we saw Hans Niemann win in 16 moves against Vladimir Fedoseev. We also saw Anish Giri. Bad news for our local crowd. He blundered very uncharacteristically against Vincent Keimer and also lost in 23 moves. And Pragg losing in basically being lost after just a handful of moves against Arjun Erigaisi. Weird things are afoot, but maybe we can expect more things happening in the challenges. It was also a bad day for our local heroes, as we saw Elina Roebers, Max Warmerdam, and also Owen Lamy fall. But never mind, it's round 2 happening.
Yeah, it couldn't really have gone any worse for the Dutch players, I'm afraid to say. So it's going to get better, though. Is that right, crowd? Yay! Oh, good to hear. So we're expecting big things. And here's the pairings in round 2. So what do you reckon of that, Ivanka?
Yeah, and I'm just going to pull up a few big matchups that already I'm looking at. Gukesh, yesterday, he let a win slip through his fingers, but he has the white pieces against Jordan van Foreest, who won the event back in 2021. And another match that I'm really looking forward to is Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Pragg. Pragg being in a situation where he really wants to come back, at least get onto the starting board.
Yeah, some great pairings there. And yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day. So here's also the pairings, some other ones we got there we could look at. I mean, Anish, one of the local heroes, he's playing against Sindarov, who had this amazing save yesterday against the world champion Gukesh. I mean, that was a phenomenal save that he managed to do, but he played really well, and I kind of wrote off his position, but it was much trickier for Gukesh to convert than we had first thought.
Yeah, it was definitely a miracle escape for Vachier Sindarov. He'll be looking perhaps not to save a point and instead go for the full points. But the players are ready. The crowds are cheering there in the playing hall. Can you see? Let's go straight over to Fiona, who is live, ready from the playing hall.
Wait, sorry. Hello and welcome to the Morian, the venue of Tata Steel Chess. It's already round 2. The games are about to start in around 10 minutes from now. We're going to go around the playing hall a little bit, see who we can find. Well, the first person, I already warned her. I'm here with Emilia Castelao, the president, well, founder, president, CEO, I don't know, all the titles of the Women in Chess Foundation. Emilia, such a pleasure having you here in Wijk again. We're going to see more of you. You're going to be ringing the gong. But tell us a bit about what brings you to Wijk with the Women in Chess Foundation.
Yeah, so I'm here with my organization, the Women in Chess Foundation, and our mission really is to support every woman in chess. We were so graciously invited by Arjun, who's the tournament director, and just to come and experience Tata Steel, as well as support the female players that are here and encourage them, and anyone else who's playing in the tournament as well, in the amateur section, in the open later, or this week. And so we are just really excited to be able to spread our mission of, really supporting every woman in chess, making sure everyone has equal access to resources like coaching and being able to attend very high-level tournaments. So just excited to spread our message here.
If people want to find out more about the foundation, about what you do, what can they check out? Website, socials?
Yeah, so we have a website, www.womeninchess.com. We are also on every social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, you name it.
And as always, we have, of course, some women players here in the challenges. What a great start for them yesterday.
I was so emotionally invested in Lu Miao's game. I was so happy she won against Max. But we have some incredible female players here, Bibi Sara, Carissa Yip. I have been so excited to see them play, and I was actually just talking to Carissa earlier, and she's playing against Max Wemmerdam today, so I'm manifesting a win for her. It's on my 2026 vision board. So.
Fantastic. Well, Emilia, as I said, pleasure having you here. Good luck with the gong in a second. And we're just going to keep moving. And we are walking right behind Mr. Arjun Lamy. Arjun, you're my first victim, the first player to talk to me before the round. We're starting this new format this year. You have, of course, played here, I think, the most times out of all the participants in both groups, most likely.
Yeah.
How is it to be back again? Another year, a slightly different setup.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I think for the audience, this setup is great because now they're more close to the Masters than ever, and we're also quite comfortable here. So yeah, I think the setup is good. Yeah.
Yesterday was not the start of the tournament that you were hoping for, but you know better than anyone, this is not a sprint, it is very much a marathon.
Yeah, I'm not really panicking yet. Of course, it would be nice to strike back, but it's so long that nothing is decided yet. It was not the start I'd wished for, but I'm not too worried yet.
Who are you playing today?
I play Oro.
Oh.
Yes.
A special match?
Well, it's always special to play someone, 3 times, I'm 3 times older, more than 3 times older than him, so it's always a bit weird. But it's also a challenge, so I kind of like that. I played a lot of young talents in this group over the years, and then seen them usually end up in the Masters. Probably that will be the case again in this with this opponent, yeah.
Very nice. Well, Arjun, we're going to let you focus, and we're going to go and try and talk to the youngsters a little bit. I see the Americans have gathered here together. Can I ask you guys just a couple of very quick questions? Maybe Carissa.
It's the American.
I know, I see the American corner over here. Carissa and Andy, it's your first times in Wijk. What are your first impressions?
Yeah, it's a very nice place, first of all. Everyone told me it'd be super cold, but I'm from Boston, so it's actually pretty warm, I would say.
The sun.
We've been lucky this year, I think.
I expected much colder. And it was in Vienna. It was a lot colder. So this is quite tame. But if the sun stops shining,
which it probably will at some point.
Yeah, then you have to.
After that game yesterday?
No, I mean it's more of a figure of speech.
And Andy, your first impressions?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty place. I went to the beach and walked a little bit along the beach. It's not as cold as I was expecting also. I brought some snow boots, but I haven't used them at all. So yeah, I like it so far.
And what What do you think about the spectators being able to see your games from so up close?
Well, it's really nice. I feel like the fans are pretty hype. Although yesterday I did hear that Gukesh was shushing. Yeah.
I did the same. No, there are kids who go like under the thing because they can't reach above, so they go under. And I shushed them at one point, but no, it's about an hour and a half. But I mean, they were whispering under. You could hear it, so I just sort of gave a light shush.
I'm sure they learn. They have plenty of time. It's a long event. Thank you so much to all of you for speaking to me. Best of luck in your games. And let's keep going. Let's see who we can find today. Maybe a couple of words from Daniil, who just sat down here, so we will leave him in peace. Let's keep going. Maybe we can talk to some of our fans. Let's see if is anyone willing to talk to me for a second? Just a quick question. Anyone willing? Yeah, over there. Hi. So, tell us first of all, what's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Connor, and I'm from Ireland, but I live down the road in Harlem. Yeah.
Very nice. And what made you come here today?
Yeah, I've been following chess for a good few years, and this is my first time at Wijk, so yeah, it's really cool atmosphere actually. Really.
What are your impressions? I think it's quite unique, right, that you guys are able to get so close to the best of the best. What's your first impression?
Yeah, it's very accessible. Like it's great how we can get so close to the best players in the world, you know, and it's, yeah, as I said, like just a cool environment, cool atmosphere. So yeah.
Very nice. Well, Connor, thank you and enjoy today.
Thanks very much.
Can I ask you where you're from?
I'm from India.
Did you travel all the way?
No, I live in Holland. Yeah.
Harlem as well?
Oh, yeah.
Did you come together?
No.
What a coincidence.
No, yeah.
And have you been here before?
Yes, last year I was here. It was very interesting last game. Yeah.
And maybe a final question for both of you. Who are you rooting for to win the Masters?
I'm betting on defending champion. Pragg, yes.
And over here?
Yeah, I root for Pragg as well. I like Keimer as well, so one of those two.
Is there a matchup that you're particularly excited for today?
Well, I think I've Sindarov against Pragg right in front of us, so I'll be following that one
took
closely.
the prime spot.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much to both of you and enjoy the round. Okay, so we're gonna go back again. It looks like this is a matchup Sindarov against Pragg, which has caught a lot of people's attention. I think the gong is about to be rang a lot. Oh, well, that's the music, so that's my signal. I'm gonna hand it over to the studio and to everyone at home. Have fun.
Ja, dames en heren, sorry, ik was mijn microfoon kwijt, maar ik heb hem nu. Welkom op zondag 18 januari, een prachtige zonnige dag in het hele mooie Wijk aan Zee. Kunt u mij achter ook horen? Ik verzoek graag om stilte in de zaal, want we gaan zo beginnen aan de tweede ronde in de grootmeestergroepen en alweer de derde ronde in onze weekendvierkampen. Ik wens alle mensen die vanmiddag naar huis gaan een goede thuisreis toe en we hopen jullie volgend jaar weer te zien in Wijk aan Zee. Dear chess players from abroad, I know that some of you played the last round in our 3 rounds events for amateurs. We hope to see you back next year in 2027, more or less the same dates as this year. Het commentaar. Zoals altijd in Café de Zon bij onze buren en dat wordt gegeven door Jovanka Hauska en Simon Williams. Met assistentie in de pauzes van Tom Bottema. En dan een belangrijk punt, de telefoons. Ik kijk om me heen en ik zie 1 iemand foto's maken, maar dat mag dus niet. Met fotocamera's mag het wel, maar met telefoons niet. Telefoons zijn streng verboden in onze zaal, u weet waarom. The use of cell phones is strictly forbidden, also for making pictures. If you want to make pictures, it's only allowed with photo cameras. Today, the daily routine on the hit on the gong to open the round will be done by Emilia Castellao. She is the president of the Women in Chess Foundation. Welcome, Emilia, and after your hit on the gong, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
Well, the game have been started. The gong has been sounded by Emilia Castello, and it's nice to see the players. They're making those first moves. Now, a big matchup we saw was between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Pragg. Nodirbek does very well at these events. He's come very, very close to winning. He almost consistently finishes at the top. Well, we actually asked him, like, what does it take to perform consistently well at Wijk? Have a listen to what he had to say.
Well, it's the beginning of the year. You know, I feel very fresh. I feel like I have full of energy, and I come prepared, and I try to show my best chess. And I feel like, you know, a combination of that things helps me to perform well in these Tata Steel tournaments. And especially, you know, when I grew up as a young kid, I've watched every edition of this tournament, and I dreamed to win this tournament, and that's, you know, that inspires me to do well in these kind of tournaments.
Yeah, so one of the great things about this tournament, one of the number of great things, is the opportunity for players who are progressing, like Nodirbek, to basically, you know, play in the lower groups, and if they do well, to get higher and higher, and eventually get into the top group and have the opportunity to win the top group, which is, well, like winning the best chess event of the year, isn't it? I mean, it's the Wimbledon of Chess. I've played, there's a similar tournament in England called Hastings, which has been going on for 99 years, but this one has attracted stronger players, shall we say, recently. So it's a great event to get involved with. And we'll go to that game shortly. We'll start with that one, as we're just talking about the players, and we can see them on the camera. And I'm expecting another great day of chess.
Yeah, the surprises, I'm expecting them to keep it coming. And Pragg, he is defending champion. He started the tournament with a loss yesterday, losing, I would say, quite badly to Arjun. Like, he made this opening mistake and never could get back into the game.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Pragg is actually at a disadvantage at the start of this tournament because he's got a double black. So he lost yesterday. Arjun played a fantastic game, but in that game, Pragg decided to capture on c4, playing the Queen's Gambit accepted. And in this game, understandably, after a painful loss, he's decided to play a more solid option, and he's just going for the standard Queen's Gambit. But we see a slight surprise already, and this is like a modern move. This is a move that, if it had happened 10 years ago, I would have laughed at it. And if I was teaching someone who played this move, I'd be like, you can't play that move. That is for beginners. And it is the move h6, which feels very strange, but it has some points to it. It stops the bishop coming to g5. And it's kind of like black has figured out that he can wait to see what white's going to do. But I still find this move very peculiar, personally. It's a weird move on the side of the board.
Yeah, it is a weird one, but I have a bad track record against it. I've tried G3 going into St. Catalan, I lost. I tried E3 trying to say, hey, you know, your H6 isn't that useful, but I ended up kind of groveling a draw against that one. And I see that there's another approach in town, and that's simply to go bishop to F4. The thing is, though, H6 is quite an annoying move because often you want to be making that move. Anyhow, you want to be making sure that H7 is going to be protected. Takes away the G5 square. But I agree with you, it's weird. It's breaking the opening rules. You're meant to develop. And these days, H6, A6, H4, they're all in vogue.
Yeah, the other move that's become quite popular here is A6, which kind of makes more sense because you have B5 to me. Now, yesterday we had a Dutch legend in the audience, Manuel Bosboom. I don't know if he's back today, but I know what Manuel Bosboom would play in this position. He famously beat Kasparov in 1999 here in a Blitz tournament. Just go G4, have some fun. That's a kind of modern approach. Okay, anyway, the game continued much more sensibly with
Bishop
White,
F4.
first of all, capturing on D5, just stopping Black from taking that pawn, and now playing, as Jovanka says, Bishop F4. And I think White's basically saying, well, this is kind of a waste of time, so I'm just going to play very sensibly and try to prove that that's not a useful move. Pragg now goes for exchanges, Bishop D6, and we have an exchange of bishops and White playing E3. So already quite a sensible position here, Jovanka, I'd say.
Yeah, everything's going to hinge on this bishop on C8, whether it can get out and do some kind of role. I would say, you know, if it gets out to G4, F5, then Black is a happy camper. But if it doesn't, then there's going to be that small kind of niggling pressure that White has. You know, White is just going to go Queen C2, Bishop D3, and Knight is going to jump, like just running ahead into the future. You know, plans that White can do once you've completed development is to jump in with your Knight to E5. That's one idea, and you back it up with F4, G4. Or you can go for the old minority where you're just going for B4, B5 once C6 has landed. Those are kind of tend to be the main plans, and out comes the bishop. And now the question is, like, what is White going to do? Because White already has to start putting pressure. You know, if you just go Bishop D3, I think Black is very, very happy. H6 has paid off big time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is a very famous structure that occurs in the Queen's Gambit very often. And if you're going to play the Queen's Gambit with D4, you kind of need to know all the plans in the middle game in this structure. And Jovanka's pointed them out. And the main one I know is that when Black puts the pawns like this, you have the minority attack, which is the pawn coming forwards to try to capture on C6 to weaken Black's structure and create a backwards pawn, a target there. So that's the normal approach. But you have to think what pieces you want to exchange. And generally, if all the bishops come off, it's considered to be absolutely fine for Black. What's Black's plan? Black's plan is to castle and use the half-open file. So this knight will often try to come in there. And then Black will try to maybe start an attack, even with the rook coming around when White's castled, or later on to try and push this pawn, which is a minority attack of Black's own doing. And it can get quite interesting in the middle game. So, I mean, we'll wait and see what White has planned here. The moves that spring to mind would be like Queen B3, because B7 is potentially weak. But this could be quite risky, because maybe even Black could sacrifice a pawn here. And you wouldn't want to play this unless you're well prepared. And the point being, if you take here, at some point there might be a knight here. Not now because of the rook. Let's say you castle, but this looks like Black's got very good play.
Also, the rook is going to swing to B8, and it's not easy to defend B2. Hang on, that's British speak. It's going to be impossible to defend B2.
It's going to, yeah. We always understate things. It's going to be very hard. And this. I don't think Queen B3 therefore works. So yeah, we'll have to see what White's plan is. I mean, actually, I you know, I don't think this plan is going to cause black too many problems. So Pragg has gone for a much more solid structure than he did yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, should we move on to another game?
Yes, and Simon, I'm
Yep.
going to direct us because I feel I want to be the ringmaster just for a minute. I'm going to take us to the game between Gukesh and Jordan van Foreest because, I know that you would approve. I think our audience would approve.
Definitely approve.
And Jordan has done a boss move. He's left the tables, which means that he knows his stuff. Okay, so let's work out what's exactly happened.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at the game shortly, but we do have a live crowd here. So as well as appealing to you guys at home, we're going to try to get the live crowd involved. Now, I'd like to hear I know you're obviously rooting for the Dutch players. Now, we've got two main Dutch guys, I hope I got that right, Anish and Jordan in the top section. And I'd like to hear who you're rooting for. So there's either Team Anish or Team Jordan.
Can we not have like Team Dutch?
No. I want to hear. Okay, we can.
You're dividing our crowd, Simon.
If you're Team Anish, can we hear you shout now?
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
That didn't work very well.
Okay, what about Jordan?
If you're Team Jordan?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh. That was not what we expected.
So we got a lot of Jordan fans in the crowd, which is great. Jordan, a lovely and exciting chess player as well. I mean, he plays very, very interesting chess. And he comes from a real background of chess as well. I think it was his great-grandfather was Dutch champion. Was it great-grandfather? And he has very strong chess-playing siblings as well, brother and sister, or sisters even, I don't know. So
his sister also is Dutch champion, Machteld, and I think the family have like some ancestral home somewhere. And I asked Jordan about it, and he goes, no.
Right.
Some other branch of the family. So it is definitely a family with pedigree. Let's have a look at how the game kind of started, because I know that you're going to be super happy.
I am
because you have been vindicated. The computers have made sure. Yeah.
Do you know what this move is called? There was a book on it.
Yeah.
It's called the Williams attack. So the Basman-Williams attack. And this is a move I played. I started to play like 26 years ago, and I played it in this position. And I played it. I don't know, maybe a dozen times. And I played it against some grandmasters. And at the time, the grandmasters 26 years ago laughed at me. And they said, Simon, you've got to grow up. You can't play rubbish like this. You know, you can't push your pawn on the side of the board. Learn to play some proper chess.
Take the center.
Take the center. What are you doing throwing your wing pawn up the board? Are you mad? And then, like now, fast forward 26 years, the world champion's playing it. So I'm kind of very happy to see this. And it has, in this position, two main ideas. The first is you stop the Grunfeld. So the Grunfeld with d5 is a major opening. There's three ways black can play Grunfeld, the King's Indian, or some ideas with c5, like the Benko, the Benoni. Now, this move doesn't work well at all for black because white doesn't have a knight on c3. So this is the first reason I played it. I played it against Grunfeld players because now when you take, obviously queen takes is not what black wants to play, so they take the knight. And now there's no opportunity to take the knight here, so you can just play e4. And this gains serious tempo because black can't capture anything. And when this knight moves again, you can play h5. And all of a sudden, this causes a lot of problems for black. So that was one of the reasons that this move, I thought was a good idea. So Jordan has gone bishop g7, going into the King's Indian defense. And now knight to c3. So again, this move is the standard way to play. And d6. Again, this move doesn't really work very well because you can do a similar idea. This is very annoying for black in this position. So d6 was played. And now e4. So we're kind of back into a normal King's Indian, except this h4 move's been played. Jordan now strikes out with c5. And this is right up Jordan's street. He's trying to counter-attack. He's trying to get some activity in the position. Other interesting moves here include like knight to c6. MVL, Maxime, from France, France's top player, was playing this move. And this has become really popular, this idea. One very exciting line that I don't think has been played yet, but I'll just show it very quickly, is if Jordan castles, bishop e2 is the main idea, so you support this pawn coming up the board. And I always try to play this to open up the h-file and to checkmate black, but Pragg and other players have used it to put the pawn on h6 and to kind of gain a nice hold over there. But another possibility for real hackers out there, hackers means people who just want to checkmate and they don't want to mess around, is h5. And now after this move, you can try this. The knight comes back, this, and now black can't play knight to h5 again, because bishop e2 is just very strong, winning for white. So black has to move the knight to one of these two squares, and now you can even play f4. And this is a crazy line where you try to get the queen to h7. And that's really route one chess. So I don't think it's been played, this line. But we'll go back and let's see what Jordan has played.
Well, he went c5.
He went
so he
c5.
was like, no caveman chess for you, Gukesh.
Very sensible move.
Yeah, so it's kind of already asking the question to the world champion, what you're going to do? You know, you're going to go d5, are you going to take on c5? Somehow or other, you have to resolve the tension because you don't want to be meeting, you know, c takes d4 with queen takes d4 and putting your queen in the middle of the board. It doesn't really work well with h4. So that's why Gukesh went pawn takes pawn, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very logical move because you want to meet really a wing attack, so attacks on the side of the board with central ideas, and you want to do them quickly before white can settle. So I think what Jordan, knowing Jordan's aggressive and exciting style of chess, I think if white had played this move, very logical move, I would have thought Jordan would have played a move like this, looking for a Benko, but with a pawn on h4, which is, you could argue, is a better version of the Benko for black. If I go knight takes, you take a central pawn, and I expect something like this would have been Jordan's idea. This is still very playable for both sides, but let's get up to date with the game. This move is, I can't remember, I've done a course on this and written a book on this, but I've no idea if I recommended it. That's how good my memory is. It is a move. And now the queen comes to a5, and this sets up knight takes e4. You do not want to take this pawn, because after queen takes queen, king takes, the king is misplaced and only white can be better. So it's much more sensible to play this. And for example, if white now takes here, black gets great chances by taking that pawn in the center. And you can see there's a lot of pressure here already. So you don't want to do that. So this is still obviously in both players' opening preparation. So white breaks the pin, and now knight takes e4 is not possible. And this is now a more interesting way to capture. Gukesh now maybe threatens this move, a little threat. You want to use this h-pawn because he's covering the h5 square, and Jordan says, no, I'm not going to allow that, and he puts his pawn on h5, and this is the position we have. Ivanka, what do you think about this position?
My instinct is always to like white here. It's because I like my space. And I'm looking at, you know, maybe if I can get a knight to h3, excuse me, follow it up with a knight to g5 and maybe queen c2 and castle queenside and have some fun.
Oh, that's very brave. Castle queenside. I mean,
is
that
like a thing?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. It is now that you've mentioned it. Yeah, I mean, this is quite a famous pawn structure. We talked about the pawn structure in the other game, and you've got to know about your pawn structures because that's what you base your plan on. And this pawn structure is called the Maroczy bind. It's named after, well, a player called Maroczy, funnily enough. And it basically gives white a space advantage, as Ivanka mentioned.
We'll take a look at the opening database.
Yeah.
that's there. We can see there's only been one game played in our opening database,
Yeah.
so it's not a path well traveled, this, and they played bishop e3.
I think h5 was the rare move,
Yeah.
because if we go back to this position has certainly been seen before, but Jordan doesn't want to allow this white h-pawn to travel any further, so it kind of makes sense to stop it. The downside with black playing this move, as Jovanka mentioned, is that you give away this square here, because you can't kick that piece away. And whenever a piece goes into your own half of the board, you kind of want to kick it away, so you can't move the pawn back to do that. So white has more space. This is the move Jovanka was mentioning, to attack the queen, force the queen away. But black is solid here. Black has this lovely bishop, and it's kind of a very typical structure. I mean, Kasparov played this structure very often with the black pieces, this Maroczy bind, kind of similar to a hedgehog system. So we'll have to see how that develops, but obviously very excited to see
Very
that,
exciting as well.
opening.
I'm also super excited to see where the kings are going to go. That's always what I'm thinking about. Where are the kings going to go? You know, where is white going to go knight f3, try to get that knight to g5, and then go bishop e3, and then queen d2, castle queenside, game on? Or is it going to be some kind of issue where both sides are like, no, it's too risky to castle, and instead they're going to stay in the middle? Well, either way, this one is exciting. So let's go to another game, and I'm going to direct us to, I think it was Anish. I was interested in his game against Sindarov.
Okay.
So Anish having quite a bad loss, and he obviously wants to strike back.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Anish blundered quite horribly yesterday in his game, so he's not in the groove as yet. And he starts with the English opening, one of the best names for an opening that you could ever imagine. Only beaten by the Dutch opening, of course. Does anyone in the crowd play the Dutch?
Wow.
Wow, only
two.
two,
No, we got
three.
more hands.
Only 3 people in the crowd play the Dutch opening. This is not
No,
good enough.
we got more. We got
Yeah.
more. I think we
Did
got.
we?
Yeah, we didn't get
We
into
have
double
more.
digits.
Okay.
But I was
Yeah.
actually thinking, what would it take for a Dutch person to play the Dutch at
Oh,
Wijk?
this is what we want.
Like, when was the last time a Dutch person played the opening?
It's a very interesting. Yeah, we've got to
Well,
find out when
we-
is the
we
last
gotta-
time.
And we've got to privately petition Jordan, Anish, Alina,
Who do you think?
Max,
Who do you think's
Owen.
more likely to play the Dutch, Jordan or Anish?
I reckon we could get Owen to play a Stonewall.
Owen's done some great stuff on
Exactly.
the Stonewall. He did a chess-based course on the Stonewall Dutch, and he used
Exactly.
to play
We
it a
just
bit.
have to corner
Yeah.
him at breakfast.
You
What
might
do we think, crowd? Should we do that?
get him to play a Dutch?
Silence.
No one believes
one's
in the
in
Dutch.
Don't ruin his chances.
So we'll have a look how the opening goes, and Anish is starting quite cautiously with, it's still, we could say in English, but this move is mainly aimed at getting back into a Queen's Gambit or something similar. And Anish is just playing, a Reti kind of setup, so he's not committing his d-pawn to d4. He's waiting to see how, the action goes. Knight comes out. White brings his knight out. And in these positions, black's always got to think, do I take this pawn or not? There's pros and cons of taking that pawn. I mean, one downside is you let this bishop become a better piece. And white can always take that pawn back. But it does, at least clarify the position. This is a much more testing move, I think. And Sindarov is really, he likes playing aggressive chess. And we saw this actually in the World Championship match between Gukesh and Ding quite a lot. Ding playing black in these types of position. This was one of the openings that was really fought over in that World Championship match. And now just d3, simple move. The knight comes out to defend this pawn. And white castles. White normally has to play a move like e3 here before black can cement his center, because this is one opening where black gets a space advantage with this pawn here. You don't really want that to settle.
No.
So, okay, sensible move. The bishop develops, and now the knight comes out because the knight is looking at targeting that bishop in some lines.
Yeah, it's also just to mention that there's another approach for white. White could put the knight out on a3, although I don't think it's as popular. And the whole point is that you want to put your knight to c2, go b3, bishop a3, and then try to get a b4 going. And you're kind of acknowledging that black has control over the center, but you got compensation because white is superior on the queen side. So knight a3, knight c2. If you manage to get b4 in one swoop, excellent. If you have to slow play it, so be it. But it's not the most popular idea. It's in fact way more popular to do what Anish did, so which is to go knight d2, and then just ask the questions to the bishop.
And that's exactly what he did. I mean, now that bishop is, it's a target, and you kind of like to play this move, but you can't really play this move now because of c5, and the bishop's going to look very funny on a5. I mean, it could just be lost later on that square with a3 and b4 at some point when you get the knight out the way. So you have to think of another plan, and the bishop came back. So quite peculiar idea from black. Maybe black is thinking that the knight could even be on an inferior square there, and in the meantime black's got castled. So we get up to the current position. You have to really play this move as white, as we mentioned, because you've got to challenge that pawn there. You can't start playing slow moves here, I think, because black's going to build up the center and cement it. So this is certainly the right move to play. And now black captures. You could try this move as black, but I expect Sindarov was concerned that after pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, that this might be a bit of a weakness now, because you're kind of defending it with two pieces, white's attacking it with two pieces. So you have to be a little bit worried that there might somehow become a bit more pressure on that pawn.
Well, typical ideas for white would be take control of the E line, rook e1, put the bishop out, and as you mentioned, start targeting the d4 pawn. And yeah, I think instead, it's really interesting, this position, because instead of e5, the game just followed the main line, but Anish has gone into a big think. So this has all been played before. I have many, many games in the database. After knight to g4, the bishop comes out. Exactly what Anish did. And bishop takes bishop was the main move, so no big surprise there. Okay. And b6.
Yep.
And this is where what is happening. b6, and now Anish has just sunk into deep thought.
Okay, so current position.
Yeah, and he has some choices.
Yeah.
And yeah, I see that there's loads of games, Simon. And Anish has even played this position before.
Okay. Oh, so Anish played this in 2023.
Yeah.
Right.
And after b6, there he went knight e4. And now he's kind of settled into a long think. And it's like, well, where's he going to go? Is he going to knight h4? Is he going to knight b3? Is he going to repeat knight e4? Maybe we can try to get into Anish's mind and just see.
Scary place. Yeah. I mean, every move here that white's played is a knight move, right?
Yeah.
So you have to.
Yeah, you have to go either on the counter.
Yeah, by moving this knight. So I guess it's two choices. You either move that knight away, which is attacked, or you start a counterattack.
Yeah.
And I guess if you move this knight, you're also threatening that one. So I expect what Anish is doing, he's obviously, you had this before. He's probably just trying to remember because there's so many variations you have to know, and he has played a move.
What has he played?
So he's moved his knight now not to e4, which he did before. He's moved it to b3. I think he's probably just trying to recall that information, and it's so hard in chess to remember the work you've done because there's so much information you have to retain, and he was probably just trying to, get to that information, which he's stored somewhere.
Yeah. And it's always the kind of case as well, you might know actually your analysis, but maybe you haven't looked at it for a while. But
Yeah.
if your opponent is playing super quickly, they've probably looked at that game and it's like, do you go into the direction they want you to take, or do you go somewhere else?
Yeah.
It's like, how much do you know? How much do you think they know?
Yeah.
This is what I love about chess. But knight to b3 played, and the main move is bishop b7. Start the challenge on the long diagonal.
It looks very sensible, this move, because the center is obviously the most important part of the board, and the knight here adds protection to that square. Maybe you can start to move forwards with your pawn, and there might, black has to watch out for this knight definitely moving, because if it was white's move here, let's say you played a bad move like h6, well, I could just move this knight now, and I'd be attacking, I don't know where, maybe just over here or e1, and then suddenly, from nowhere, I've created an attack against two pieces. So
and the only way to hold on to them both is to go knight e5.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, that don't last for too long. There you go.
Because we have this idea. So it looks very likely that bishop b7 will be played in this position, and not h6. And here, well, Anish has many options. Does he move the d pawn? Does he try to do something else, like with this knight, attacking that knight? So they're all in theory, and I would have thought Anish should be quite happy. Oh, do we have d4 played? So we do. We have d4 on the board. This has been played, normal move. And I would have thought Anish would be happy with the way this has gone, because he likes having safe advantages generally, even though he can play very exciting chess. He's got that. I think he's been a bit unlucky, because he's been given that sort of title as the draw master, because he drew every game in the candidates one year, but he played very exciting chess. It was just unlucky that the games ended in draws. So I think it's a bit, not very fair that he's called the draw
No, it's
master.
completely not fair.
It's not at all.
I
No.
mean, it's also kind of. No, okay. Don't put your foot in it. You'll be.
No, please do.
No. No, I mean, the thing is, Anish is a fantastic player, and something that I noticed, but I think he seems to have fixed this small weakness, is that when he was getting those really good positions, he wasn't prepared to lose control and roll the dice a little bit.
Right.
He just kind of
tried
to lock it down
I think
and go for that small stable advantage, which is fine, but it just meant that he did leave a lot of points on the table. And there we see knight e7, the path for the b7 bishop has been cleared. And this one is, I would say, fairly balanced. Anish has a space advantage in the center, and it's just a question whether he can just easily step up with the queen, centralize the rooks, and ask the question to black, how are you going to continue developing?
Yeah, quite a sensible middle game position, this. And I mean, the candidates is going to be very interesting. I mean, Anish has this chance to become world champion. So, it's going to be so exciting. And he's got a good style, I think, for the candidates, because, he doesn't often give points away. I think yesterday was just a one-off.
And he really wants it as well. You could tell
really
that when
wants
he
it.
won the Grand Swiss.
Yeah.
He was so excited.
I mean,
and he was already planning his team, what would it be like and what he would do. And he just seems to have grown more and more confident. Let's take a pause from this game, Simon, because I want to direct us to my favorite type of chess, which is when you just go crazy with the pawns in the opening. Now, it's like my favorite brand of chess to watch. I don't like playing like this. And it's between Yaz Khan Edemush against Aravind, because everyone take a look at this. Edemush is just like 14 years old. Aravind had a fantastic 2025, climbed to new heights, but take a look at what's happening on our screens right now. So there we can see in the bottom right, it's the live board, and look at that. We have an H pawn, a G pawn, there's a rook on G1, and who knows what's happening. So let's whiz through the opening, Simon, and let's just break down that situation.
Yeah, so this is the Open Sicilian. It's one of the most popular openings, one of the most aggressive openings from both sides. I always think that everyone should try the Open Sicilian at least once because it's a lot of fun. It has a lot of history. You know, most ex-world champions have played it at some point if they need to win. Famously, Bobby Fischer used to love playing a6 and play the Nodirbek. This knight d7 is a rare move. I don't even know if it's got a name. So here Black's got this choice. Knight c6, classical Sicilian. You bring a knight out. a6, the Nodirbek Sicilian. g6, the dragon, which is the coolest name. That's why so many kids play it, because it's got the best name. You know, it's just like the dragon. I mean, would you rather play the Nodirbek or the dragon as a kid?
Or the pelican.
The pelican's quite funky, but the dragon. It's the dragon.
It is the dragon,
It's
right?
gotta be,
Yeah.
We've got the Kalashnikov as well. That's quite a long word. This one is the. I was going to say I've lost it.
Sveshnikov.
Shrezhnikov, yes, it is. But yes, okay, after Shrezhnikov. But knight d7 in this position, I don't think has a name. Am I right there? Does anyone know? I don't know. Maybe we can call it the name it after this tournament, because I don't think it's got a name. Yes, it wasn't quite the Shrezhnikov. This one, by the way,
I've got a name. I've got a name right in front of me. The Open variation.
That's not a real name. what kind of name is that? Give it a proper name. The Open variation. That's like, I don't know what to call it variation. This one. This is actually the Kalashnikov, right? This one. That's because the Shrezhnikov is when the knight here. Okay, right. So this one, maybe we can give it a name. I think that, the Wijk variation. I mean, we name it after this bar. Possibly. Sorry? No, I can't claim this one. That would just be greedy. That would be too greedy. But I mean, it's an interesting idea. It's quite a flexible move. I mean, will Black play a6? Will Black play g6? Will Black go e5? Who knows? But you can't put the knight here. So apparently Bent Larsen played this opening once before, which doesn't surprise me because Bent Larsen played a lot of strange openings. But we'll continue. So I really like this. The youngster has now gone, okay, you've played a weird move. I'm going to come straight at you, and I'm just going to try to crush you. G4. So this move now possible because the bishop's not on that one. Now Black holds this move up for now. You can still play it, but it won't kick the knight away. So this is often a good way to fight against that. And now h4, so super aggressive play. White saying, I'm coming for you. And if White can play g5 and often g6, that can cause the Black king lots of problems. So this must be a critical line. And now a6, so really going into an Nodirbek. Yeah,
it's a bit chill, right?
It's very chilled.
You would expect that.
Yeah.
Maybe the knight would move to c5 or to b6. I don't know, anywhere.
Yeah.
Do something about what's happening on the king's side. Instead, it's like, no.
Very calm.
Yeah, just get a6.
Yeah, I mean, this must be some preparation, but it really is chilled. You've got an army coming at you, and you're just like sending one troop over to Greenland with that move. So like, that's how relaxed you are, And now Rook G1, getting ready to play G5, and this is getting quite scary because that pawn, if it gets to G6, is trouble. So does Black play G6 here? Let's have a look. No, still very relaxed. The knight comes to C5. Okay, so you are threatening this pawn, and White now having quite a big think here. So, if I was White here, I'd be looking at sacrificing my pawn in the middle and just playing for checkmate, going G5, G6. It might not work, but this would be my first thought. Okay, let's have a look at it because it's interesting. So obviously there is a threat to the pawn. A sensible move would be F3. You guard everything. But who wants to be sensible when you're analysing? They're not our pawns, right?
No, they're not our pawns.
So we can give them away.
That is
So,
true. But,
yeah.
oh, hang on, no, don't give it away, Simon.
Okay.
I like them, my pawns.
As soon
Protect.
as I look at that bar just
Yeah.
drop. That was okay. I mean, I'll just show you the idea. It's obviously not a good idea, but the idea is after all of these moves, we play this. This is, and oh god, it's getting worse. And I want to just attack here, but it's too much, right? Not a good plan by the evaluation bar. So what do we do here? And we do welcome any suggestions from the audience. If you have any ideas how you'd play this position as white. It's a very unique position. I don't know if we have any games in this.
No games.
No games ever played.
Queen
E2.
look at that.
Wow, who's the grandmaster in the audience? Yeah, so where was that coming from? So you should come up here. I think I can take. I'll go and have a beer, and you can come up and explain how to play chess better than me. Queen E2, great move. Yeah, okay. So you do defend the pawn, and the other idea is when you castle queenside, which I think you're going to do because white is playing so aggressively, your rook is nicely lined up. So another idea: you go bishop E3, you castle, and you play E5.
What about your G5, G6?
G5, G6
That
is
is
coming,
right?
Definitely.
If black doesn't go G6,
yeah,
I'm sure white doesn't need that ticket.
And white has played G6.
Yeah, okay, so black has played G6.
I don't really believe this for black. I've looked at these kind of things myself, and I just thought they were really a bit too much. But it's he's really risky way to play. I mean, what do you think? I don't know. Is the knight good here? I don't know. I don't really believe it.
Well, how does white continue, though? Because, black's taking liberties, but you can't go bishop E3 because the pawn.
Sure, okay.
And
that's a good point. So we will just drop that pawn again.
Yeah.
Because we blocked the queen. Okay.
Do you have to go bishop D2? Or do you just go G5?
I don't like bishop D2. I mean, I'd love to castle because then I have ideas of E5 takes, and my knight can jump with this idea, but
Can you go G5 and just push that knight away, and then you're going to get your bishop E3 in? But I gotta say, this is the kind of position where if you play it wrong as white, you burn all the bridges.
If you play it wrong as black, you get checkmated. I mean,
it's a do or die position. Yeah, you live by the sword, die by the sword.
It is a position, and that's why these are so exciting. These Sicilians, right? Because it's attacking chess, just the kind of stuff we love seeing, and one little mistake and things go horribly wrong. I mean, let's have a look. I like your G5. I mean, again, the way that Jans is playing is just straight to the point, and this is again the critical move. So we kick that knight away. I assume the knight. Well, I was thinking H5, but
maybe knight D7 because then it doesn't get in the way of his own rook.
Okay, so knight D7. But I just don't know where these knights are going. They just seem really odd to me. And
then the bishop can come out to E3.
Yeah, bishop E3. And I'm ready to castle. I'm ready to go F4. And I don't know. These look really strange, these pieces. On the... I mean, because you can't... I mean, you'd like to have the idea of playing here, but this just doesn't work because it encourages F4.
Now we're talking, Simon.
And this is horrible for black. So I don't know. Bishop E3 and... White's moves are very easy to play.
Well, don't you just go like bishop G7, queen A5?
Yeah. Let's have a look. So let's go knight H5, which I think is I mean, because you can't at least budge that knight away, and it might have an opportunity to come here.
Yeah.
And as our audience said, it keeps the bishop open. So I like the audience suggestion. As well. This makes more sense. I mean, the thing is, where do you put your king? This is okay, it's a Sicilian. Where are you going to put your king? Are you really going to castle kingside here when there's an open H file? I mean, I don't know. Okay, he's gone G5. Of course, Yaz has gone G5. He just wants to, checkmate. And we're probably going to see this on the board.
We're probably going to see something like this, and then so he takes the pawn. But the thing is, though, I'm a little bit worried about the knight coming to H5. God, I feel like so boring here, but well, everyone is looking to go forward and like go checkmate, and I'm like, well, that knight on h5 might get sidelined. Like I'm just thinking, go bishop e3, you know, castle, queenside f4, and that knight not happy.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got a choice. You put it here or you put it on d7, and I can't see where it's ever going to go on d7.
Well, we actually don't have to debate this anymore.
Oh, he's gone d7. Oh, wow. Okay, you're right. I would have put it on h5, 100%.
Yeah.
And this must still be theory. This is a new opening that you know, has been invented here, which is great to see. How often do we get a new opening? And Black has come up with this very peculiar Sicilian, and he's put the knight here. I mean, is the idea to bring it this way at some point? I mean, the c4 square in the Sicilian is the main square for a black knight. You know, maybe b5, and you come in here. Is that the idea? I don't know. It looks so risky, this.
I would have said that the idea is, okay, and I'm just like freestyling here. It's like bishop g7, and after bishop e3, some kind of queen a5 malarkey, but I feel like I'm taking...
It's definitely malarkey of some sort.
Yes, I don't believe it.
I don't believe it either. I mean, you know, all credit to Vinda, who's come up with this idea, because I mean, we don't often see nowadays new openings. And I know it's not a totally new opening, but it's a new variation. So I've got to give him credit for this. The engine doesn't like it. So he's gone his own way, and it's so brave when you're looking at the engine and the engine's telling you you're an idiot, you're an idiot, you're an idiot. Okay, I'll play it anyway. And that's what he's done. So you've got to give him credit, but I mean, let's play some normal moves. So let's play bishop e3, for example, and just castle.
Let's go bishop g7.
Okay, I'm going to castle. I even have this at some point, but we'll save that until it works.
And now...
b5 maybe? Or
this is where I need the audience to help me out here.
What would you play as black?
What would you play as black? Knight b6, b5, queen a5.
I mean, any suggestions?
Yeah, it looks stupid to put the knight back again on this d7 square where it blocks all the pieces.
Yeah, I think you have to do something with this. You have to do something with this knight at some point, because it blocks the bishop. The plan, the only plan I can see here, which I think is interesting, is go b5 and then use this knight to get to c4. So you can either try going e5 to c4, or b5 and you can try going b6 to c4. And b5 is a normal idea in this type of position. I mean, let's just have a look. Let's say black does go b5. Valuation bar is getting...
Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried.
It's even getting...
Knight c6. I was worried about some...
Knight c6.
Yeah, and then demolition. Put your queen on b6, Simon.
Okay. Can anyone see the idea? So let's see if the crowd can see. So knight c6. What will White's next move be? No. Oh, maybe it won't be, actually. Okay, one idea. What is an idea here? I don't know if it works, but it's an idea.
Yeah.
Knight e7.
Slam that one on the board.
And it might work, it might not. The reason it might not work is because bishop takes c3 and we get a complete mess. But the idea, of course, is you can't take this because of knight d5 winning the game. But does it work if you take here? I mean, this is getting incredibly complicated.
Well, you can go knight d5.
Knight d5, and now I take here because I want to, again, create some havoc.
And you just take it.
Take it, and then, okay. I mean, the evaluation bar again is saying that White's just completely winning.
Yeah, and then I think bishop d4 looks...
This is such a strong piece, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
There was something stronger, by the way, but I think it's good enough.
Sure. Bishop d4. So what is the stronger move here? Could it even be like e5? I'm just trying to... Or maybe I take the knight and go e5. Just trying to... I see the king. I try to kill the king.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe I take the knight first, so I got this one?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, well, if it's not b5, anyone in the audience have another suggestion here? Because this could very naturally happen. Let's go back. So this is the position. We're wondering what happens if White plays the most natural move, bishop e3. Now, as well as bishop e3, I do see another scary plan. I mean, you could just go f4, f5. You could just go bang, straight through. Maybe you don't even need to play this. This is what Yaz Khan is thinking of at the moment. He's thinking, okay, do I build up and play that, which can't be bad because it's developing moves, or do I go straight through? Such brave play from black here. But let's have a look. Anyone else? Let's put these moves on the board. Bishop G7 looks very natural. We castle. Any other suggestions here? Yes. Sorry, B for white. In this position, B4. Okay, around. Oh, we could go all the way back, right? Okay, to this position, B4 here. Okay, yeah. Another interesting idea. Because we're trying to make use of this knight being on a funny square. So we're trying to say, well, this knight, where can it move to? And it looks like this is the only square. I mean, you might now flick this in first. I don't know. If the knight does come back to this square, then how is this position? This is a very strange position. It might be okay for black, though. There's this weakness on G6, but you can't get to the weakness easily. And the problem with B4 is, now black has more things that black can hit. Queen C7. So B4 is very committal. It's another possibility. I mean, I think it's so much easier for white to play. White's got many ideas. I'm just worried what black's going to play. Let's say I go bishop B3. I want to try to find a plan for black that is not, simply not terrible there.
It's not easy. Maybe your knight B6 idea, actually. I like bishop G7.
Okay, so
you might
G7.
as well develop.
Let's castle.
Castle, then knight B6. Let's try to go
B6.
knight.
Okay.
And
are you trying to go knight A4? Is this the idea behind black's opening?
I'm trying to survive. Like bishop D7, knight A4, something.
Yeah. So
the king is going to live on F8. I've already decided that.
You're not going to castle, are you, here? This would be very... Yeah, I think you have to just keep your king in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, and before we move on, just very quickly, just to show white's other option that I think white could... if white was really aggressive here, I would be looking at F4. And let's say you go bishop G7. Okay, now I play bishop E3, but I'm going F5 next. And also looks scary for black. Okay, I'm very, very interested to see how that one will go.
Absolutely.
Very interested, yeah.
And, earlier on we were wondering when was the last time a Dutch person played the Dutch variation.
Okay, yeah.
And we asked them, we have a powerful team behind us, they are working hard. Any questions that you have, they will answer. And they came back to us. Wijk 2014, Van Wely played the Dutch against Aronian and won. And I was going to actually
great stuff.
Pin you down. What defined the Dutch? Like,
define
at what point?
The people or the opening? I have to be very careful what I say. I'm joking. I love the people, love the opening.
Yeah. Well, yes.
So, okay.
I set myself up
I'm in
there.
the wrong place here.
Yeah. No, at what point, this is what I want to get, at what point does black have had to play F5?
I would say the proper Dutch is F5, D4, C4.
What about
or move one?
C4, E6, F5? Is that Dutch?
That's what I play. Yeah,
that's what it says. Therefore, it's Dutch.
So you can play it on the first three moves.
First three moves. Okay. Because if we go to our challenges section, go all the way to Faustino against Erwin Lamy. And I know it's not technically. Look at that position.
Yeah,
looks like it could come from a Dutch.
Okay, sure.
And then,
well, you did mention earlier that Erwin might play the Dutch because Erwin has played the stone wall.
He's done a course on the triangle system / stone wall, so
he's done a very good course on the stone wall. I got a lot of ideas from it myself. He's a great theoretician. It's interesting. Luc van Wely was here yesterday as well. Actually, I saw him around. So a legend of Dutch chess.
So
okay, yeah.
So I have a look at the opening, and the thing is, though, it's not strictly a Dutch.
Right, because you've gone E5.
Because you've gone E5. But look what happens later, and I could have...
So the Dutch, just in case everyone should know what the Dutch is here in the crowd, otherwise, where are you from? That is this move. And the best quote I heard about the Dutch, and as I'm getting older, I sort of believe it more, was Josipov, the famous trainer. And he said, the problem with the Dutch is later on in the middle game, the best move for black is F5, F7. And unfortunately, you can't do that anymore. So that was what he said was often the best move in the Dutch is this one. And the more I've played it, the more I've, thinking, I wish I could move that pawn back. My king is so weak. So let's have a look. So D6, and now this is the Dutch. Yeah, I'm going to say this is the Dutch.
This is the Dutch.
Yeah, this is the Dutch.
Okay.
The only issue with Black's move order is I expect White played this D4, because if White plays anything else, I think this is a very nice setup for Black. I mean, I'm a bit biased, obviously, but if White doesn't go D4, but plays like D3, then you continue in this way. And I've won so many games myself with the idea of just playing like Queen H5 and going for checkmate here. So the move that was played, I'm pretty sure is the best move. So you don't let Black settle in the center, and Black's got to do something with his pawn now. So Erwin now plays E4. By the way, we've been told the latest Dutch defense played here was Wojciech, the Polish player, against Caruana. Was Caruana? I think
Caruana was
black.
for White.
No, I think
Caruana was black.
I remember that game because I also played Wojciech with Black in the Dutch. And I think Caruana won that game as well. So the Dutch opening, does it have 100% here? And why aren't more players playing it then? Is that is peculiar. And now this might look strange, but there is a square that's perfect for this knight, and it's this square here. And normally the knight wants to head for that square because it sits nicely, attacks some very decent squares. So this is still following sort of well-known stuff. Knight F6, normal. And now Bishop F4, okay. Well, I'm slightly surprised by that because normally the knight wants to go there, as I just said. But like, the bishop came there. Anyway, I mean, I would be tempted to swap this bishop off because you kind of want to play E3 and the bishop comes bad. But okay, let's have a look how it went. Bishop F4, develop the piece, can't be terrible. The knight comes out to H5, so it's harassing that bishop. And now, did Erwin have black yesterday as well? So Erwin lost yesterday. So this is it's very tough. Erwin and Pragg have had double blacks.
No, Erwin had white yesterday.
Oh, he had white yesterday. Okay. I know Erwin lost yesterday, unfortunately, but we saw him on the interview earlier. And he said he was very looking forward to playing Faustino, who's this young talent. And one thing you've got to do, you've got to beat these young guys when they're young. Because in a couple of years, you have no chance.
Exactly.
You've got to beat them now. I think I played Magnus when he was like 13. And that's like, right.
That was too late, Simon. What happened?
I won. Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you for your confidence, Jovanka.
Oh, sorry.
In Gausdal. so G6 played, and Black trying to come this way. E3. It seems a bit peculiar, putting the bishop here and putting it back. I don't totally understand what White is playing. Now the knight comes out, but okay, that square is now covered. And this is the current position. And the time, well, they've both spent about 10 minutes. Do you think Erwin will be... Who do you think's happier from the way the opening's gone here?
Well, I know the evaluation bar's in White's favour, but I'm going to say it's going to be really annoying to play against this wedge of pawns, right?
You love that wedge, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really annoying
I know
to handle.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean,
yep.
It's just simply, you just develop now your pieces as Black, as you mentioned, and it's the onus is on White, to what are you going to do? How are you going to disrupt it? Are you going to let those pawn chains just live there? Are you going to go bishop E2? Where are you going to put the king? Are you going to castle queenside? There's so many questions for White that make me uncomfortable.
Yeah, the normal way, you have to look for pawn breaks, obviously, as we mentioned yesterday, when you have sort of solid pawn structures. And F3 is certainly at some point the main pawn break that White will want to play. But maybe White's idea, which could be quite clever, is to play bishop E2.
Yeah.
You kick that knight away. And I'm really keen in getting my knight to this square. So this could be White's idea here, here. I mean, I love pushing the H pawn, so I'd probably throw that up the board. But this is one idea. Black would love to play F5, F4. Okay, what's he gone? He's gone C5. Okay, very committal decision. You know, we've mentioned pawn moves are very committal, especially when you give away squares. And look at this square here in the center. This is a major outpost, which Black can now not cover with a pawn.
Well, this is really interesting because Erwin is saying to Faustino, go d5, because it's so tempting to close the position down. But if you do that, you concede the e5 square to a knight.
Yeah. And then...
Yeah, knight, you know, that even the knight on h5 can go backwards to jump forwards. You know, it's more than possible. But that's the plan.
Yes.
The problem is that White isn't obliged to go d5. You can take that pawn on c5.
Yeah, I definitely take it. Yeah, I mean, this is such an outpost. You put a pawn on the outpost you can use. You can no longer use it for your pieces. And bringing a knight here at some point seems so normal. So let's have a look. So I'm pretty sure White will take this. Pushing on just seems wrong. And let's say Erwin captures back. Ideally now what you'd want to do is put the knight there and then get rid of the dark square bishops, because this is basically Black's best piece. So you always want to try to get rid of your opponent's best piece. And moving the knight and exchanging bishops would be ideal. I don't think you can do it yet, because a bishop takes b2, maybe. Maybe that works, but you can pair that. I'm not sure how much I like c5. Would be...
wait. Yeah. You can do it like this, bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Oh, okay. So I hit the knight.
Yeah,
good
then
plan.
Okay, hang on a second. Knight f6.
The knight has to move.
Yes.
Because this is a big threat.
And now you go knight f4, and you say,
look at that
"Hello
square.
there, d5."
Hello, d5. Can I buy you dinner tonight? And there is the d5 square. And I mean this. It looks very nice for White. I mean, you can play h4 to cement the knight there. And it's just this square. Yeah. The square, at some point, you'd imagine White's going to come into this square, put a bishop to c3. And it looks very nice for White. I'm not sure I like what Erwin's done here, I'm afraid.
c5 was a little bit too ambitious.
It's ambitious. I mean, does he doesn't have any other ideas after pawn takes, I don't think. You can't do what Jordan did with queen a5
because there's a bishop on d2.
Yeah, it just doesn't work. So I think you have to capture. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. Okay, not sure. Yeah, all right.
So Erwin already could be in big trouble.
Yeah.
Just it's up to Faustino whether he decides to go d takes c5. He could go for d5, in which case Erwin's position will suddenly be okay again. Oh, well, it's tense. Opening has been played, the stage has been set, and I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a short break. But don't go anywhere, because during that break, we have Matthias Bluebaum, who recently qualified to the candidates, taking you on a masterclass on a rook and bishop against rook. So have a look at that.
Hi to everybody. I'm trying to make this about an endgame, so I hope it won't be too boring, but because I know not everybody loves endgames. But I guess maybe you already know like what rook versus bishop in general, whether it's a draw or not. Let me continue from here. No, I just want to... analysis board, yeah. Okay, I guess you can see the position, yeah? If we have white to move, do you have any clue, is this position a draw or win? Or like, does anyone know? Or maybe I shouldn't. I mean, in general, it's a draw, yes. But there's like one rule of thumb where it's not a draw, and this is basically when we can get the black king boxed into this corner, which is the same color of the bishop. Then we can actually win. So basically, what's like in this position, there's a way for white to win because we can give a check. And if black tries not to go into the corner, if black tries to escape, then we can give another check and actually win the bishop. Like if black's king move, we can take the bishop, and rook and king versus king, we will win. So black is kind of forced to go here. And now, like, this is just very important to know about this endgame. We play king g6, and we box this black king into the corner. Like, the black king can only go between h8 and g8, and like our rook cuts it from the f file. So basically, black has to move the bishop because the king can't move. And yeah, if we move the bishop anywhere, we can just attack it and give a check. And black has to move his bishop in between, but we can basically skip a move, and black has to move his king because no other piece can move, and then we can take the bishop, and it's already checkmate. So basically, wherever black's bishop goes, there's like one small trick if black's bishop is trying to hide behind our king, so we can't immediately attack it. Like if we now move our rook somewhere, black is actually has time to move his king out of the corner, and we are not winning. So we have to attack the bishop, and if it goes to somewhere on this side, we can attack it and then bring our rook down. But if the bishop tries to hide behind our king continuously, then we'll just attack it again. And if it stays here, we can attack it with the rook on g2, and suddenly the bishop has no squares actually, because if it tries to hide, like either on h4 or on f4, we can actually give a discover check, which is kind of nice. So yeah, like it's a check, and then we take the bishop. So yeah, bishop. Oops. After rook g2, basically black has to go somewhere like here, and we can attack it, and yeah, and we win in the same way. We just pass a move, and then we checkmate. But yeah, as everybody, or as someone pointed out in the beginning correctly, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we put the rook on f7 and.
Wat wil je daarna doen? Door f7 koning ja? Ja, king g6.
Dan kan je toch ook lopen d4?
Mhm. Dus, ja.
En dan kan bijvoorbeeld wit gewoon toren d7 ja?
Yeah, exactly.
Ja, dan krijg je weer hetzelfde als daarvoor.
And yeah, it's a double attack. Exactly, it's a double attack. So basically, like if you know, like this endgame is winning if we can box the king into the corner of the color of the bishop. I'll just try to, if I'm quick, I'll try to show like if it's, if it would be the other bishop, then I mean, you might already wait. Okay, I'll find it here. If it would be the other bishop, and let's say white is to move, like then actually, basically the best way is actually to go into the corner. Like if white moves some, maybe I have black to move. Oops, that's not ideal. I mean, black would just take the rook on f7, and then everybody's happy. Yeah, I'll just make any move. Okay, let's put this position. Like if white just does any move. Actually, now the base, like as a defending side, it's actually good to know we can go into the corner, which is the opposite color of the bishop. Like now we have a light squared bishop, and now the king is actually safe in the corner because like last time what we did here is we moved the rook one square and just pass a move. But now it's actually stalemate. Like black doesn't have any move because in the other way, like black has one more square left, but here he just doesn't have a square left. And yeah, so this is pretty much a known draw. Like after rook d7, black can move his bishop anywhere. But maybe one small question: like can white make use of the bishop moves here? Like if the bishop moves too close to the white king.
Zien jullie wat jullie kunnen doen met wit? Om wit weer naar binnen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Door h7, rook h7.
Mm-hmm. And then?
Kijk eens goed. Je hebt hier een hele mooie tactiek. Ziet iemand de tactiek? Dat is dan wel zie de tactiek.
Ja.
Door e7.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and now we exactly found the one square on the board where black doesn't have like checking distance. Like if we go to f5, the king can take. So like also as a defending side, it's important to know we can basically move the bishop to any square, but it's actually best to just put it very far away because then if white tries the same with check and attacking the bishop, we can give a check and everything's fine. But yeah, it's just a small trick to know, like as a defending side, to not go here, because then we actually lose the game. Okay, I would show one last example. Okay, if I manage with this, not sure yet. Oops. Let's do this. So let's say, I guess I set it as white to move here. So now we actually have an extra pawn, and actually already the black king is in the wrong corner, as we just learned. But still, it's actually not all that trivial to win. Like, let's say if we just move the rook somewhere, we cannot like progress very easily. So does anybody have a clue or an idea how to try to win here? Like trying to connect what we already learned about this endgame. Like basically, if we already know if we put our king here and our rook here, we win. We always win because the king is boxed in the wrong corner. So maybe anybody has an idea what to do here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, g7 is a great idea, because if black takes the pawn, then we go, yeah, exactly. We attack the bishop and we win a tempo, and like, I mean, we win directly. We don't even need rook f7 in this case, but in general, yeah, we win because we win a tempo. So, but if black is smart, what will black do? He probably won't take our pawn, but he... Bishop to a1? Oh, sorry, I didn't. I mean, the problem is if black just moves the bishop, then...
What was the trap again? What was the main move white wanted to make? Wat is het die wit het liefste wil doen? Promoveren. Maar wat hadden we daarvoor nodig ook weer voor de winststelling net? Koning g6. So the main move we want to do is king g6. So is there any move from black to prevent this move?
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's by far the best defense, because now we actually can't just like go to g6. And if we try to go here, we don't really achieve anything. Black can go back and we not get any square. Like we don't get closer. So actually, like, yeah, g7 was a great idea, because if black takes, we win, as we've seen. But what do we do after king h7? Do we have a win with white, or just try to think about what I said in the beginning, what is perfect to achieve? I mean, if we just wait, let's... yeah, you have an idea?
Als je promoveert de koning slaat, dan kan je koning g6 doen.
So promotion?
Promotion? Yes, but unfortunately black is in time to go king f8, and like we would need our rook on f7 here. Then we are very happy. So because then black can't escape. But if he can escape, this is unfortunately only a draw. But yeah, the idea is already correct. So how can we like improve on the idea?
Rook f7
Yes, rook f7 first. This is very important. And if black takes the pawn, we what can we do? Exactly, we just wait a move. Black has to go somewhere to the back rank, and we go king g6, and this setup just always wins, as we've already seen. So black, yeah, cannot take, and if he moves the bishop, then exactly, then we promote, and then we do this, and then we win, as we've seen.
And that was Matthias giving us a masterclass on rook against bishop, not as what was written on our screens, rook and bishop against rook. But yeah, big thank you to Matthias Bluebaum. In fact, all of the invited players, they did give masterclasses to invited children here from Wijk, where they gave 10-minute masterclasses. And we will be sharing with you each and every single one of those classes. So keep tuned to this. And on the subject of Matthias, maybe we should head over to his game and see what's happening. He's got the white pieces against Hans Niemann. Matthias recently had a golden year in 2025 when he came second in the FIDE Grand Swiss, qualifying to the candidates, much to the shock, I'm going to say, of absolutely everyone. Yeah. No one expected that one. And Hans, I mean, I already see that everyone has got an opening. maybe an early middle game, and these two are in the end game. So Simon, can we just whiz through what happened and then just deep dive into what's actually on our screens?
Yeah, so we'll go through the moves very quickly because they are deep into the game already. And, well, Mateus has the advantage of the white pieces, and we're seeing this opening a lot, the Queen's Gambit. So we get the standard Queen's Gambit position here. Black has many ways to play, and Hans has gone for c5, which is the Tarrasch variation, or semi-Tarrasch. And this has become quite popular as a solid choice from Black. It's a way that Black tries to equalize generally.
It's considered like the Berlin variation of d4.
It
like,
is, yeah.
Literally every player gets this as white, and you go, no, I don't want to be playing this. Let me have some fun.
It is certainly one of the more solid lines that Black can play. I mean, of course, White has different ways to tackle this, but it normally starts with pawn takes pawn. And now, again, Black has that decision to make. And this move is trying to make a number of exchanges. So we have to deal with that pawn. So the queen comes out and captures. And now Black captures back. And we have a typical sort of isolated pawn position where Black's trying to get active in the center, still all theory. And e4 is the move to play, the suggested move, trying to get a small advantage. And now we have more captures. The queens come off. This has been played numerous times. I actually remember Erwin. I had a game as Black in this against Erwin a number of years ago in the Isle of Man competition. And I don't know why I was playing this with the black pieces, but I somehow got tricked into it. And White gets a little bit of pressure now. Obviously, that's a threat, so you have to deal with that. So the bishop has to defend. And there's some choices here, but this is considered the way, again, to try get a small edge. They're still in theory, because, yes, Black's a pawn up, but Black's pawns are very weak here. And White can generally win one of these pawns back. And bishop g5 is the way to win it back immediately. Bishop c4, I think, is also an option. But this is just saying, OK, I'm going to try win the pawn back in e4. And if Black allows that, which he does by going knight c6, then you would have thought White might be a bit better because this pawn's weak. But Hans plays this confidently. So let's see. White castles with a check, still in theory. The king has to really move, and now White moves his king. I think Magnus has played this as White, this variation, possibly.
Yeah, he has. I remember that. Sorry, I'm just smiling. I've got distracted because although this game is like a little bit like routine, it feels like there's a carnival outside. We're doing this to a soundtrack, but yeah, no, you're right. I remember that on the Champions Chess Tour, Wesley So was playing this just to lock the game down, and Magnus was getting so frustrated, like, why am I not getting anything? I have the bishop pair. Yes, I've given up a pawn, but look at the black pawns in the middle. They're not great. But the thing is, though, it has been worked out.
It has, and you can see the evaluation bar, you know, it is just equal.
Let's go...
We'll go through quickly, shall we?
Because it almost feels like the game is in danger of finishing.
Okay, and let's get to the position then, the current position. And the current position, many exchanges, all theory, I'm sure. And now more exchanges likely to occur here with the rook taking on e3, the knight coming in with a check, and now rook takes c6. And okay, more moves. Hans plays rook d8. Yeah, one thing I've been impressed about with Hans is his opening preparation. He clearly has worked very hard at home. Yesterday he showed that by winning a quick game, and he must have looked at this position. Equal in material. Black has this pawn on e6, pawn on a7. You could say that they're both a little bit weak, but on the other hand, Black is very active. Black has this very active rook in the middle of the board. It might come down to the 7th rank. If this knight ever moves, the other rook has entrance, And even the black knight I could see coming into the center. Black's king very safe. It's the ending, so you don't mind having your king out in the open. You can always come back if it's any danger. So I don't see any problems at all for hands in this position. But it's a long way to say it's going to be a draw. I mean, they can't accept draws until move 40 anyway. So, I mean, the way Karpov always used to play chess, he always tried to get a small advantage with white and convert that advantage. And with black, he always tried to get equality first and then try to outplay his opponent. So that's still something that's used very often nowadays. I mean, you look at Magnus's games, he does that all the time. Just tries to get equality and then basically outplay his opponent. So, I mean, I think the better player will win this game, really, with an equal position. How does white continue? I'm not sure. I'm looking at knight c4, but that allows the rook to come in. We could show it on the board.
Well, in fact, that could also invite a repetition immediately. You just go rook e2, rook c2.
Guess you have to be a little bit careful of rook d1, maybe?
Yeah, you do.
This is one I did.
That was, I was just thinking repetition.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this one and...
that's a bad one. So, didn't quite work. But, okay, here...
Not so easy to find a good move for white here, in actual fact, because, you know...
Well, if you drop the g2 pawn, you also, as white, get in return the e6 pawn, so it's not the end of the world.
No. And you could move one of these pawns to avoid them both being taken, I guess. But it seems risky allowing the black rook here.
I wouldn't do that.
No, I wouldn't. I would want to find something else here. You mentioned the draw.
Yeah, maybe you can go rook c2.
Yeah.
And then rook e1.
Yeah. And now rook c1.
Yeah.
And now rook e2. And now here.
We make the eye contact.
And you have a draw.
And we have the draw.
Yeah.
Are we on the same page here?
This is actually very likely to happen, I feel. If Mateus doesn't want to or can't find a way to get any edge, which the computer is indicating white doesn't have. Sometimes you just got to say, okay, my opening preparation didn't give me anything with the white pieces. I'm just going to try again in another game. It's a long tournament, and you could try something else. I mean, maybe you could try rook c3 if you wanted to try and win.
But isn't it the same idea?
Probably is, yeah.
You go rook e1 check.
And now, if I come out, you just start taking.
I give a check again, yeah.
So how do I avoid? And if I go rook c1, we get the same draw.
Well, there you go.
So I don't know how white can play this position on to try and win. Actually, is there any way? Is there? I don't know. Anyone in the crowd? If you're white here, can you see any way that you'd try and make this game last longer? I'm struggling to see how we can stop this kind of draw from taking place. In the position. So, don't know. Do shout out if you've got any suggestions. I see some famous pea soup is being consumed. Is it pea soup in the audience?
It is pea soup.
So, yeah, I mean, I was looking at some of the history of this tournament, this great tournament, and I believe that just after the war, when they had their first, it came back and it started happening, they started serving the famous pea soup here. Because obviously supplies were a little bit low, and this pea soup has been, an attraction of the tournament, I think, for many years, and I can see it. Loads of people on the pea soup there. I don't know. So, okay, so we have a suggestion in the audience of H4. A4.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's run.
A4 makes sense, because now you can put the king on A2. And also, we have a majority, 2 pawns versus 1. So we do want to use these 2 pawns to get a pass pawn, to try and get a queen. And after a4, one of the advantages now is if you try the same plan with black, rook e2, I can go rook c2. And if you check, well, now the king can come out. Mm-hmm. Still a bit strange, because this is a tactical idea that is a little bit scary for white. It's a big fork occurring on b4 there. And you're sort of holding on to the knight. So black's, I think, doing okay here, but is there even a better idea after a4 that black can play?
Could you go a3? You know, let's not be...
Yeah, a3, clever. So we're stopping the ideas of the knight coming this way, and we're just, again, trying to consolidate rook c2 and king a2.
And what we're dreaming about, I'm kind of with our crowd here, that if we can exchange off a set of rooks, then the queenside pawns are going to be very mobile.
I agree, yeah. I mean, if you could exchange these two rooks off, that would be a big gain for white, because black's problem piece is this rook, which is causing havoc. So if we can get rid of these rooks, then, as Jovanka says, we can start pushing and maybe aim at winning that pawn. So this seems very sensible. If white wants to win, a3 to me looks like a very good move. I like the idea. So we'll come back to this. Will Matthias try and win and play this, or would he go for the draw? What do we reckon? Okay, let's have a little vote. We've got to get the crowd involved. We might even get a view of the pea soup. How is the pea soup, by the way? Good? Yeah? We're getting some thumbs up there.
Is it vegetarian?
I think it's got ham
in
it. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, Jovanka. Okay, do we think, let's hear, those of you who think white will now just go for a draw, let's hear you make a noise now. Draw?
Yes.
Okay. And who thinks white's going to try for a win with a move like a3 here? Okay, about 50-50, I say. So.
What about you, Simon? So I reckon it's going to be a draw. Yeah.
I'm just jealous of the pea soup. I don't know. I mean, like, okay, so Matthias yesterday had a draw. I don't know. It's going to be. He's playing with the white pieces. I think he'll go a3 and play on. I think he'll be like right.
We got to kind of get our detective hats on, like body language wise. Hans is looking at him like, dude, it's a draw.
Yeah. Hans is like, I'm bored.
Matthias is looking like,
look at that. Evils.
I will fight.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting pose. Yeah. Hans is looking like he wants to get back to the room. And okay, do we have another move?
He's gone rook a6.
Okay, and that seems quite natural as well. So he's playing. I think he's playing for a win with this move, or is he? Okay, so rook a6 has been played. Now, if I go rook e2, can I still try to get a draw? So rook a6, clearly with an idea at some point of taking that pawn. Maybe you want to go knight c4 and take. So I'm going to try rook e2 here, and I'm going to try counter-attacking. And this could actually get very interesting if you now don't play rook c2, which is a draw. So you have this idea, as we've seen. But instead, if you now play knight c4 and you play to win, it's risky because this move stops the draw, stops a rook coming there. The knight's well placed. But if now black takes this one, you get this strange position. I mean, okay, I could take there. I mean, black's going to be a pawn up, though.
Couldn't you also argue, instead of going rook takes g2 and allowing white to win the a pawn or the e pawn, just go rook d7?
So you could go rook d7?
Yeah, and just kind of...
Just defend. That's a nice move, yeah.
And just say rook on e2 going to be that thorn in your side.
Yeah, and I think white will have to take a draw now.
Well, you know, you still got knight e5 checks. So it's not the end of the world, but, you know, just more about, like, the knight coming to d5 and, you know, just saying one active piece.
Yeah, maybe you can move the king out of the way of this knight fork and then threaten rook g2.
Yeah.
I still think it's likely, I think now it's likely a draw will occur. I mean, this last position with rook g2 looks tempting because black's going to have the extra pawn. But I'm just wondering about this position, and I'm thinking I might even rather be white here, even though I'm a pawn down, and it's all about whose pawns are quicker. And the a pawn is very, very quick here.
Also, black has to take a time out to defend the g7 pawn because rook g1 is incoming.
Maybe rook g1 here.
Yeah.
Just play rook g1 straight away.
Suddenly, I don't like black's position at all. No,
so definitely your move. If black wants to play rook e2 and white wants to play for the win, then black should go rook d7, as Jovanka pointed out here. Just defending, and just keeping this active rook. I think it's going to end with a draw, and what's happened, he has gone rook e2.
Yeah.
And I expect we'll see this perpetual now.
Well, this is the big moment, right? Knight c4, rook c2.
Yeah. Which
And
line
Matthias
would you
is
play?
not at the board, so he's going to keep us guessing for a little bit longer.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll come back to this
Yeah.
one. Yeah. We'll see. I mean,
We'll leave everyone here on that cliff edge. Will it be a draw in the next 10 moves, or will it be a draw almost immediately? Let's go quickly to Van Wyn against Arjun Erigaisi. And then I would really like to see the game between Edemush and Aravind, because that Sicilian sacrifice has found itself on the board. Maybe we can just take the position, Simon, because...
Okay. I'll whiz through the moves, because
Yeah.
quite an interesting variation. We're seeing lots of players start with 1d4 here, which is, I don't know, it's something a little bit strange. And now, this is the line I play with white, where you sacrifice your central pawn. You offer another pawn on c3, which is very risky to take. So black comes back the knight. I'll very quickly show it you, Vanka, just because I'm kind of interested in this. Black can win the second pawn, but white is actually doing very well. Even bishop a3 is quite interesting here, but this is... It doesn't look that dangerous for black, but black's got nothing defending the king side, and if black castles, the king can get in so much trouble. There's even, I think, some idea with a rook b5 coming over here. Very unique maneuver, which I've seen and even sort of had the chance to play. So, okay, so we go back. Knight f6, therefore, keeping a defender around the king. This check comes in. The knight puts pressure on that one. And now they're following theory. White grabs a pawn here. Normally, white sacrifices, but he's got the pawn back. And the current position, we're seeing that bishop find a good square. Black trying to make some exchanges. Defending the pawn, which was under attack there by black's rook. And this is now the current, I was going to say current position. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Oh, it looks okay.
What's happening here?
Well,
so knight h5. Where's the queen going to go? Is white obliged to accept that repetition?
Well, it's like the other game, right? I mean, does white think, okay, I'm playing Arjun, a very scary player? I think the second seed here, 1 point below
Vincent.
Vincent, right? And a draw is okay. I drew yesterday. I'm in the tournament. Or does white think, right, you know, I've got the white pieces. Do I like my position enough to avoid the draw and play on? And I hope he doesn't play queen g4, because we will quite quickly have a draw there. I hope he has a bit more ambition here. I think we want to see a fight. And also, I quite like white's position.
Well, you can still go queen g4.
Yeah. You have to be careful.
And after knight f6, queen h3.
Queen h3, yeah. That looks like a good
No
way to play.
repetition for you today.
No, because now the knight can't come here.
Exactly. And then you still got ideas of... What is the plan, by the way?
Well,
is it to go rook d3 and do a roving rook?
Definitely.
Or is it bishop d3?
We have a result.
We do have a result.
Okay. Is that a boo? Do we get a boo? Boo. No. we don't want the draws. We want to fight. I mean, unfortunately, at this level, it does happen if the opening, you know, if you're playing white and your opponent equalizes, is prepared better than you. Hand showing great preparation. Hand seems to be on top form, and also saving a lot of energy. I don't think he's been sitting at the board for longer than an hour so far.
Well, it's actually the strategy of what you want to do with the black pieces, right?
Yeah,
you just want to play a game, neutralize white's small advantage, and then this is perfect. It's a long tournament. This is like a marathon, and we're only on level 2 out of 13.
Yeah, I think that those guys on the camera taking a draw, you know, Matthias and Hans, I think that is much more understandable to me, because the game was looking like a draw. So if you try to push too much and you lose, you'll be kicking yourself so much, rather than the game we were just looking at, which, you know, we can. They're discussing the opening there. You can see on the camera. And if we go back to the game where White has the opportunity to take the draw, I'm thinking I'd be more disappointed here because White's position, to my eyes, looks preferable. Why do I like White? Well, I can see the Black King coming under a lot of pressure here. You've got this fantastic bishop, which Black, I would imagine, has to think twice about capturing, because if Black does capture the bishop, you get this rook opening up, and this is a forced move. But now the Black King, it looks very open, very, very open. You've got ideas of bishop d3. You've got ideas of swinging the rook around. This is a very common attacking formation. I'd love to be White here, because also I can't see what Black's doing. You know, if my opponent doesn't have a plan, I'm going to be very comfortable. So I'm not worried about you taking that bishop, and I've got plans. Jovanka mentioned this rook coming this way around. Imagine that. That's another piece lining up against Black's king. Also, the bishop coming here threatens to take the knight and checkmate. So I like White's position. I think White should play on here.
Well, let's just have a look at what Black will be doing. Like, so for starters, what would be, could you start going?
It's not straightforward to find a plan, is it? I don't know.
I was going to say bishop d5, but bishop d5 encourages bishop d3.
Yeah, I mean, I might even take the knight and grab a pawn.
Go for
if
in
you go
fact,
bishop d5, I might
yes, I think you're right.
get rid of the defender and grab that one.
So that's
I
out
don't
of the
know.
equation.
Anyone in the audience see a Queen a8? You're a brave man. It's that pea soup you just had. Queen a8 is an interesting idea, sort of doubling up. We saw the evaluation bar. A little bit unfortunate the way the evaluation bar went, because I like the idea. Very, very Retty-like. Retty used to love this idea of putting the queen behind the bishop. Unfortunately, I think you leave your king a bit too exposed. And my first thought is, well, if I take here, I'm going to open your king up, because you have to take with a pawn. And I don't see an obvious way to continue. Maybe queen here, and I bring the rook around this way. I mean, the king is so exposed. Is there something even stronger here than queen h4? I mean, if I check, your king goes in the corner. I could do that and then come. Is it maybe d5 is the move? This is the move, d5. And the point of d5, I take the sting out of these two, and I split your solid pawn formation. So if you take here, your pawns are now horrible, and I could probably just take the knight. And I think this is falling apart a little bit. My rook can come around. So it's...
Bishop d3, much better instead of taking just the knight.
You want to checkmate? Yes, checkmate's a good idea. Yeah, okay. Bishop d3, straight to the point. That is a much better idea. I'm glad we've got some audience members who can see
They
a bit better
appreciate
than
the
me.
finer things in life.
They appreciate the checkmates in life.
Exactly. No one is immune to checkmate.
And you can't escape it.
Yeah,
here.
but it just goes to show how difficult the position is for Arjun.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably need to keep the queen on, on this diagonal. Probably will have to go queen e7 or something.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be easy. But you know what? The longer that Van Wyn is thinking about what to play,
the more chance.
the more likely I think he is to accept that draw. I think he's just overthinking it.
I think you've got to play. Yeah, I mean, let's move on. But I think, in this position, you're not going to get many better positions at this level than this. And you've got an easy plan to attack. Just bring the rook around and go for it. Okay, we'll move on, yeah? So,
let's move on. So first up, I mean, it's been very fascinating in the game between Anish Giri and Vachier-Lagrave, because I just want to show you a small sequence of events. Because when we last left it, I think Anish was relatively satisfied. It was around about move 14. White had just played d4. And let's just... it was just a case of both sides consolidating their pieces, just getting the rooks to the center.
Yep. So we had the queen come forwards.
Yep.
The knight came back. The knight was a bit exposed. There was actually ideas of knight g5 here, which might win on the spot for white. I mean, if black played a6, this move is threatening checkmate, threatening to win the bishop. So that's another reason this knight came back. Rook behind the big pawn. It looks quite nice for Anish at the moment, to my eyes. The queen now comes forwards to... I mean, is that pawn strong or is it weak? That's the question. Is this a good pawn or is it actually a weak pawn? That's...
Well, the more pieces...
Very
good.
Very good, we're hearing. Well, yeah, I would prefer to have it. Yeah.
I would say inconclusive.
Okay.
It all depends. I'm sorry to be so vague about it, but I would say, you know, the more pieces you exchange off, the weaker the pawn on d4 becomes. And the more pieces that are present on the board, the more power it has because it completely restrains the black forces. So I just wanted to show you this cool sequence that happened.
Okay, so rook d8.
Rook d8.
Yeah, and now a3.
A3.
Very calm move. And now bishop takes f3. Okay, so giving up the bishop, which is a very big decision to make. And now bishop takes f3.
And he's going like, Vachier is doing the
C6.
full-on Nimzovich, which is like
Okay.
CRD, control, restrain, destroy, right? So
Right.
just
Okay.
making sure that
Covering all these
d-pawn
guys, yeah.
can't advance.
Yeah.
And then have a look what happened next. So Anish isn't that satisfied with the placement of his knight on b3.
Because this knight is
It's-
not doing much.
Yeah, and Anish wants to go Alekhine, and Alekhine in this type of position was always going b4, a4, a5, you know, expand on the queen side. So he does like this whole thing. We have Nimzovich playing Alekhine. Apparently they hated each other.
What, Nimzovich and
Yeah.
Alekhine, yeah?
Yeah, they
Okay, right.
hated each other.
Really?
They didn't even speak. Yeah. It was
Okay.
Nimzovich who had the issue.
Which two players do you think hate each other the most at the moment? You better not answer that, but...
No.
I wonder. I don't know, actually.
I don't know. I think they're...
I think generally there's no... Generally the top players, they get on quite well, you know.
Yeah, it's not like
No.
the whole scandals that were before.
No. Okay, so knight c1, clever positional move because you want to get ready to push the b pawn, and the knight maybe trying to some point, well, not go there, but come there. Knight f5. So is this pawn weak? Is it strong? This is one of the big questions. Black is building everything up to attack that pawn. Anish now plays b4. Oh, one of my words. He's basically saying, you can't take that pawn.
Can't touch it.
You can't touch it. Sorry, yeah, that's not how it went. But and now the big question is, can black capture that pawn? Well, black did capture the pawn, so Anish has sacrificed this pawn. I mean, this was a big decision. Like yesterday, Anish had that blunder he made, and obviously he lost very quickly. I mean, the normal move here, defend the pawn, right? You play knight e2, you defend it in a simple way, but he's saying you can't take the pawn, and black has just grabbed the pawn and said, well, why not? What's Anish's idea? Anish takes on c6. So you can't recapture with a knight because you lose your queen. If you capture with a queen, there's rook takes d4. So it looks quite clever at the moment.
I think that
But then knight e2.
Yeah, and so in fact that was a missed opportunity because
Wow.
in fact if you'd taken the bishop,
Right.
that was the move
With the queen, I
with
guess.
the queen.
So black could have taken this one. Yeah, and rook takes d4 force.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And I still can't see...
And then I think at the end of it, you
Yeah.
start attacking the pawn on c4.
So you just take here.
Yes.
Queen takes and go rook c8.
And say, well,
You've got a weak pawn.
the operation was a success,
Yeah.
but the patient has died.
Yeah, and maybe, was this just winning a pawn then?
Yes.
So if you go rook d1, you know, with the
Yeah.
back rank, I just go h6 or something.
Yeah, literally.
And there's no way white can defend this pawn. So it seems like both players Just had a moment of blindness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just kind of trusted each other because Sindarov, he's a very tactical player.
Yeah.
He didn't notice that, in fact, that this was the very calm antidote to Anish's play. And Anish could have been in big trouble. But if we go to the live position after knight to e2,
Yep, so knight e2 was a missed chance, 100% for Sindarov, and Anish also missed this. But I mean, you could take the knight, but I mean, well, let's see what happens. So knight e2. I don't think there's any problems here for White. I think White's going to get the position he wants now, because if you compare the last position we had, this knight was on c1, and by playing it this way, the white knight has found a much better square. It's in the center of the board. So this is clearly a better variation for White. And this is what we have so far. So this is the current position.
and this is what Anish was dreaming about, right? The queen side, pawn majority, it's mobile. He's got the extra space, and now he's going to initiate some trades, especially of the rooks. And then he's going to slowly inch forward with the c-pawn. And Sindarov is the one who has to defend this one. Yeah. I think Anish now, he got away with it.
He got away with it, definitely. He got away with it. I mean, if Black had just won that pawn and won the game, you have to ask, Anish has had 2 blunders in 2 games. Well, he's had 2 blunders anyway, but that would have been pretty,
right,
horrendous start for someone as strong as Anish.
But humans aren't perfect. We all make mistakes.
Certainly do.
And he got away with that particular one. So Anish, I think now pressing. Let's go to a different game because I really want your opinion and the crowd's opinion on the game between Edemush against Aravind. And we gotta revisit where we left it and see exactly what happened because we were stuck.
Yeah.
We were stuck for moves. We were thinking, oh, well, Black can't go b5 because knight c6, and there were all kind of issues happening. Let's see how Aravind managed to untangle, or if he managed to do anything good at all.
Yeah, this was a very interesting opening with Aravind playing a new opening, basically, coming up with a new variation of the Sicilian. It can be named after him. And I quite like White's position, and White went for the simple bishop e3, and now b5 was played. But the way that Black's played it, he's left the bishop here. So if you're going to play b5, this is a much better way of doing it because the bishop defends e7. So the way we were looking at playing this was bishop here, castles b5, which was an error because now e7 has to be taken by the king, and that runs into knight d5. And this was looking very good. So much improved version. Black's pushed ahead with b5. That makes so much more sense. With ideas of b4, with ideas of bringing this knight to c4. And White plays super aggressively. Castles queenside. This is really heating up. Bishop b7. This is a bit like an opening I used to play called the Dragadorf.
Used to play.
Yeah, it was rubbish. Yeah, I mean, no, it was okay. I better not, because I've got some books that some people might want to buy.
There's some courses out there.
Got some courses. It was very interesting for a while. I got a good position against Shirov and butchered it. And the idea of the Dragadorf was you play the dragon, and then you play the Nodirbek, so you get the Dragadorf. Quite a cool name, I thought, as well. Not as good as the dragon.
Did you come up with the name?
I did, yeah. Why? You saying it's a bad name? You're not happy with it? No, the Dragadorf? I mean, the Naya Dragon? No, okay.
No.
I know, it doesn't work. So I think, yeah, very interesting. You hit e4. So White now defends that one. Okay, still exciting as anything. The rook comes with potential ideas if you can get it in. You'd love here to go rook takes c3. That would be a big move. That famous game Kasparov played this idea against Mosesian, I think in Linares, and won a very nice game. And it was quite funny. I don't know if it was that game. It might have been another game. But the story goes that he called Mosesian, who was number 5 in the world, a chess tourist. So he said, what's this chess tourist doing? And then I think he came up with a novelty. I don't know if it was against Mosesian, but he was interviewed afterwards. It might have been another game, and he was he was asked, well, you played this amazing novelty in the game, you won this brilliant game, and Kasparov just said, well, it was a waste. It was like using an atom bomb to kill a fly. It's like, why did I waste this novelty on this player? So
yeah.
no,
Okay. Well, we've been told. Okay, the quote is from Shacket. Tal Shacket against Kasparov. Yeah, I heard it. Machine gun to swat a fly.
It's machine gun. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
And that was in Tilburg,
not
1997.
kind.
No, not kind at all. But brutal chess players. Very interesting. So F4, it's really heating up now. Rook H2. Wow. So this creates ideas of taking on E4. I mean, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, thinking Black's played very imaginative and very interesting ideas, but this could be an issue. A rook coming to H8, so he's gone Rook H1, and now the rooks get exchanged. This is looking sharp. B4, Black has to counterattack. The knight comes forwards. You don't want to go backwards in these positions, and E4 would have dropped. And now E6, you don't want to also take this one because you allow knight C6, which is just a winning idea. So this is going, as you would imagine, with E6. Knight takes B4. So Black has sacrificed a pawn. Queen B6. So lining up on both of these lines. And this is the position. Really interesting. Look at the time. Is this still theory? I mean, not theory, but is this still in the preparation of? It must be, because I mean, he's playing so quickly.
Well, Aravind is playing quickly for Yaz. He's down to 22 minutes, and his last move has been awarded a mistake. It says it's not the best move.
Okay.
I mean, it's a very crazy position, but in fact, I'm just seeing that the best move is to go knight to either to move the knight to D3 or to go knight to D5, which is incidentally, when I saw this position from afar, I was thinking that Yaz actually played knight D5, and he was prepared to sacrifice a knight. But
this could be a key moment, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, when you get these extremely sharp positions where you just want to attack, you're not too worried as Black about losing a pawn because you get another open line. You're probably not going to get to an ending, so who cares about a pawn? But when you start playing passive moves, it kind of changes the trend. So I would have thought knight d5, which is a typical idea in the Sicilian, would have been certainly worth looking at. And this sacrifice we see many times in similar positions. And the point is, if you go pawn takes, I go pawn takes. We have ideas here, and we have this knight c6 move. These are the two big ideas. And you also have, the rook now coming in. This looks incredibly scary for Black.
It does, but Aravind doesn't seem to hesitate. He's just making the moves very, very quickly. Yeah. I agree with you. It's terrifying. Maybe you probably shouldn't, as Black, capture that knight on d5 if it were offered. But after c3, yeah. So here probably, well, how brave are you, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, taking with a bishop is another option. I guess the problem here is that you don't have that material advantage now, and maybe White has the same ideas. This knight c6, big idea, hitting here. I don't know if there's any easy way for Black to attack on these lines. You could try maybe something like this, but this knight at the worst can just drop back, threatening the queen. That's one way to deal with this threat and gain a tempo. Everything's about tempo in these positions. You don't want to give away tempo. So this looks very good for White. I'm actually very surprised that he didn't go knight d5. I mean, this could be the turning point. And
well, maybe he was just simply afraid of just actually letting that knight stand on d5. Because I agree, pawn takes d5 looked terrifying.
Yeah. So what?
So queen a5.
Okay, so queen a5.
Oh no, but that's also no good.
Yeah, I mean, I could just go king b1 now. Yeah. King b1 and just say, okay, I'm just going to wait. And what do you do? Because I can, I've got lots of useful moves here. I've got f5, blasting open, rook h8. I'd love to be White in this position. This position looks fantastic for White. I've even got e5 again, just trying to get straight through. Yeah, so c3's played. I mean,
c3 was played, and now it's on Aravind to find a move.
Still any result possible. And I always feel that when someone comes up with a new opening, a new idea, and takes immense risks, they kind of deserve to be rewarded for their brave play. It doesn't always work out that way. And the time situation is going to be important here. What is Black's next move in this position? I mean, again, this kind of knight here doesn't work now. I mean, if I go a5, I'm going to force you to play a good move, which is not what I want to do. I mean, is this a better version? Probably not. I'm still worried about the knight coming into d5 here, because I would have thought, okay, a5. I mean, the thing I find surprising about c3 is that if Black goes a5, I think you're forced to go knight d5, because I've got my bishop going to a6. I mean, I don't want to put the knight anywhere else. I can't put the knight anywhere else. Where would I put this? If I put it back on c2, bishop a6, and I've got the d3 square, and this is... well, it's still saying it's good for...
Is it too risky to capture on e4, Simon? Because...
I didn't even see that, I'll be honest. I just totally forgot about it.
Well,
Yeah, okay,
well, there's a horrible
let's have a look,
knight
yeah.
takes e6 at the end of it, but let's investigate.
Yeah. Okay, so key line here, I guess we take with the bishop. Oh, hello, maybe not. Look at that bar. Simon, you idiot. What are you doing?
But this knight takes e6 at the end of all of these things, so I'm not sure.
So let's have a look. Take here, take here, take here. I was thinking we could take here.
Oh, hang on a second.
I wanted
Look
to
at
take
that.
here. Oh, the bar. Just stay away, bar. This is my... Okay, let's go back. There's a better move here, and it is queen takes knight.
Okay.
That's the one. Yep, okay. That's the obvious one, right? Gotcha. Okay, so let's have a look. So bishop takes e4. Anyone in the crowd, what is the bar seeing that we're not seeing? Anyone see a good move for white here? There clearly is a good move, that or a good sequence. It is maybe it's something similar to what we just looked at, but a different. Knight e6. I think it is knight e6. Yeah, well spotted. I think if we just change the order, that's a common thing to do. If you see a tactic, it doesn't work. Change the order around, and knight takes e6 here. Still so complicated, but this looks good. I would love to play queen takes b4 here still. I mean, if you had a rook on d1, which you don't, but I would love something like this to work. And then here, but you've got king d1, right?
And there's a bishop on e3.
Oh, boo.
Otherwise, rook c1 would have been a beaut.
Okay, so knight takes e6. God, there's a lot to think about here.
No, I know, but even if you were to capture on e4 with the knight, you still have to think about...
This way, yeah?
Yeah, do it this way. Yeah, okay. But then the point is that after knight takes e6, queen takes knight.
Now we do this. Yeah.
Yeah, but are you still playing with fire?
The whole position is a light. It's completely...
I don't know what's happening here. Knight takes c3 is incoming, but then there's problems with black king too.
This is completely crazy. Now, let me just... I've seen an interest... It doesn't work. I wanted to go rook h8. I was looking at rook h8. This is how my stupid mind works. Knight takes here. I wanted to go check, but nothing is happening.
Then you wanted to go bishop to b6.
I wanted to go bishop b6 or something, but no, it doesn't work. Sorry, let's have a look at that again. So so we're thinking knight takes here, knight takes here as one option. It's probably a better move. So what suggestion do we have? Bishop takes e4 here. Okay, so if we take this one, don't worry about the evaluation bar. We might have to turn it off soon. We've got to analyze the evaluation bar.
It makes fools of us all, you know.
It makes fools of even the top players in the section, as we saw yesterday. So it's constantly mocking me, the evaluation bar. It doesn't like me at all. But I guess we just take back, do we?
Yeah.
And
no.
Oh dear. Queen e4. Okay, hitting the rook and hitting the knight.
Yep.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yep, and that was pretty clinical.
Yeah, well spotted, crowd. We need your help in this position. We haven't turned on the engine yet today, and I wonder if anyone can tell. But it's an absolutely bonkers position. Black hasn't played a move, so he must be thinking of this one. And knight to c6. You just want more chaos, don't you? Okay, so
Yeah, but this is a nice move, right?
it's a nice idea.
Queen b5, or is that?
So lovely idea there from the audience. You're coming up with some great moves today, and knight c6 is just the same idea, attacking the queen, but this way we're going for this one. And now the queen is on pre, so I would have thought you have to go queen b5. I'm always looking at sacrificing queens, but they just don't do it, Simon, because your valuation bar will tell you how bad you are.
Yeah.
So queen b5. Oh. Look at that.
Oh dear.
I guess we could just take on e4,
and take
right?
an e4, yeah.
And if you go d5, though, this is what I was wondering, then there's,
something.
Knight,
there you got knight a7.
Knight a7, and this is winning. Yeah, because you win at least the exchange in the game. Okay, but
It's a crazy position. I can understand why Aravind is really locking in, because he has to work out absolutely every single detail here. Because this is the kind of position, it's on fire, and you take a wrong turn, and that's it. You are busted. Simon, someone who could have been busted earlier on was Anish.
Yep.
We saw there was that moment where he should have gone queen takes, queen takes c6, and instead he played knight to e2. And knight e2, take a look at what happened when Sindarov made this move.
Oh, what, in the camera?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's shaking his head. Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. Cool, that is... So they both realised. Why is Sindarov laughing? He should be laughing because he just played the move. Did he? Oh, he shook his head as well.
Yeah, he's
that is amazing. So as soon as he played it, he realised it was a mistake. Anish, it's good to see a little bit of a laugh, isn't it?
But why is Anish laughing?
If only they're in this room looking at the evaluation bar, they'd be all over the shop. That is a great clip there, a brilliant clip.
Oh, did you see? Actually, take a look at Anish's reaction as well. This has got so many levels. Okay, so
wow.
He makes knight e2.
Yeah.
Anish comes back and goes, "What?"
Yeah. Dear, oh dear. And they both have a laugh.
Yeah.
So and look at poor Max in the background, thinking, "What is going on?" So okay, keep an eye on Max in the background. So Max is like, "Oh, go and have a look at Anish's game." He's like, "What are they laughing about?" And he's like, "What's happening?" And he, and he's like, "Whoa!" So,
oh, they're Jordan as well.
Jordan is joining in the fun. So they're all. You do not see that very often.
Some kind of mutual blindness.
Mutual blindness, which Anish definitely dodged a bullet there.
He did. He definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah, it was too much faith in his opponent.
Okay, Simon, we got to pay some attention to the game between Vladimir Fedoseev against Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, so it's so easy to get drawn into that exciting game, and I would love to spend most of my time on that Sicilian because it's so fascinating. But let's get up to date with the other games. I'm sure we'll come back to that. And we've got to cover all the games. So we got Vladimir, who had a very bad day yesterday. And Vincent had a very good day. So we have another d4. Every single game has started... No, Anish played c4, didn't he? But it started in this manner. No e4s. We had the Nimzo Indian. And now one of the most popular lines, so your pawns don't get doubled. And very sensible development. Black has to do something in the middle. And this is a line which has been played many, many times. Just normal developing moves. Black gets his pawn back. White gets the bishop to this good square. And now black trying to double pawns on c3. White avoiding the pawns being doubled. And some pieces come off. a6. It's possibly stopping anything coming here. All theory still, which I don't know that well myself. Knight e4. You know, you want to ideally plonk a knight into this square. So one idea would just be rook d1, put a knight right into the middle. Vincent's got the problem with his bishop. This is his problem piece at the moment. And black stops the knight ever coming to that square, and with another idea up his sleeve. c5. Okay, so getting a grip on the dart squares.
Also threatening to chase down this bishop, right? a3, b4 incoming.
Yeah, looks like a nice move. Queen c7, so saying I will win that pawn, take that pawn most likely. Rook c1, so if you do now take this pawn, your queen is defended, so I think you can go knight a4. That's a lot of pieces. Quite pretty, looking at that one. And you're going to win the pawn back and open up the file in that line, so that would be bad for black. So black now plays f5, and the knight now has to go somewhere. And, well, Vladimir is thinking where the knight's going to go. This is the current position as we see it.
Well, it's interesting because the knight doesn't have to move, Simon. You can go on the counter.
Oh, wow. Oh, you can go a3.
Yeah, you can go a3.
Right, yeah. Because if the knight moves, then black's going to take this pawn back.
With maybe even the queen.
To avoid knight a4.
Yeah.
So if we do move the knight, I'm not sure if we go d2 or even g5, but let's put it on d2. Bishop takes may well be a mistake because of this knight a4 idea we saw earlier, where we're going to take that one. Even this probably all right, but
yeah, but it kind of feels a bit smelly, doesn't it? You
it does.
feel like
queen takes is
yes.
much more natural, and well, black has won a pawn. Does white have enough compensation here? Maybe some compensation. I mean, you could even think about, yeah, the problem with the Dutch. Okay, who can remember the problem with putting the pawn on what did Yusupov say about putting the pawn on f5? Anyone in the audience? Remember?
I'm absolutely shocked, by the way, to hear Simon saying these words.
About the Dutch.
Because the very first time I did commentary with Simon, I kind of literally told you that. And you went, whatever.
Well, we all learn in life, don't we, Ivanka? Yeah, we all learn. Okay.
So sorry, I hijacked that.
No.
So yeah, what was the problem with playing the Dutch, guys? Sometimes the best move in the position is
putting the pawn back there.
Exactly.
Because it weakens your king. And here, maybe e4 gives some compensation.
Yeah.
But, and by the way, we've been told by our brilliant producer that the most amazing win that happened in the Dutch defense.
And we give a shout out to Tom, who pointed this out.
Happened in 2012. And it was Gelfand with the white pieces against Nakamura. Nakamura playing the Dutch. I can't remember that. It must have been a Leningrad Dutch, I'm guessing that one, because that's the only Dutch that he can't. So every game in the Dutch, black's won.
Yeah, literally.
Every single game.
Fabi played it, won.
Won. Who else played it last time? Someone else played it and won.
Nakamura won. Van Whaley won.
Van Whaley won.
Yes.
So why isn't everyone playing this great opening? The best opening in the world.
It is a good opening. It's quite funny because I remember, again, back in 2017 when we first started working together, that I was like so anti the Dutch. And then as soon as I said those words...
Nice. They're all here. Cool. Be careful what you say. You're not going to be able to get out the hall. You know, so, look at that. They're turning. They're turning. I know you mean the chess. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. The Dutch opening.
Yeah.
Okay,
just the opening. And I got crushed in quite a few games after saying that. So I thought, well, there goes some karma. I shouldn't laugh at certain openings. And then I suddenly got a lot of respect for the Dutch.
Good to hear.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Yeah. Yay.
Yeah, there you go. Dutch opening. Yovi, Dutch opening. I keep making that mistake.
Good. You've recovered.
Yes.
I have to say. So yeah, it is an interesting middle game, and f5, like we say, we play. I kind of like your idea of just keeping it, but we're going to lose this pawn, whatever, aren't we? Okay, we have some moves. What have we got? We got queen b3, so this is another way to counterattack. This is quite clever because the rook now is going to cause many issues. So if black's got to be very careful here because the problem is black's pieces are horrendously placed on the back rank. They're very passive. So if black can't win a pawn, black's going to be, with his back against the wall. And if you do take the pawn, this looks suicidal, but let's just see what the move is. I'm even thinking a knight d5 here. But what is the big problem with this? Grabbing the pawn, and there's bound to be a big problem. What is it, though?
Well, I thought at the very least you can go like knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And now after you take, I get my pawn back with check. This is one way. There might be a better move, but this is going to be good enough. And a position like this is tremendous for white. I mean, look at all your pieces. All your pieces on the back rank. So this would be practically winning for white. So you can't take the pawn. And Vincent has therefore just moved the bishop back. But now, if this is not going to be an option, he could be in trouble. And it looks very risky doing that. So let's say I have to move my knight. Or do I? Yeah, I probably have to. Let's put it over here. And if black can't take this, I do not like black's position, because next I'm going like knight here or something similar.
Well, let's try and take it.
Let's try and take it. Yeah, of course.
And
I want to throw this knight somewhere. Where do I throw it? At my opponent's head?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever witnessed that or done that to your opponent before? No, don't look at me like that. No, I'm sure you wouldn't throw the knight at your opponent's head. No. No, I'm just thinking that Hikaru did it. He threw the queen at the crowd, but he was told to do it, and it was.
Okay.
It was like
okay.
yeah.
So I thought you were going to say Hikaru threw the queen at his opponent's head.
No,
No,
not that I know
that.
of. No.
Okay.
Is there? It was a lot of show anyway. It was
yeah.
show. It was
I
show.
mean, he was told that
it wasn't in any bad taste whatsoever. So
no.
just to clarify
the very
that.
problem though with throwing things like that into the crowd is it's quite hard. You could do some damage.
I mean, if he'd have taken a little kid out,
I know
that could have been taking an eye out of a 5-year-old.
Yeah,
could have been problems. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm actually thinking I might want rooks. I want to put the knight on one of these two squares. This is the way I'm thinking. I really love to get my knight to e7, but if I go knight d5...
I like knight d5.
Yeah. You have to go queen here, because otherwise I'm going to check and win the bishop, right?
Yes.
So you have to play here.
Yeah.
There's nowhere else. I mean, for example, here, check, and I win a piece minimum. Minimum's enough. So you have to go here. And now, how do you follow this up? We have...
Does
someone say
rook?
Okay, like rook here. Oh,
I like that.
This one. We have a good crowd today, and the very calm and collected rook d1. The pea soup crowd, pea soup power is coming into play, and this threatens a knight jump, winning. And if you take this one, I just go rook takes, and black's position completely collapses. I'm amazed the evaluation bar is not higher, because you've got discovered check, you're threatening the queen, you're threatening the bishop, you're threatening you're threatening everything, literally every single thing. For example, this might be the only reason it's not game over. Queen b4, still got to be good, right? How is this winning though? I can go rook takes a5.
But then queen takes b3.
Pawn takes and white's better. So this is the way I'm just going to be better, because again, look at these pieces. They're really bad. And bishop d5 coming.
Yeah, and
this is
really quite horrible, because you're going to have to probably protect the d5 square.
Yeah.
But that will come at the cost of maybe the f5 pawn.
Yeah. This is
so it's not great for Vincent to capture on c5 directly, but he can do something, like he can try and start a beat back, like h6.
h6. Okay, so kicking my knight away, it makes a lot of sense.
And now knight.
I'm even thinking about this now.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of sacrifice which you've got to look at. But it probably okay. Let's have a look. They're not my pieces. So And if you take, and obviously the evaluation bar is telling me I'm an idiot. Oh, hello. Say I'm not such an idiot now. My idea was check. The king has to go here. We check here probably.
Mhm.
And now if you go king here, I can take again. This I'm only sacrificing because of the position of my opponent's pieces. My opponent's pieces are so bad that I don't mind being a piece down, and I've got even b4 at some point. So this is just unclear, but it's not the best line. And funnily enough, the computer does indicate after knight d5, black should not take this one. And the only other thing I can see is this, right? No, he can't do that.
No, he
What
got
am I-
knight e7.
So what are we missing here? What is not queen d8?
Yeah,
And-
queen,
and-
queen
and then
d8, and
both
then
knights are on
both
through.
knights.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
All right, okay, so if h6, I've got to be more sensible. I've got to retreat. Now, where do I go? Now, f3 is the logical move, but I could try...
I think you should go knight h3.
Yeah.
Because this is a common idea, like against the Dutch, you put your knight on f4.
Yeah, and I keep the bishop open.
Yep.
And again, okay, so what I'm thinking, Ivanka, is if black can't take this pawn, black is in serious trouble. Because, or play b6. The only other way, black's got to break out somehow. Otherwise, I just don't like black's position. Can you take it now?
Well, let's try and take it.
Okay, so let's take it. And
Let's
here.
try and do the same business.
So if we go knight d5,
Yeah.
we threatened this one. So queen here, and now rook d1 was that clever move that the audience pointed out.
Mhm.
So let's try it again, see if it makes any difference, having white's knight in a more passive square. And I've got so many ideas with my knight now. Maybe you have to take, we take, you have to go queen here. And if we do the same thing again, well, it's still a very nice advantage to white, because Ivanka has correctly pointed out that the knight is on a very good route. It's equal material, but black's pieces...
Just not very good. You
Really
can't move
bad.
that knight from e8 because the white rook will land on c7.
Yeah, this one's coming. You got black's pawns are also weak, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're double pawns here, but that's not really a worry. These pawns are much more, and there's so many holes for this knight to come into. G6, D5. There's too many holes. So this is actually really bad. So after bishop here, knight G5 just looks like a good move. Black may as well throw this in, but what else can black try? The only other thing I can see is B6, and I just want to break this grip.
This was interesting because I was thinking, is it possible to go c6?
Okay, let's try it. So C6. Very interesting idea. And if I take it,
Yeah.
now...
And here I was torn between like coming in with a knight to f4 or just putting the pressure immediately
Yeah.
on c6.
You could also play some weird... Oh, you got B5. I was thinking about this bishop. We saw the game yesterday, Arjun versus Pragg, where Pragg basically lost the game because his bishop was so offside. So, but I don't think that's the most important thing here.
Let's try knight f4,
Okay.
improve the worst place piece.
Attacking E6.
Mhm.
We're a pawn down here.
But not
with
for
white,
long.
But not for long. We're going to get the pawn back. We've got loads of pressure. The more I look at this, the more I like white's position. It really is looking nice. So I think Vladimir's got everything he could have asked for out of the opening, and Vincent is trying his best, but he's in some danger here. In danger with this pawn scoping down. And the other thing I will point out that if black plays, let's just say, a quiet move like knight f6, the reason I wasn't liking this position was because of knight a4. And now you can't ever play b6 because I take it and I win, as simple as that. And how do you break out after knight a4? Can you play d6? Maybe, but then you have lots of weaknesses. I have both my rooks coming in. This looks, I was going to say lost for black even though the evaluation bar doesn't say it's lost. It looks really bad. Let's move on, Ivanka.
Yeah.
Where would you like to go? Or should we ask the crowd, maybe?
Yeah,
Where you wanna
let's
go?
put the question to the crowd. I mean, do we want to follow some of our local heroes in the challenges? Alina, Erwin, Max?
Okay. So should we, what do we have there? Any suggestions? So, Jordan. Okay.
Jordan van Foreest. Okay, so
Yeah, Jordan.
he is black against Gukesh, and
Oh,
I
yeah, of
got
course,
good
this game.
news for the crowd because Jordan looks like he's doing relatively well. But this is, huh? Because when relatively, that was
very English.
It is very English. I had to make a split-second decision.
You're covering all angles there.
I was trying to count the pawns because sometimes it's easy. I thought at first it looked like Jordan was a pawn up, but I don't think he is.
So yeah, I mean, it was this. It's actually called the Harry attack or something.
Yeah.
This one as well. I mean, and a very interesting position, and we were trying to work out how it would proceed. And White does just bring his knight out, and Jordan now a good move. This knight is probably better than the bishop, and I think Black wants to take the knight in these positions because it's a lot about the dart square control, and this knight gives extra control to the dart square. So Black positionally wants to get rid of that knight. Also, the bishop is not very good because White's pawns cramp that bishop. It's not a good piece. So now castles, and he probably doesn't take it now, does he? Let's see. I'm surprised that knight g5 wasn't played here, just to avoid that. And I want to get rid of my light square bishop because it's also a bit cramped. So that would have been what I played, but okay, I'm not the world champion. So so we went here, and now he didn't take it, of course. So knight g5 is still there. Surprised. Here, he did take it. Wow, good, I'm relieved. And now knight to c6, and you can see that this is Black's plan. White's plan, on the other hand, is he's got more space. He's got this Maroczy bind we mentioned earlier, so he's going to try to use that space, use the two bishops, and expand. Possibly with b4 later on. Knight d5 is the main idea. Knight d5 played immediately. You could have been a bit more patient with that move, but Gukesh thinks it's good to be played here. And now queen d4. Wow. A move that I would never have considered myself. Looking at grabbing a pawn, but also trying to possibly exchange queens, because now Gukesh has the option. If he moves the bishop, the queens will come off. And he does. He moves the bishop. And this is getting quite complex. Does Jordan take the queen? Probably not.
No, he doesn't.
He takes on b2. Brave play. Very brave play from Jordan. I mean, Jordan has gone pawn grabbing with his queen.
Yeah. And actually, it looks like he's going to get away with it.
Okay.
And the pawns on c4 and a2 are going to be very weak for White, but Gukesh has a lot of activity to compensate. So how did Gukesh continue?
So he plays rook b1, and now Jordan's in for a penny, in for a pound, and he's got to grab another pawn, because otherwise that one's going to drop without really anything in return. So he grabs that pawn, Gukesh, and queen a6, the queen is now making its retreat. Queen b1. We get to the current position. Knight takes knight. Pawn takes. The knight comes into d4, and this is a would be very nice for Jordan if he can grab that bishop, destroying Black's kingside, and he's a pawn up. On the other hand, Gukesh will most likely win that pawn back, as he does. He takes on e7. Rook e8. Not grabbing the bishop straight away. That knight is also very nice there, so you don't need to do it immediately. The bishop comes back. It's equal material. That queen is just going crazy. It jumps back into the action with a threat of grabbing on f3. I like Black's position at the moment. The bishop hints at taking that knight. And here comes a big, big pawn. That pawn getting closer to becoming queen. And this is where we are. So this position. It's certainly, I would say, gone in Jordan's favor, the last sequence of moves. He did this brave pawn grab, which you wouldn't always consider grabbing a pawn like that. You kind of ruled it out because the activity, but he did it. And you know, fortune does favor the brave. And Jordan, a very brave player. And his plan is quite simple. You know, he wants to get the queen out of the way and just use his passed pawn. If he gets it that far, combined with the bishop, very, very dangerous.
It is incredibly dangerous, but at the same time, the black queen doesn't have too many squares. And I just wanted to point out, just to piggyback on what you were saying, you know, this knight on d4 is so strong. That's why Jordan is really reluctant to go knight takes f3.
Yeah.
Because this bishop on f3, it ain't good.
Yeah, good point. I mean, the bishop on f3 is a terrible piece. I think we spoke about having pawns on a certain color earlier, and we mentioned that even in the Maroczy bind, white had the pawns on light squares, and that means your light square bishop can often get trapped behind those pawns, and that's the case here. The light square bishop is bad, but the dark square bishop could be pretty good because it can travel around them. So Jordan doesn't want to exchange off his good knight for the bad bishop, even though it does cause a little bit of damage to the king side. The damage is not that worrying for white. White can just consolidate his king. So if Jordan can get his queen somewhere good and push the a-pawn, he should be doing very well, but that's easier said than done, right?
Also, Gukesh is active too. Gukesh, you know, could come in with the rook to c1, rook c7.
Yep.
And then start asking questions to the queen as well as targeting f7. So I still feel this is really double-edged.
Yep. Yeah, no, it definitely is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the simple idea of these two and thinking, yeah, I really like black's position, but it's not that clear because white does have the good rook. White does have the potential, as Jovanka said, of bringing the other rook into the position. And the black queen is not on the ideal square. I'm not sure where the ideal square would it even be. There's nowhere really that safe for the queen.
Also, could you even think about locking out the queen? I'm just thinking some bishop takes knight at some point, rook b3.
Here.
And the answer is no.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the queen's trying to get to c5.
Yeah.
And this might.
I think the king side is just too weak. No, because I was thinking at a later point, not necessarily now, but say like with a rook on c1.
Rook on c1, and then trying to cause some problems. Yeah.
But in fact, let's see. Rook c1 is the most natural move, in my opinion.
It might be worth just showing why this is so bad for white, because white would love to get rid of that knight, so capturing it is an option. But then if you compare the two bishops, I think it's easy to see why black's has a big advantage here. This bishop can't really get anywhere. The only dream it can do is getting there. But black's bishop has all these diagonals and, you know, is really open, really, really good. So rook c1 looks very logical, and we'd love to get that rook to the 7th rank. This is Gukesh's advantage.
So black is going to go, nope, not going to allow that. So rook c8.
Let's say this rook, so the rook stays behind the pawn. And now what to do? I mean, Gukesh is such a tactical player. I'm looking at rook here, but I just don't think it. Then the e5 idea, but that doesn't work.
What about bishop takes? No. Bishop takes knight. Rook takes rook. Check.
Oh.
Whoa.
It'd be nice if it worked, because you'd want to get the rook to c6.
Yeah, rook to c6 was the big dream, but okay. Yeah. Rook c7. You can't have them all.
Okay, so if we go rook c7, black is able to swap off one rook, and he could even now play something like, could he play queen b4?
Yeah, queen b4.
And
it's annoying. I'll give you that.
And this kind of ending, just to show the ending.
Yeah, there's a runner.
Well, rook b7, we should get behind the pass pawn, loses somehow.
Well, there's rook a1 check.
Ah, yeah. You got a tactic, right? Here.
Yeah.
Here,
and this is like shades of Sindarov Gukesh yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you come up, it's checkmate.
Yeah.
And if you play g3,
knight takes bishop.
Knight takes here. So if you can't play rook, I mean, just to demonstrate one line, this ending shows the dangers of the position that Gukesh has if he's not careful, because the pawn on the A file, okay, it's moved to the B file, but it's so dangerous. Where's white's pawn? You know, white's extra pawn is here, and that's useless to, you know, become a queen. You're never easily going to play E5. So rook C7 doesn't seem to be the move. Can I just look at this rook C6? Let's just have a look at rook c6. It doesn't work. Okay. I was just wondering if I could play rook c6 with the idea of, in this position, playing e5. Actually, the valuation has changed, and I wanted to do this with combinations of trying to cause some problems. So,
well, rook c1, by the way, was played by Gukesh, so we might be seeing an idea like this on the board. So I like your rook c6 idea.
well, let's have a look. So rook c6, I'm trying to get the initiative, and I don't want to just defend.
Can you go rook takes rook, though?
If you go rook takes rook, well, I'll try to do the same or similar thing. And I'm trying to bring this piece to life, really. And if you take with a knight, I might even try to bring it to life like this.
Mm-hmm. And then
Or
knight
actually, even better, can I still go e5? Well, then knight takes, right?
Knight takes. And then I've got knight takes bishop check
Yeah.
at the end of it.
Okay. It probably doesn't work, this line, but you have to keep on guard for this idea.
And what about if you were to go rook takes rook?
Right. Rook takes rook, rook takes.
And just go rook.
b8 or
Yeah, rook b8, rook c7. Which can I go rook c7? Can I try and be flash?
Oh, rook c7. We like it. We like it. The bar doesn't.
The bar thinks it's a terrible move.
Yeah, it's a nice idea. Rook takes rook. Queen here. Queen here. Okay. What is the big problem here?
Oh, I think it's always the same problem with the bishop coming to.
Yeah, same problem. Yeah,
Yeah,
someone did say that.
it's
Didn't
literally.
They? Yeah, the same problem that we've.
Shame on us.
We have Queen A1 at the end, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well spotted, crowd. So so you could try Rook B8.
Yeah.
The problem with these positions is
same
as
problem.
with the A pawn.
Yeah.
And if you don't have any way to annoy the black king, you're going to lose because this will become a
And,
queen.
and this bishop is so bad on f3. Okay, so
bad.
Gukesh, in actual
What does he play here
problems.
then?
Okay, so maybe he has to.
What is Rook F7? That's a better way of doing it.
Yeah.
Nice. Same idea, but without losing the king, which is always a good way to play. Rook F7. That's the move. Okay. Look, it's getting very interesting here. The position is with Rook C1 there was played, and we'll come back to that very shortly. We're going to take a break now. We got Tom coming in to give you some stuff in the crowd, and another great day of chess. Brilliant games going on, exciting games going on, lots of attacking stuff, which, it's a good day.
It's been a great start to day 2. We're going to go on a break, and we'll see you in a few minutes. are back with day 2 of Tata Steel, and we are here with a packed house. We're cheering every single move. We're exploring all the possibilities. Yeah, we're having all the fun here in the Café del Zon. And what a start we've had. We already had one draw between Bluebaum and Hans Niemann. We've had little blunders. We've had excitement. We've also had some crazy positions, which almost feels impossible to break down, Simon.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a great day of chess so far. And thank you to the crowd again. You know, I like seeing the pea soup and the beers flowing. So that's all good. And we'll get back into the action. Now, what game shall we start with? There's so much to look at. We were just looking at Vladimir's game. Maybe we could just update that one very quickly because it's gone a little bit similar to what we expected. We had F5 being played, but rather than going forwards with the knight came back to D2. And in actual fact, this is very, very logical because there's a lovely square for the knight on C4, which would hit the bishop and hit some holes. So now Vincent tried to escape the bind that his pieces are in. I mean, look at those pieces. They're still asleep in bed there. They need to get up, get into action. And the battle is really, can we stop as white those pieces making an entrance into the game? And we had quite an amazing move here. So black is one move away from being fine. If black is able to capture, release the rook, that would be okay. If white has to take that one and the bishop suddenly gets on a good diagonal, black is going to be okay. If black is able to put the bishop here, black is going to be okay. So what did white play? Boom! What a move that is, Ivanka.
Yep. And I'm pleased to say that us and our lovely folks all saw that idea before. Knight D5, a slam it there on the board. And did he take?
He did, yep. So Vincent thought he had to take that one. The queen now comes in with check. So Vladimir has sacrificed the piece. He is a piece down. And, well, after king H8, which would be the normal response here, what is Vladimir's idea? He's a piece down. He needs to play a good move here. What is the idea here? So it's not as clear to me as it was before.
Well, presumably it's c takes b6.
Yep. So this is forcing. We attack the queen. So the queen has to now capture here. And it's just knight c4.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Putting the spell on the queen and the bishop.
Yeah. And this knight d2. What a move that was. And the aim is to simply win the piece back whilst keeping all the advantages we saw. So whilst keeping black's pieces in the back rank, whilst keeping a lot of holes, black's pawns are fragmented. They're all over the shop. And this is looking very, very good for white. If I was black here, I've got to move the queen. This is forced. Where do I move the queen? I probably want to swap off queens now. So let's try queen b5. Let's just give this a go, see how the position could develop here. I'm hoping to play this, but I don't think I ever can because the bishop's on pre.
Yeah.
So I simply go knight takes a5, and you can never grab on b2. Originally, I thought black could do something like this, but it's impossible because rook takes c8. And look at black's pieces in a position like this. Black is in a world of pain, and white's also a pawn up. It's a pawn up with a good position. So this is really on the verge of disaster for Vincent. I mean, he's got to either play rook f7 or king here. I can't see rook f7 being a big improvement. So let's have a look at this one more time. And it's a forcing line as well. It looks, to my eyes, that black can't do anything else. I'm going to take this one. I'm attacking your queen. So you have to play here.
So you have to take the pawn, right? Knight c4.
So what can Vincent do?
Well. What about queen e6?
Okay, so queen e6, I've got...
Nope.
Well, I think, you know what? I think this position could just be lost for black. I think it's as simple as that. Because you have to move your queen. Well, I mean, I say you have to. You can't do this, can you? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe actually you can. Let's go knight f6. Keep the bishop pair.
So I'm trying to start a counter-attack. This is at least bringing one of those pieces out of its hibernation and into the game.
And now there's rook takes b2 at the end of it.
Yeah,
So
this is a much better line. So if we do the same thing again that we did before, and
rook takes b2 is now possible because the rook is awake on f8.
yeah. So this is now equal material. If we did get to this, there's a major problem that black has with the bishop in this position. Black's pawn's still bad. Knight c4 has been recommended, and I really like that idea. That's a fantastic idea. Really, yeah, we've got some great players in the audience here. And the point with knight c4 is to try and embarrass the bishop. So let's say you go rook takes something. Maybe you have to, no, I don't think that helps. Knight d6, and the bishop is lost. You can't defend the bishop. I'm going to grab that bishop, win the game. So what can possibly happen here? Do you have to go all the way back? But then you're just in such a passive position.
It's still really miserable after knight d6.
I think it's just lost. I mean, you can't move hardly any of your pieces. Maybe there's something better, but this position is grim.
It is really unpleasant for Vincent.
Yeah.
So Vincent, very
trouble.
much on the back foot there. Let's go over to Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Pragg, because this was one of our marquee matchups. But there's been so much excitement on the other boards that we haven't really done this one justice. So we left it all the way back when h6 got played. And
sorry. Yeah.
yeah, and here we were like, well, white has to actually start putting some pressure on the black position with either queen b3 or some kind of knight h4, bishop d3 idea. So let's quickly whiz through the opening and see how Nodirbek tried to eke out a small advantage.
So white decides to swap the bishops off, and the main idea behind this is that the white knight gets the f5 square without the knight being captured. So bishop d3, and now we have the exchange of bishops. White's gained this square. First of all, he plays this queen b3, annoying that pawn. Pragg says, okay, I'm not worried about that one. A little bit surprised to see this move, but okay, we'll see if white ever captures on b7. Doesn't get the opportunity to capture. More of a positional game now, gaining space with a4. Black, on the other hand, has a solid structure with c6. Okay, the pawn keeps motoring down. White never managed to get his knight into f5, so this seems like Pragg has gained a little bit from the last couple of moves.
Right, and the knight is very much offside on h4. Yes, it's although the plans that I mentioned, like this Pillsbury idea of putting a knight onto e5, not possible. Is the ideal square for the white knight would actually be on d3. We saw this yesterday in Gukesh's game. You know, on d3, it's the perfect location because it eyeballs e5, c5, and from there you can just orchestrate either a kingside attack or advancing on the queen side. So I think that h6 from Pragg has worked a treat.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, Pragg's got a decent middle game. He's not worse. He hasn't got any weaknesses. Neither side has any weaknesses, to be fair. But we're now into a maneuvering part of the game.
But Simon, check out their head-to-head there in the middle. Would you have thought that actually they have a very unbalanced score between them? Pragg winning four games to Nordirbek's 1.
Yeah, so Pragg's kind of got his number a little bit. I mean, how do you find that, Jovanka, when you play someone who has a big score against you? A big, I've had players who've got David Howe, for example, has got plus 400 against me or something, and he's really hard to play. He just stops any of my tactics and wins the ending. I mean, it's hard, right? Because you've got that barrier, to overcome. And some styles they clash, So some styles one style will always be better against the other one, and maybe that's working here for Pragg. He improves his king, very patient, and we get to the current position. So now we see, okay, some changes. Black gets the knight to that lovely square, very similar to what Gukesh did yesterday. This is the one problem with Pragg's position. It's a bit of a weakness, but he's aiming to get rid of that at some point maybe, or just play around that square. Stopping knight c4.
They're very important.
And we now have some more maneuvering. Jovanka mentioned this idea, and that knight is heading to a better square. So black breaks, gets rid of that weakness, tries to activate the pieces. We have some more exchanges occurring, and the current position is here, rook b5 being played.
Yeah.
Equal material, Jovanka. Has either side got an edge here, do you think?
We kind of feel like white has now got the edge because of this a6 pawn.
Yeah.
I was a little bit... I wondered whether black could get active, but no, black decided to hold on to b4. Well, first up, you've got to think about what happens after rook a4.
Just trying to win the
yeah,
pawn.
just because I'm greedy like that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. If you can win a pawn, win the pawn.
I mean, is there ideas such as knight c4?
Knight c4, wow.
No, it doesn't work. Okay.
It's a nice idea, trying to just cause some problems with this. And
yes.
Jovanka's idea, I like it, but I think you might be able to go rook takes there. Doesn't quite work. We'll go back to the game. We have one more move, f3 played. I think the issue with rook a4 was maybe knight e4, because if you take on b4, I can get rid of your dangerous pawn, or after the rook comes here, we have some exchanges and the knight will most likely win a pawn. So f3 stopping that concept, and also now the king has a natural way in. The d-pawn's also weak, we should mention that. It's a weak d-pawn, so I think white's a little bit better.
Right.
Yeah.
Although, do you have to mention that I haven't quite given up on my knight c4 idea. Like, it's still very much...
Should we try it?
Yes.
They're not our pieces, Jovanka.
They're
Just
not
remember
our
that.
pieces,
They're not
yes.
our pieces. They're the players. Oh, it actually works. Knight c4. I like it. we're getting a little bit paranoid about the evaluation bar, I think, here. Any time we suggest a move, it seems to call us idiots, because we're not using the engine today for some reason. Don't know why. And this is a very interesting idea that Jovanka's jumped upon.
Well, okay, so if you don't take the knight, knight d2 is going to be the next one.
So let's see what happens if you play the critical move. If
take
you,
it.
If you
and I will take it, and I will say there's two lovelies that are going forward.
They are very near becoming a queen, and the knight is not very good at defending against two connected passed pawns unless it can get a blockade. I mean, I'd even be thinking of trying to just go for a draw, trying to get a drawn or draw-ish position by...
Okay, so try keep the knight, though.
Yeah, let's try keeping knight. So I don't know where I put it. It's
I don't know either. I was hoping that you come up with a good square.
I don't know. Well, let's put it somewhere. Let's put it... The problem is, if I put it on b2,
I go
you gain
c3.
a tempo. If I put it over here, I'm going the wrong way. If I go here, you go b3.
Yeah.
Let's show that, and that looks... Oh, I mean, I can try it according to the computer, but... Okay, let's go for this, because I'm going to aim for this blockade. So you go b3, and now my knight comes here, trying to blockade those pawns. But I can go b2. You probably have to go rook here, and I want to stop your knight getting here.
You go rook b3.
So I go rook b3.
And this is scary.
I think this is going to liquidate to a drawn ending, because what's most likely going to happen, let's say I go king here, you go here, I'm going to take this one. I have to take it. I've got no choice. And we get into...
Well, you could try and blockade, Simon. Although, no. Actually, let's show what happens if white tries to be really ambitious with knight to d4. Well, then rook a3. And oh dear. Oh no.
Something even better than rook a3, which is surprising. Because rook a3 looks so... But you're not threatening to take my rook, are you? Because I go c2.
Maybe it's just rook b... Rook b4.
Rook b4. Threatening rook takes knight. And now knight c2. And now, where does the rook go? I mean, these are not doing anything except for defending.
Maybe you just go for the a pawn.
Rook b6. And also this one, yeah? This is maybe even more important coming into d2.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shows you how tricky these pawns are. I mean, I expect if Pragg plays this move, White will have to eventually give up the knight for the pawns. Let's show that line where White does give up the knight for the pawns, and you're very likely to get an ending like this, where it's going to be equal on pawns because the A pawn drops. And this is a drawn ending because White has the extra pawn on the king side. So this is potentially a variation that could occur if Black goes to knight c4. But knight c4 I really like. Very clever idea. And the only other thing you could try is this, but knight d2 on the surface feels very scary. Just going for the b pawn.
Apparently this is not
I think,
good.
I think we have rook a4.
And then knight takes b3.
So knight takes b3. I want this, and I want to, in the end.
But then after that, you got.
I mean, we had this yesterday in one of the games. We got to an ending. It was so tactical, and I think something like this is roughly even, right? Because you know the pawns are going to get exchanged, but there's a lot of play here. It might not look like there's much going on, but there is. So we'll come back to this one. I really want to go to that. The game of the day, I think, is that crazy Sicilian. Can we go back there and have a little look?
Yeah, let's head back there immediately because it is fire on the board. Pandemonium is happening. I mean, when we left it with c3 being a mistake, that was just awarded by our engine. And Aravind played. He took on e4. Ooh. He's brave. He's brave, but he really was like walking into the lion's pit here.
Yes, I mean, I think at this stage you have to be brave. I mean, you can't go safe here. It's impossible because White's going to keep coming forwards with very easy moves. So you have to try doing something like this. And then knight came back to c2. So we were looking at the knight coming the other way. We had an audience member suggesting this more aggressive move, which looked like a good plan. But knight c2 keeps everything defended. So this is a very solid move. You know, it defends the king against any line with the rook here. And now the knight came back. So Black said, I've won a pawn, I'm coming back. Maybe not the best move according to the computer, but these positions are so hard to play. And look at this move. This move has been hovering for a long time. Now, what is the move, audience? How are you getting on today? Everyone good? Anyone see the move? It's White to play, and it's on the board in the corner, so you can probably see it. And it is the knight jumping back into d5. And that is a big square for the knight with ideas against the king. So the first thing's clear. You can't take that one because bishop c5 is a discovered check, and we win the queen. So knight d5, and the time situation, very interesting as well. They're not getting an increment before move 40, are they, Ivanka?
No, they're absolutely not. And just to update you on a set of results, draw between Gukesh and Jordan. We were going to have to show everyone how that one played out.
Right.
But 2 draws so far, but we do have to deep dive into this knight d5.
Yeah, we'll deep dive to this, and then we go back to Jordan's game, who we thought had a bit of an edge, but Gukesh must have found this very clever rook s7, I think. But this is the current position, and we're only on move 22, so there's 18 moves to make. So that means that, you know, Yazkan has to make a move every 45 seconds, roughly, to avoid losing on time. But White has the initiative. White is coming towards the Black king. Can Black hold off here? And can Black generate some counter chances?
Did you see the video, by the way, where they were asking the competitors here, would they prefer a pawn up or time trouble? Like they're having the better position, but in time trouble.
Oh, so they get the extra pawn, but they're in time
they're
trouble.
In time
no,
trouble.
I didn't see that, but what do they say?
They said they'd rather be up that extra pawn, and in time trouble.
Yeah.
It was like, they're
greedy,
cool.
Greedy.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's nowadays, like, because there's so much blitz online, all of these players probably play bullet chess. You know, they play all this quick time limits, so they're so used to playing, like, moves very quickly, right?
Yes.
So it doesn't scare them so much. I mean, I like this idea of having no increment. Some players get incredibly nervous, but these guys don't. They're such, you know, hardened warriors that they don't feel the nerves, you know, as much as some players do. I remember I was playing a game in England just while we look at this position, and I was playing a player, and he was so nervous in time trouble. He was a queen and a rook up, but I didn't resign because he was so nervous. And he couldn't move the piece because his hand was shaking. And he moved his king into check. So you can't do that, so I got extra time. And then he did exactly the same move again.
Oh no, so he lost.
He moved it into check twice. So he lost the game. So
oh dear.
he just got too nervous. But what does black play here then? So
you have to move the queen.
Yeah, I mean, or you take the knight with the bishop. I mean, that knight is very strong.
Okay, let's take it.
Let's take it. Let's get rid of that knight. And now white will take back.
And now
we have to find a plan.
I'm a little bit concerned that there's going to be some terrible stuff happening with like f5, g6.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. And even bishop takes e6 because of this. But
yes.
There's a lot of dangerous ideas here. I mean, f5 is a way to bust through. You could just play bishop d4 first, so you increase this one. You've got rook h8 as an idea. White's got so many ideas here. So if black takes this one, black has to generate counterplay here. Black can't just wait and try to defend. How does black generate? So I'm going to try queen here. So I'm not even threatening that pawn, but I'm... Okay, so...
rook b8.
Rook b8, another very natural
nice move. Threatening queen takes b2.
Yeah. And if I play b4, which...
Before you get into trouble.
Yeah. And I'm getting greedy here. So I'm just trying to take that one.
Yeah.
You still can't take my bishop. Remember, you can never take this one because of the discovered attack. And maybe b4 just wins because I'm going to take that one. You've only got a check. And my king comes to d2. I remember I saw a lot of games of Anand, and he was probably one of the best players ever to play the white side of the Sicilian, and he played very sharp chess. And Anand often allowed this kind of thing to happen, where he'd just calculate his king was quite safe here. A lot of people avoid that out of principle, but I think b4 is just good here.
I also agree.
And it's just doing
the job. But b4 could even be the response to a move like queen a5 as well.
Yeah, so I was wondering about this. So I was wondering, does b4 just win here, or is there any way I can do anything? And my queen has no ways in, so I don't think I have an answer. And this is why, we have a long think here, because black has some serious problems to solve.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the white king completely safe.
It is. This
the knight's best friend.
What if you go king d8? So king d8.
What about b4?
Well, I'm going to grab that bishop. I mean, king d8's not the move I want to play, but I'm trying to create a counter, some threat against your bishop at least this way. Maybe my king doesn't seem very safe over there either. Wherever the black king goes, it's not safe. Doesn't matter.
Well, okay. Needs must, huh?
Yeah, needs must. We've got to do something. The logical move now would be to move the bishop. There could be something better here.
Where should it go, though? It's not clear. Let's put it back on f.
Yeah, so the problem... Okay, let's put it back somewhere over here.
Somewhere, yeah.
And now, if I'd love to play d5 to try and block out, but this b4, maybe there's some way we can get counterplay there.
Well, now we can go queen a5. At least if b4 comes, at least you're going to take king on a2. Exactly.
Does it work? So let's play like Anand. Let's not be scared of the queen coming. Let's just call your bluff. b4.
Well, that's fine. I'll take it, and I will say woohoo.
Take this one. And now you can try knight takes.
Yes.
Hoping for an attack.
Or, yes, I'm threatening knight b3.
Yeah.
And you have to walk a little bit of a tightrope. Maybe you can go king d2.
King d2, or I might just get rid of your dangerous knight here and go king d2.
Yeah.
So let's say I take this one, rook takes and king d2. Whoa, don't go down too far. Okay. I nearly got it right.
Well, I guess there's no threat, so you can probably go rook h8.
Rook h8. Okay, let's just put the rook there. Yeah.
Although, you know, one would still feel a little bit nervous. Rook takes c3.
Okay, but there's no threats here either, is there? If I take this one,
King e7.
and now I get my rook as near to my king as I can to defend.
Yeah, there's no rook b3 at the end of the day.
No.
Yeah.
This check is only a check. I can bring the rook back or
Well,
move my king.
The
probably.
knight is. Yeah, king. Yeah, this
okay.
is good.
So this is why black is having a major think, because black's got to find a way to stay in the game.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, okay, you can go king e7. So we can go into that line again and
Yep.
see whether black can mix it up by
so
giving.
we're looking at this move, and the bishop
This
now
bishop-
coming back, and now black trying to start a counter-attack, and black coming in and grabbing this pawn, white getting greedy, white getting rid of that dangerous knight, and now the rook comes in, and now just defending this one and getting off the pin. So king here with bishop g7 as a way to get another piece into the attack. And, you know, to the human eye, if we turned off the engine, this would be very unclear, I think, because these two moves seem to give
The problem,
some
though, is
pressure.
that black's king is not very safe either.
No.
You have queen e4. I was trying to find
queen
the way
e4 is a
in.
lovely move. Really
Yeah,
nice
queen
move.
b7.
Yeah,
incoming.
that's a lovely move. Yeah, nicely found. And the problem is, if you go, my queen can also come to d4 next, and that's game over.
Yeah.
Like d5, stopping queen b7. I just now transfer here. I stop bishop g7. I defend c3. It's completely lost, this one. These lines don't work. They just
No.
don't work for black. So at the moment, we're just trying to find a way that black can actually stay in the game. I don't know if there is a way.
And what about if we revisit queen a5?
Here or after taking?
Okay, so taking didn't seem to work out very well for us because of.
Oh,
because
queen a5
let's just
now.
try it directly.
Okay, so this makes more sense, yeah, definitely, because now, if we had the same line, it's quite different, because queen takes a2 is threatening to win the piece back. This makes a lot of sense. Nice idea, queen a5. And as the evaluation bar says, b4 no longer a viable move. So queen a5 immediately, I like it. Which I think you suggested straight away, didn't you? It's a good idea. We want to take here, so if I can't go b4, I'll go king b1. But now you can get counterplay, right? Can you go knight a4?
Yes.
One idea.
With bishop takes knight in the air.
Yeah, ideas maybe
Although is there
coming into
knight no. You probably have to reinforce things with the knight coming to b4, the c2 knight.
Yeah, so complicated,
Yeah,
this position.
crazy position.
Incredibly complex, this kind of move now. But I mean,
And you can see just like that,
yeah, it
it's
changes
suddenly better
so
for
much.
black.
Let's go back here. So it also thinks that the computer doesn't. It finds a better move than the logical, not b4 and not king b1. So is it knight b4 straight away then?
Can we try knight b4?
Yeah. So which one though? Because we can move this one, and just try to go here. But then you got knight d3. So let's go. Let's keep on knight in this nice square.
It looks good. We don't sound the retreat.
Even here, completely equal. You know, according to the evaluation bar, nothing's going on here. Just have a boring draw. You know.
0.00.
Yeah, this is the thing that annoys me about engines. They sort of they will say, yeah, it's 0.00, and you're like, what? How can this be equal? And it's not equal. I mean, it is equal maybe, but to the human, not easy to find at all. All right, well, should
But you know, it's probably only move territory because we were struggling big time.
definitely.
Bishop takes knight, and I tell you, when you're defending such positions, it's so tempting to get rid of that attacker on d5. But we saw that that's already probably quite a serious mistake. White's life becomes a lot easier. So, well, it's an uphill task here for Aravind as he has to find a defense to the stunning knight to d5.
I will just, sorry, it's the first time I turned on the engine because I'm just intrigued what white should do here. And when you see it, it makes complete sense. Rather than defending against the threat, always look at the forcing moves, and bishop takes knight is a forcing move. And the idea is obviously if the knight recaptures, we get this extra fantastic square because we're trying to drag the defender of that square this way. So this is the move which, at the moment, I'm sure black is really concerned about. And you don't want to take with a rook because now this is certainly a much more scary option because I'm going to win a whole rook. Or not a rook, but the exchange at least. You don't want to take with a pawn because, I don't know, it just gets in the way and stuff. And now, of course, we play Jovanka's f5. And it's like a house of cards and it's going to collapse. You take here, and Jovanka pointed out g6, and a beautiful way to just break through. A really nice little attacking combination. So that's the problem. Before we move on, just thought we'd have to cheat there.
Yeah,
I couldn't
absolutely.
cope with the position.
Yeah, no, but it just goes so for the human mind, this is a very, very complicated.
Yeah.
For the computer, okay, it's easy, but okay, Aravind will have to probably find queen a5. That's the best. But we do have to see the finish of Gukesh against Jordan, because when we left it, we thought, okay, well, Jordan has the upper hand, and it is Gukesh who has to be very careful. But Jordan played rook c8, and I think we left it here with rook takes rook, and one of our members of the audience said rook takes f7, and indeed, let's follow through and see exactly what happened, because that was the move played.
Only move to stay in the game, well, not stay in the game, but not to be considerably worse. So again, well done to our audience who found this move, and this gives white just about enough counterplay. So the game now ended with king takes. I doubt you have many options here because queen b7 is coming, and there's also the threat of rook takes g7 with bishop d4 and queen b7, so you have to get rid of that one. The queen comes in with check, and now Jordan tries to hide his king on this square. He does hide the king on that square, and we have an interesting situation here. Even though white has the extra pawn, if white's not careful, that extra pawn's quite useless. This a pawn's much stronger. So Gukesh now finds a very nice sequence showing why he's the world champion, just to avoid any danger. Because how do you play this? I mean, you can't try to win this position, I don't think. And he plays bishop takes h5, and that is a star move. If you try to win, I don't know. I just think you're going to get in a lot of trouble. This pawn will come and keep coming. So bishop takes h5, brilliant move. The reason this works is because you have to take it at some point. Okay, Jordan first gives a check, and now
he has to clear the path for queen f5.
Can't go there at the moment because of the knight, so you get rid of the knight, and now the queen comes in, and it's going to be a perpetual check. For example, king goes here. If it comes forwards, there's this check, and that's fine. So the king goes back, and now
check on the diagonal, because if you checked on c8, that could be blocked by the bishop.
Correct. And as long as you keep checking on the diagonal, it's a draw. For example, if the king tries to come here, it makes no difference. It's always got to be a little bit careful here. I might even be able to grab that one now.
I think you should, yeah.
Let's grab that pawn, and I can keep checking. You'd have, yeah, it's going to be a draw, perpetual. So Jordan, I think, played a nice game there, and Gukesh found good resources at the end to avoid getting himself in a tricky situation. And Jordan yesterday, he was a bit worse, and he played well. And in that game, he pressurizing the world champion's got to be something.
Yeah. And by the way, I just wanted to let you know that the updates in the Edemush and Aravind, queen a5 was played.
Okay.
Bishop takes knight, quickly found
right
by the teenager. He's just 14 years old, and we were going crazy with how complicated this position was, and he finds it pretty much instantly.
Yeah, they're good. These
good.
These 14-year-olds now, they're pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can see he's very excited there. And hang on a minute. So we'll just very quickly update. So bishop takes here, and now bishop takes d5, which also makes a lot of sense because that knight was trying to come to this square. You can see he's very excited, isn't he, at the chair there, you know. How do you find piece twiddlers? You know, people who twiddle pieces. You know, so I was at a tournament recently and there was a big argument because someone was twiddling the piece, you know, make it do somersaults while the opponent was thinking, and he complained. He said, "Can you stop moving the piece?"
Yeah.
And had to call the arbiters, and yeah, it was a big incident actually. So
it's annoying. I mean, who's with me? Like, who finds people who fidget with a piece like super annoying? Because it's literally in your eye line.
It is. Yeah.
You're like they're twirling away, and you know they're getting. There's a whole reason why they're doing it, by the way. It's to do with nervous energy.
Yeah.
Because if you can transfer the nervous energy to this piece, then you're able to think clearly.
Right. Yeah.
So they're just like fidgeting, and then suddenly you.
Better than what? Sorry. Chewing it, yes, yeah. Yeah, if my opponent started chewing the piece during play, that would be I'd be a bit more concerned about him, to be honest. I'd be like, "Are you okay? Have you not eaten today?"
Well, the weirdest thing that I ever had was I never played this guy, but there was a guy doing the rounds on the weekend circuit, and whenever he won 2 pawns, he would take these pawns and just shove it in his ear.
Shove it in his ears?
Yeah, he was like, and it was a bit like, you know, we'd look at each other like, and no one quite knew what to do with it. It's quite disgusting, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. How far did he get it in?
Really? Yeah. It looked like Frankenstein.
Put a knight in his. Put a knight in my beard. Maybe next time I play you. See how many pieces I can hang in my beard while I play you. get the queen in there, you know. So like,
yeah.
Yes. Okay. Back to the chess. Fortunately,
yes.
B4 has now been played in this complex position. We're just coming back to it because it is very sharp. But the evaluation is, it's now, I mean, this shows you that even the top players can't navigate these positions. I think F5, I haven't checked, but I think Jovanka's F5 might have been the move here. Checkmate ends the game. Don't get greedy, a piece is nothing. You know, we want the king. Was F5 the move? Let's see. Is the evaluation bar going to stay the same if I play F5? Okay, audience, I'm going to play F5. Now, if you think that is the best move, say yeah. If you think it's a load of rubbish, say nay or no.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, about 50-50. Let's see. Nay.
Well, it took his time.
It did think about it.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, okay. So the best move here, just in case we're interested, is swinging the rook, and I've just put the computer on, actually to h7. Who would have thought? That is the best move.
Big threat. Rook takes f7.
Rook, if the knight goes, yeah.
Yeah, if the knight goes.
Yeah. But I guess now this is becoming serious. Okay, fascinating. We've looked at a lot of this game, so let's move on. It's going to get, in 5 minutes, time trouble. Everything's going to go down there. Where should we go next? I mean, maybe Anish or something, or do you want to go somewhere else? I'm easy.
Yeah, let's quickly check in on Anish, because it's now a king and pawn endgame. I don't know about you, but how do you like your king and pawn endgames? Aren't they delightful?
No, I don't like them. You have to count. This is kind of a paradox in chess that you would have thought you get to a king and pawn ending, oh, it's a lot easier now, I can relax. It's the opposite. You have to calculate more in a king and pawn ending than you do in nearly anything else, because it's black and white, right? You have to and I always get a bit confused. I'm like, oh god,
and you have to count. You're like, yeah.
Can't I just shove the queen in my beard? But okay, well, what is happening here? So G4, and again, the evaluation bar says it's equal, but they're so sharp, these positions, and white has this pass pawn, Anish, ready at some point to throw that, but black, with his last move, is also going to create a pass pawn, the e pawn, and it might be a draw because black can't move the king too far forwards at some point because the c-pawn goes. But there's a lot of play left here, right?
Yeah,
a lot of play.
I mean, yeah, we just have to start calculating. You have to put your king as black. You've got some choices: king f5, king e6, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't think you can take this one because if you do,
Well, it's black
white
to play.
Oh, it's black to play. Sorry, yeah. Okay, let's go king e6 because I want to go f5.
Well,
I think.
Well, that's the thing. You have to, but as black, you have to calculate now.
Yeah, you
king
have to
f5,
calculate.
king e6. So okay, so let's try king e6 without calculating, and then
Yeah.
let's see whether
where that takes me.
Okay.
Now f4 would be my candidate move here, and
Yes.
I feel that will be a draw. Thank you,
Yes.
evaluation bar. I'm so nervous about. And the reason I think this is a draw, I don't think you can take it because the white king's coming in. I think you most likely have to play maybe, it's so hard. Yeah, f5, is that what I'm doing here or not? Then f4, let's try f5. And the point of this move is I want to go e4. If I get e4 in, I can only win. I think it's just going to be a draw as long as white doesn't touch
well,
these pawns.
even if you get e4 in as black,
Yeah, it might be a...
it is still probably a draw.
It is, yeah.
Because you can wait with the king. You
Yeah.
just go king d4, king e3.
Yeah.
The question is whether white can be ambitious
So
and take.
Sure. So I thought taking would always give black f4 as an option.
We have a4.
So a4, and now this is where you have to calculate. So the things that I'm sure we'll calculate here is f4, pawn takes, king f5, c5. I'm doing this without moving, which is going to get me in trouble. Pawn takes, pawn
I think
takes.
we have to put it up, Simon.
h4.
Because I mean, there was also a lot of.
Whoa. Okay, so this is why I wanted to calculate first. But here.
But the two pawns defend themselves.
Here.
And now you can you can actually throw in a check, can't you?
Yep. Check, and the king. Go. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
The
white,
ki-
the
if you
the
go
white-
king d6, you simply go f6.
Yeah. Yeah, these two pawns, it's one of those tactics you see in the ending. They actually are better to be separated than connected sometimes because the king can't deal with both sides. Both pawns basically.
And whereas black's
Yeah.
pawns, the white king can fend them off. Like for instance, if you were to go g3, I mean, for starters, you can simply take it, and the king will go to f3 and catch that pawn up.
Yeah, it can always get back in time.
Yeah.
You're in, like they say, the one thing I learned from the Endgame books is you have this box when you're playing against the passed pawn, and if your king is sort of in that box, then you can normally stop the pawn. That is like the rule of thumb. And the white king is in the box. If it was over here, it'd be outside the box, so you wouldn't be in time. So you kind of draw a box from where the passed pawn is likely to be. So it is most likely looking like a draw, but as we can see, there's many ways to go wrong for... Who's in more danger here, do you think?
I feel like white is potentially more danger, especially if the black king comes up to f5, right? Because we were looking at if the black king went to e6,
Sure.
f4.
Yeah.
And that clarified the position and helped white tremendously.
Yeah.
But if you go here, you can't go f4.
Okay.
So now how is white to wait?
Maybe you can go f4. No. So takes, and this is losing now. Changes a lot. I just h4 now, yeah? Right,
yeah,
okay,
you've got h4, h3, g3 in the air.
Okay, yeah, good point.
And then like decisions such as...
It's very, very, very complex king and pawn endings. And white, Anish, I agree with Ivanka, is in a little bit more danger, but the time, okay, this is where you want a bit of time to calculate. 12 minutes to make how many moves? Only a couple of moves, so he's got enough time to calculate this.
And I don't know, the problem for white here in this type of position is, do you stand? Do you wait with the king and just go, it's going to be no problem after g takes f3? That's one to calculate. Or do you try to push pawns?
Yeah.
Do you go a4? Do you go c5?
Yeah, it's a lot to calculate. Do you even... I mean, I don't think you ever take this one, because I can't see how this would
No,
help
I
you.
wouldn't. That's the one I
Yeah.
wouldn't automatically
No.
rule out, because suddenly the e-pawn is passed.
Yeah. So yeah, there is. I totally agree. There's a lot for Anish to still calculate here. Most likely a draw, but even the evaluation bar is not so sure. Now we put king f5 on the board, which shows you it was dead equal, but it's moving a little bit in black's favor. And how does white save this? I mean, okay, so this was the first move I was thinking of. And I think here, for black to make progress, you have to take, and we get this very tough position here where black can move the king and go f5. There's a lot going on there. All right, so another ending we'll come back to. We'll see if Anish manages to solve those problems, and it might be time to have a quick look at the challenges, just a quick glance, maybe.
Yeah, let's have a look, because just looking at the evaluation bars, Carissa Yip is doing extremely well against Max Varmadam, and Bibisara Asaubaeva, she might take an early lead if she defeats Aydin Suleimanli. So let's pop into Carissa, and this is looking brilliant.
Yeah, we just look at the current positions, and I'm afraid, again, it's not great news for the Dutch crowd here, with Max having a very weak king. Where's that? Can I just move that pawn over there, please? You know, that's what you want to do. It's quite funny that it's reasonably similar to Jordan's position, but the black king. Your king is so weak. You have the queen hovering near it. You have the bishop potentially coming. You have the h pawn coming up the board, and you have this strong rook. White's simple plan would be h5, h6. But there's certainly other things white can do. This is clearly very bad for Max.
Well, he still has the a-pawn, which, quite frankly, is quite terrifying. But h5, so obviously you've got to stop that pawn advancing to h6.
Yeah.
So h6 has to be played.
Yeah, I mean, like, let's just show, if you go a3, h6 is game over. You can't do anything. It's checkmate. So you have to play h6, which Max has played in the position. Rather than a3. And how does Carissa keep pressing here? I mean, one idea is actually to go rook c6 and just try to take that one, because you can't even go rook c8. So this would be one of my first thoughts. I just want to get rid of the defender of your king. Even in these positions, I wouldn't worry too much, even if it's not the top move. If you see a winning plan, it's good enough. So this is one, I think, really problematic move, but
can you...
there's something stronger here, apparently. Something
no,
even better.
rook c6 looked incredible. Yeah, queen g4, and then king goes to h...
I think, yeah, king h7 is forced, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, queen g4, very tempting. You're threatening bishop h6, and therefore I have to move the king. Let's put it here. Oh, not the right square. Surprisingly enough.
Or maybe you need to go king h.
This nearly works, bishop h6, nearly.
King h8 in order to get your rook b1 in.
Great minds think alike. Carissa's played rook c6.
It was beautiful, right? Rook c6 with a nice plan of just simply making sure that
okay. Well, actually, there's such a nice win. I have to show it.
Go for it.
So there is a move just before we show the game. Let's ask the audience again. So we've had two suggestions. Rook c6, the move played, which looks good. We had queen g4, also looks good, but the best move is neither of those moves. It's another move. Can anyone in the audience, or if you're at home watching this, find the correct move? And probably at home you've all got your engines on, so that doesn't count. But in the audience, what is White's best move here? There's an unbelievably strong move that...
Yes.
Yeah, which GM have we got hiding in the crowd there? Yeah. Well spotted. Bishop takes h6, brutal. And okay, we're going to ask you, what happens after bishop takes h6? Rook d3. Strong player. Oh, hello. Rook d3. I didn't finish my sentence. Is a mistake. I like the idea, I must admit. It looked good, but whoops. And unbelievably, that is not Queen b1 sort of stop. I don't know, okay.
It must be your rook c6 idea, right?
It is now rook c6, funnily enough. Swapping the move order around slightly. And the thing is, with king g7, we have queen f6 check. And kaplonk, that's the end of that. And if you go bishop here, I guess now we just go h6. So you got, I'll give you half marks there, and I'll give myself half marks, because I had the same idea as well. Flawed attacking plans. But the game went rook c6 immediately, and to my eyes at least, this still seems pretty hopeless for Max, because Carissa's taking no risks, and this is a major threat.
Well, there is one defensive resource.
Yeah.
And that is you can swing the queen to e2.
Okay, so queen e2. Now I have to move my rook, so you're counter-attacking.
Right.
So let's just put it on the safest square.
And let me just kind of show my idea, which is a3.
Okay, so I'm going to take on h6, but what with? Because even rook takes threatens checkmate.
Yeah.
And this is the question. Bishop takes is the obvious, but I've got to look at rook takes.
Yeah. So
got to look at that one.
I was kind of hoping that there would be some queen e4 ideas. So maybe you don't have time for a3. Maybe you have to.
Come here. Yeah. I see. Yeah.
This was the defensive try that I was thinking about. Like.
Let's show rook takes. So rook takes has the idea of checkmate. And you've got two choices. You try to run with a king, so you move your rook, or you take the rook. Now, if you take the rook, I come in here, and you can't go queen e4 because queen g5 and the h-pawn's basically queen g5 against nearly anything here is winning, or queen g5. You can't stop that, I don't think. And if you try running, let's say you move the rook somewhere, then something nasty is going to happen here, isn't it? Well, maybe we now bring this one in, right? Because my king's very safe on h2. And look at the black king. The black king's just getting slaughtered.
Well, actually, Max tried a cleverer way to defend, and that was to go queen b3.
Okay.
So he's got the idea of going rook b6.
Right, nice. With the I like it. So, that was a misclick. Okay, let's go rook c1 again. And now you go rook b6, yeah? Clever defense. Helping defend everything along here. And this is actually not so clear, is it? If I take... no, that doesn't work, does it? I don't think.
Yeah.
So queen b3, yeah, good plan here. Good plan.
Yeah, very nice defense there from
not
Max. So
yet.
it's not, as you mentioned, still some life left for Max. And Bibi Sara is looking like she has a very promising position, but it's not good news for Vincent Keymer as he is struggling against Vladimir Fedoseev. We saw earlier on that Fedoseev had this great shot with knight to d5. Maybe if we can show that one again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great game from Vladimir, and in this position, it looked like Vincent was nearly getting out of this sort of stuck hole he was in, but knight d5, a brilliant move, and we did have, rook f7, not sure it changes much. White's idea was knight c4, the queen has to, well, no, the queen didn't move, but it's still unpleasant, and at least black gets that pawn. Rook c5, and we get to the current position. Rook b5, rook c1. White's piece is so much better than black's pieces. Very calm play, just e3. Black with the back against the wall here. And now white just playing very patiently here. g5, a little bit desperate. I mean, if you can move this rook on this side of the board, black would have chances, but that rook, it can't get into where the action I feel is going to happen, the queen side. So rook c5, and the rook very good there. And now bishop c4, bishop very good there. So I guess you have to exchange that one. No, not yet. And the bishop, very scary.
And what I like about the way that Fedoseev has played this is he's doing all the good things, like he's anchoring the bishop. F4, I think, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah.
But it's been a great game from Vladimir. Yesterday he had a disaster. Losing in 16 moves is a nightmare to deal with. And like he's come back and he's like, okay, fine, that was just a blip. My tournament begins now. And F4, can he not take on... Is Vincent sent us some kind of trap? Because the first move that I'm thinking of is rook takes g5.
Watch out for the bishop. Yeah.
There is that little piece.
that little cheeky bishop.
Yes.
Easy to miss that one hiding away there, because all the piece on the back rank, they don't show.
Okay.
I mean, I was also thinking rook d5.
d5, yeah.
But then bishop e7. I mean, it's a real skill when you lose a horrible game like he did yesterday in 16 moves, not to get too despondent and to fight back. And this is one of the things that Magnus does so well. You know, Magnus famous for losing and then coming back the next day and playing much better. We have got a...
yeah, we've got a big update, actually, Simon.
Okay, wow.
Anish has blundered. And we saw that it was an incredibly complicated king and pawn endgame for Anish, because it was really unclear what to do.
Yeah.
I think he went into this king and pawn endgame thinking that it is just an elementary draw. But we were thinking here, like, what to do. Does white stand with the king?
Yeah.
Do you wait?
It's very hard to get right.
Do you go c5? And he's just gone c5, right?
Yeah, I mean, also, this is quite unfortunate for Anish, because he was a little bit short of time, and he was on move, this was move 39. Now, at move 40, you get another half an hour, and this is the position where you need that time to calculate. And because he was short of time, he had to make a decision, as Jovanka say, do I stand or do I go? Sounds like a song. Yeah? And c5 was played, and this was a blunder. In the end, you have to go king f2 or king e2, and it's really not clear to see that. Now, why was c5 a blunder? Well, black plays king e6, and it looks like, I'm not trying not to be rude, but quite an obvious blunder, because, you know, if I'm going to play f5 and take that pawn, isn't it actually quite a simple win? I mean, I'm quite surprised by that, actually.
Well, it's not that clear, because you can go c6.
Okay, so c6. Well, maybe I even go f5 here to...
I think this is what he's missed.
Because if you go f4, I go e4, you can't get your king in. I'm just going to come and take this pawn.
Yeah, I think he missed this, Simon. I think he just assumed, you know, king goes to d6. So if you go c6.
He assumed this one,
yeah. And then now you go king e4.
Maybe take
Or take first, sorry.
Then go
now
king
you
e4.
go king e4. No.
Still in trouble, yeah. everything's bad.
No, but there was a way to draw it.
Oh, okay, right.
c7.
c7, have to take.
You take the pawn.
Oh, I can come this way,
No,
right.
but you take the pawn first, as you mentioned, and then you come up.
And then my king comes this way, right? Okay, yeah. And this is okay for Anish, because, well, if anything, he's quite happy there. But okay, so what we think he's missed is c6. The king doesn't have to come here. First of all, black stops white's king from advancing. So the only try that I can see here is if white immediately plays f4, and the idea of this is I've got to force my king in very, very soon here into this position. There's actually only one winning move here in the position. I've just turned the engine on again, getting to that cheating stage of the day, and only one way to win. Is he going to play f4? Well, I think he will, because it seems the best try. He has played f4. And the idea behind f4 is you need to try and get your king into the game. And immediately, look at this. This is how he's played a drawing move. So immediately, he's gone a5, and he's thrown away the win. He played a5 without thinking at all. He didn't even sit down. He's like, I'll play this move. It's winning. Wait, at least take a seat, you know.
Well, actually,
Right. Look at it. He's gone off to have a. He's gone for a little wander. But this was a critical moment. Critical.
it was. I mean, break it down for us, Simon. Why is f6 winning?
Okay, so I've put the engine on, so I've cheated. I'm going to make that very clear before I break it down. Now, I think you have to keep a pawn on this square to stop the king coming this way. I'm sort of guessing a bit. So the only way you can keep a pawn on this square is just by going f6. And now, well, I say you keep a pawn on this square. It depends what white does. If white captures here, you don't take with a pawn, because if you take with a pawn now, actually you're in danger. You're in danger of losing because of the king coming this way. So this will be losing. It's so complex. Just king here, and your king has to come this way.
Well, the problem is that there's no good waiting moves. Like white has that extra waiting move, so.
Yeah. But if you take with the king, now white doesn't necessarily have a good waiting move.
Exactly. And so if you go a4, a5 is going to be the response.
So the only try you got is to distract the black king this way, where you try to come in.
Yeah.
So
c6. c6.
I have to go king d6.
Yep.
And
king
now
up to f4.
Black has to try this. And after here, you have to try come for this pawn, because otherwise you're a pawn up, the king will come here and you'll lose eventually.
So now we're off to the races, right?
You have to go here and
now you're going to go king b5 or a5.
So, I mean, you've got to this is calculating, and this is something you have to calculate at this level.
And if you need to do it, by the way, with your fingers, go ahead and work it out like that.
There's one tempo in it, one tempo.
Yeah, but it's an important one.
It's an important tempo, but look at this.
The person that queens first.
And look at that. That
wins
is the
them all.
Only way to win.
Yeah.
That's incredible line. I mean, that was about 20 moves deep. That's why we're saying these endings are so hard. But if you've got the amount of time that Sindarov had, then you've got to realize that this is a calculating battle, and you've got to take your time. Because after a5, let's try and show what the difference may be now.
So that's c6.
So we're going to try and force issues. By the way, there's only one move here. It's still very possible for Anish to lose this position. He has to find c6. And now this move doesn't work because I take on e5. And this is good for white because the king comes in. So after c6, black has to try something else. What if he tries f6 again? Well, if you try f6 now, not that one, sorry. It's still very hard to find this.
You take first.
Yeah, or c7, I don't know. Let's try c6. Okay, let's do the force move. c7, king d7. Now
pawn
I
takes
take,
pawn.
You take, I go here, and you get this ending, and apparently this is a draw. But even knowing this is a draw.
But isn't this going to be a case where black might win the a pawn?
Yeah, so
but white
comes here, or let's have a look.
Yeah,
so
yes.
this is still tough. So now, yeah, you have to think, okay, king c6, black's coming this way. White has two ways to try and defend. White either tries the race, or white tries to come and defend.
I think defend.
I mean, here you can count. Let's just do it without moving the pieces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if you did have this in a real game, just get your pencil out and start drawing on the board. You'd be fine. Yeah. Don't do that. And black's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you can't go that way. So you have to go this way with the king. You have to try and defending. And you just about get there in time with king b2. Just.
Oh, c6 played, by the way.
C6 played.
This was...
Yeah. Very, very sharp stuff. So f4, a5, c6. And again, f6. Now it's weird because it's turned around now. And actually, after this inaccurate move a5, it's actually black who has to find the only move. f6 is the only way to draw. And it's a good thing he's sitting down
Yeah.
at least in this one. We have a result.
We do have a result, but not just yet in Anish Giri against Sindarov, but it was a draw between Edemush and Aravind. It was a game that was looking like it was going to go Edemush's way, and the two players are actually signaling that they'd like to discuss it. You know, Edemush was saying, would you like to analyze it? And I can understand why, because that was the craziest game.
That was a brilliant
by
game.
far.
Brilliant. I'm glad it ended in a draw, actually, because sometimes players don't really deserve to lose because they play so exciting. And that was that one. So, right, so yeah, we a lot of action going on. He has found f6. He didn't need to sit down. He could have got his 10,000 steps in for the day. And he found it. It should be a draw now, but you know, really shows you the complexity of these endings, and without the computer running, just how hard they are to get right.
Exactly.
You know?
It's so easy to get lost in the calculations.
Yeah.
Well, it does mean that everyone has now made the time control. They've got that 30 extra minutes on the clock, and they're now going to be receiving that 30-second increment. And there you can see on the bottom the games that are in progress. We can see that the bar is pretty much level on every game, except Vincent Keimer is still in big trouble against Vladimir Fedoseev. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to break down all of the action in front of us. So see you in a bit. We are back, and we're now at that stage. We're in the endgame stage. Players have made the time control. They're breathing a sigh of relief, and they're getting that extra 30 minutes on the clock, that extra 30-second increment. We're here. One player who, however, is not very comfortable with his position. It is Vincent Keimer. He played his last move, his 40th move, with just seconds left on the clock, but it's also not a problem with the time. It's also a problem with his position on the board, as we see Fedoseev taking full control there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very bad for Vincent here. He's a pawn down. That's not the end of the world, but it's soon going to be 2 pawns down. The pawn on h3 is a straggler. We have another result we'll come to very shortly, and we can just see the hand hovering there, and now the king comes up to grab this one. I mean, black can try holding on to it at rook h8, but that would make the rook a very passive piece. White's pawns here, extremely strong. At some point, they will probably come through, but you've also got to worry about the pass pawn here. Black's piece is tied down. We wouldn't be surprised if Vincent actually resigns very shortly. He brings the rook over. Okay, maybe worth holding on to that for as long as possible. What does White do to finish it? I mean, I wonder if you can get greedy and come this way. I mean, I don't necessarily feel you need to do that.
Well, you can do that because White has a really nice bind. You know, the knight on d6 just cannot move because of the uncovered threats on d7. But can we actually just replay some of those moves that we missed?
Yes, let's go back.
Because Fedoseev has just been playing a superb game from start to finish here.
Yeah, very nice game. And he did have a very great position when we last looked, which was after knight takes b4. He just won a pawn. F5, F4 was played. But it's all about converting these positions, and it's easy against someone so strong to let it slip. His next move is really clever. It's not necessarily to win anything because of bishop e7, but it's more to tie down black's pieces. Because now if the knight moves, you take on d7, meaning that both the knight and the bishop can't move. He played very cleverly now by just forcing this pawn to make a decision. If the pawn comes forwards, it's probably going to get lost. Normally, when you're trying to draw, you want to exchange off pawns in the end stage. The issue with that is these guys are ready to roll, and centralizing the knight, another clever idea. The knight finding a square to attack a pawn, and this is how we got to the position with f4 now on the board. And okay, the knight's come back, and one idea is to take on d7. Anything else that's scary here? Well, I mean, many moves win, but I think just simply take that pawn, take all the pawns, and black can't move anything.
No, black can't move anything. The a pawn can also start motoring as well.
It's a very nice pen.
It is a very nice pen. I mean, you can't even, you just cannot make a single move as black. You can't like play like fancy moves such as bishop h4 to go bishop g3 and try to promote the h pawn, because the knight is hanging, and it's not like the white king is obliged to take a bishop on g3, so that's out of the equation. And the rook is there on h8, has to defend h3, otherwise, as you called it, it's just going to be falling off the board.
Yeah,
it's just really,
bad.
really bad.
I mean, maybe the last trick I'd try if I was black here, I might try rook h4. And I'm trying to say, okay, well, if you take there, I might better grab some pawns.
Yeah.
So what about king g3? Because I'm getting a bit desperate here. King g3. And of course, that allows h2, and you end up losing. But as long as you don't do that, then you can.
Yeah.
I think it'll be time to start queening the a pawn here, because black's rook is so far offside. And let's not forget that pawn can start rolling up the board at some moment. Okay, well, you can see from the body language as well. I mean, it's very interesting to watch the body language of the chess players. And you can really read it with some players. Other players, you can't tell as much. But with Vincent, you can see him, slumping in the chair there, and it's clear that he knows it's over at this moment in time, and he's just, waiting, for a miracle, basically.
Yeah. I would say that about the young Germans in general. They're very expressive.
Yeah.
They're quite stoic in many ways, but when they're losing, they let the world know that they are unhappy. And Vincent, this hasn't been a good outing for him today. But okay, there's still plenty of rounds left. Let's just take a look at what happened between Anish and Sindarov, because when we left, we were like, okay, it's a draw. We have to just do a quick action replay, and it would be kind of cool to see the moment where Vachier just brought a winning position, because he did it with style. I mean, let's just say that, making the move without even being present on the board.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. I mean, Sindarov wasn't in time trouble, and Anish had played f4, and they had a very interesting moment earlier on in this game where they both had a moment of blindness, and it was a really good clip, actually. I mean, maybe we can show the clip a little bit later, where basically Anish had made a blunder, and Anish got up from the board to take a walk around. Here we go, but Sindarov only just realizes the blunder here. Anish looks at him, totally surprised, looks at him again, has a sip of water, and they both start laughing. It's a really weird moment during this, and this is only about move 15. It was kind of like, look, there we go. So, and you can see here, Sindarov, as soon as he makes that move, he's like, I could have won a pawn. And he could have won a pawn for free. And Anish should realize this. And they both have a little joke about it. It's so strange. I mean, for some reason, this game was destined to be a draw, wasn't it?
Well, it was destined to be a draw, but I'm going to say that Sindarov is going to be a bit annoyed with himself, because later on in that king and pawn endgame, he missed a golden opportunity to win. And Simon's got the position right here in front of us. And you saw it, Simon. He made the move a5.
Me and the computer saw it.
No.
Yeah.
But every... Oh, okay. And we do have a result with Fedoseev and Vincent.
Yeah. I'll tell you what's really nice, when someone loses a game but they still smile, it's not easy to do, because you're under so much pressure. Losing is horrible, especially when you're playing at this level and you're the top seed. And he, Vincent obviously realizes he did something wrong earlier on, because his position was pretty bad from the opening. One thing we must say about that, though, Vladimir played fantastically well, and he recovered brilliantly from his pretty horrible loss yesterday. So, all credit to both of those players.
I mean, Fedoseev is certainly no small fish. I mean, he beat Magnus Carlsen at the Olympiad in 2024. He has always had strong showings
I
here.
just see what you did there. It took a while. A little bit slow.
Well, okay, it's just referring to the fact that Fedoseev's handle is big fish.
Yeah,
so
this is handleonchess.com.
Yeah. But I know he's always done well here, and Tata Steel, he's no stranger to this event. And there we see the two players just analyzing with a smile. I also have some bad news for our Dutch crowd here. Erwin Lamy lost to Faustino Oro. Max Warmerdam, he hasn't had the best of starts. He lost to Carissa Yip. And Alina Roebers also lost.
That's a pretty bad day for the Dutch supporters, but there's a lot of rounds to go. There's still 11 rounds, so don't worry yet.
Yeah.
They'll come back, I'm sure.
And Liu Miaoyi, just 15 years old, she won her game against Vedant Panesar. So, but when it comes to the games that are ongoing, maybe
should we show where this was? Maybe we could quickly show where it was missed here very quickly. I know we showed it before. We won't go into it in too much detail, but this was a very strange game where they had that moment earlier on where they laughed, and the next strange moment occurred here when Sindarov, he came to the board, and it didn't look like he even sat down. He played a move instantaneously, and he played A5 here. And this now led to a draw after a forcing sequence, with black having to play F6, but exchanges happen, and
players agree a draw.
It's a draw.
Yeah, because the white king is just going to get back to the defense of the A pawn.
Just in time. So this is likely to happen. We can show it very quickly. You play C7, and now the black king comes to this pawn, but it's a race, and just in time the white king defends it. But there was this moment, had he taken a little bit more time, he may have played F6 first, and this move F6 was actually winning. It's still quite complex, but it was a real golden opportunity missed, and the key line went C6 now, king D6, and let's say you take here, I take back, I go king E4, and then you get this ending, and actually here, it's a little bit different, because after the king here, you can't get your king back in time. So it's that extra tempo, and this is one tempo too slow. So it's very strange that you know, these players, you'd expect them to calculate that. Okay, it happens, very complex.
Yeah. It does happen. It was a very complicated king and pawn endgame. There was a lot of things to work out, but in the end, a draw between the two, as you mentioned. That means that 2 games ongoing in the Masters, and 3 games ongoing in the Challengers. Let's take a look at the game between Win and Aravind.
Yes, we haven't looked at this one for a while. So
I think
well,
we last left it with a,
yeah, it was
a
quite
draw being
yeah.
Perhaps on the table for Win. But okay, so maybe because we have the time, we can go all the way back and see exactly what happened.
So I must say, all credit to Win, who turned down the draw. So this is a good, brave decision, and he you know, I'm happy he did this because they repeated the position a little bit, and now he could of course play Queen G3, and it ended with a draw. But he played for the win with Queen H3. So all credit. I really admire people who do that and go for it, especially when it's such a big event. And it did look like White had quite a nice position here. Actually, bishop takes e5 was played, and the knight came to d7, queen g3. And we like White's position because of chances to attack. The rook can swing over. The bishop might better come back at the right time. But Arjun gets his queen active. Always a good move. Trying to get it all the way to h6. And this is a typical attacking idea. You've got to stop that pawn going any further. And now the rooks have got to try to get into the game. Rook g3 looks very scary for black. And he's got to defend with rook g8, not ideal. So White is pushing well. Get the bishop out of the way of the knight here. And now that knight tries to reroute to a better square into the center around that way. And that's a little bit disappointing. But, I mean, you're trying to checkmate your opponent. He's in a box, and you're like, nah, let's go for an ending. And that, you know, like, nah, I don't want to checkmate you today. I'd rather Karpovian you or Magnus you and grind you down. But I'm very surprised because clearly black is on the defensive here, and you would have thought that keeping the queens on was better. But okay, the queens came off, and this is a small advantage because of the pawn structure. These pawns are quite weak. They're split. So now White changes his plan somewhat and goes for a bit of a grind, but it'd be kind of heartbreaking if he loses this game.
Well, that's something that he's not going to do, though.
He shouldn't do now, should he?
Because he has the better pawn structure. He's got nice possibilities on the king side to expand, and he's got the better pieces.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Win is in any danger at all of losing this. I think he's just simply trying to orchestrate at the right time a g4, g5 pawn advance.
Yeah. I mean, the evaluation bar says it's even, but I think, well, to my eyes, probably to Ivanka's eyes, it looks like only White can be better, right? I mean, You can
Yeah.
always get rid of this knight.
Well,
I guess A4's annoyance. Yeah.
Well, there's a big threat of knight takes knight on the board.
Yeah.
So that's something that Arjun will have to deal with. It is quite easy to deal with it. You just go
Stop
king
that one.
b6
Yep.
or knight takes knight if you want to do that. But it still is nonetheless, that is White's plan. So king b6. Was that played, by the way?
No, king b6 hasn't been played yet. Yeah, I mean, I guess Black's way to try and get a little bit of counterplay, you look at those pawn breaks, and this little move here at the right moment will try to activate the rook on b8. So, you know, you just got to time a4 well. And first of all, you deal with the threat, and I guess you're looking at this. Or you can just try to get the rook to open file. There's a lot of play left here. It'll probably go on for a while. But rather strange decision to swap queens earlier, I feel. You know, keeping the queens on was more dangerous for Arjun there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it probably. I'm not going to criticize the decision because I can understand the urge. You know, you're playing Arjun, who's able to whip up trouble at a moment's notice. So I can understand why Win wanted to take it into a position with just 2 results possible. Let's take a look at Nodirbek against Pragg, and let's have a look at how that one went. Because when we left it,
wow, okay.
White had just played f3, and we were discussing the possibility of Black going knight c4. Was knight c4 played?
Boom.
Yes, it was.
It was played. And Jovanka spotted this idea. Very, very clever and hard move to spot. The knight coming in, which looked like it was going to cause some trouble for White. White didn't take the knight. There were some lines we're looking at possibly led to a draw with that, but the Black's pawns were very, very dangerous in that position. We're also being told we might have a guest coming, so that'd be great. So stay tuned for that. So now we have a bit of maneuvering going on. We want to get to the ending. One of the dangers of this position was how far advanced White's pawn is, and this proved to be a little bit of a problem for Black now. White currently a pawn up and will remain a pawn up, with that a pawn being extremely menacing. So Black doing his best to cause some problems by using his own pawn, but it's quite easy to get behind. And we have an exchange of the pawns on the side of the board, which looks forced here. You have to keep on the pawn there. H4, okay, H5. And at some point, we have this rook b8 and the pawns come off. So this ending, and we get to the current position because not much has changed, is after rook g2. Rook g2 happens, and I don't know, this looks a little bit, well, it's obviously tricky for Black. Black's a pawn down, but I don't know if this is winning or if Black should hold this. I mean, I would not like to defend this, let's put it that way. I'd be very, very uncomfortable defending this. And it's a 2-result game, right? Only White can win this position. What do you reckon? A White win or a draw? I mean, tricky ending.
It is very tricky, right? Because White's pieces are very, very active, and the Black rook on g2 isn't the most active piece. I mean, ideally, you want it kind of harassing the White king, just driving it back. Whereas you can see that the White rook is going to get to b6, the king can sidestep and defend g3, and you know, the d pawn is always that big worry. Also, I'm also a little bit concerned, you know, the rook on b3, if he can ever get behind the d3 pawn, that is also going to be something that's going to be very, very bothersome for Black. But the big question for White is how to defend the pawn. I mean, do you go king f4? Another alternative would be just to step up with a pawn to f4. Do you want to be doing that, Simon? Or is it just easier just to kind of maintain the harmony with king f4?
I mean, if I was White here, I probably wouldn't want to commit my pawn. But I mean, you know, I'm not sure. I'd want to try and save my pawn moves until I have to move them. But I guess one of the issues with king here is like rook d2 happens, and it's quite hard to make progress in this position. So I might feel like I'm forced to
go
move
f4.
the f pawn. And, you know, then I can run with this one.
Yeah, you can run with this, and the rook can do a sterling job of actually being both the attacker and the defender as well. You know, the rook defends the pawn on g3, and at the same time, if the king is helping shepherd the pawn on d4, then it's looking really, really tricky for black. I mean, we could be seeing a situation where Pragg might start the event losing both his games. And that is, I'm afraid, something that is now a very real possibility. And as we see, big move, big opportunity for white to take the advantage. Nodirbek lockdown thinking. And as we discovered with Simon, best move is to go f4, which gives the king the freedom to help advance the d-pawn. And okay, I have the go-ahead. Well, Simon teased it earlier on, but now we have it confirmed. I have joining me here in the studio, it is the Argentine talent, Faustino Oro. How are you doing?
Fine.
Fine.
Yeah, happy to win, and yeah, really I played really well. So yeah, very happy.
Yeah, so you won your game against Owen Lamy. I mean, and this is, how many times have you been in Wijk? This is your second time?
Yeah, my second time. I played last year, but yeah, I scored 3.5 out of 13. So yeah, I started too much better than last year. So yeah, doing good.
You're doing good. Yeah, 1.5 points. And well, maybe you can quickly show us your game that you played. So
sure.
you have to click there. And
Okay.
then just scroll down until you find your game.
Yeah, wait, I just here. So wait,
yeah.
like I didn't.
Oh, okay. We'll go get the assistance. But
Yeah,
in the meantime, you can tell us all about like what's your journey been like for this last year? Because you know, last year you were 11, now you're 12. But in the meantime, you've had 2 GM norms. You're now hunting down a third.
Yeah, well, I enjoy the game, which is obviously important, and yeah, I train a lot of chess too, which always is important, and yeah, I enjoy, and then training a lot of hours makes you better for sure. Yeah, obviously last year I was a good player, but now obviously I'm different. Yeah, so I play much better than last year. So yeah, training and enjoying makes you better for sure.
And are you living in Europe now?
Yeah, living in Barcelona. Yeah.
Barcelona, yeah. And so this helps you with the chess. I mean, do you
Yeah.
go to school at all, or?
Yeah, I go to school from 8 a.m. to 1:30, and then I start training chess.
Yeah. And when you come back to school, do they give you a standing ovation?
Yeah, Santa is my classmate. Congrat me, so. But they are not much into chess. Obviously, they know, I believe, how to move the pieces, but they are not into chess.
Okay. Yeah, but that's good that they're celebrating your achievements. Okay, so we have your game up now, and it all began with c4, and we were discussing with Simon about
an English opening.
Which
so
kind of almost became a Dutch.
Yeah. It's like he played this DC, which he didn't play any time, so I was not prepared. Obviously, I knew how to play a bit, but not obviously much. So I played knight f3, f5, and here I played d4, which I believe is normal. Well, I knew a bit like d4, knight c1 was fine. Obviously, I can play with c3, bishop c2, no, and then d3, b4, and these things, no? c3, bishop c2, d3, b4, and then push the queens up. But then he plays knight f6, bishop 7, queen e8, queen h5. He attacks me a bit, so it's not. So obviously it's fine, but I didn't want to play that, so that's why I played d4. So now he should play d4, and he played knight c1. Here he played knight f6, which is normal, bishop f4, and here he played this knight h5, which I didn't expect it, it's weird.
So bishop f4 was preparation?
No. I knew a bit how to put the pieces. I was thinking in h4 and to play then bishop f4, but it's nice. I didn't see. But why not bishop f4 directly? Yeah. So he played knight h5 trying to win my bishop, and here the machine says knight h3, but obviously I didn't consider it. Obviously I was thinking between bishop d2 and bishop c1, but obviously bishop d2 looks more standard, yeah. So well, he played c6, which I expected a bit. It's weird, but yeah, maybe better than bishop e7, because maybe bishop e7 knight d5. I thought no, it's not too good, he says. But well, maybe I win the pair of bishops. Maybe I can play another things, knight h3, knight f4 is
Yeah,
fine.
we were thinking that you were going to put a knight on f4.
Yeah. Well, it was my plan for sure, no? Well, he played c6, c3, bishop c7, and here I saw bishop b2, but I saw like queen c5 and didn't see. Yeah, it's like losing.
G3,
yeah. c3, knight f6, maybe it's not. Yeah,
The queen
it's
looks
complete. Yeah.
out of play there.
Yeah. So, well, but anyway, knight f6, I would play h4, knight h3, so it's my kind of the same. But yeah, I didn't know. I saw queen c5. But yeah, maybe bishop e2 was better for sure. But knight h3, and well, he played he played this c5, which I saw that it was good, but it's not good. Well, the idea is to take and then knight c6, knight d5, and gain this maybe d3 square in some point.
So you already knew, you felt that this wasn't the best move for black?
No. I don't know if I saw that it was a bad move, but I believe it was not maybe the best move. I thought maybe castle and well, the start implies this c6, knight a6, knight c7, maybe the standard plan, but yeah, well, here I saw c5, but which I didn't thought that it was bad, obviously, but I thought that maybe it was not the best move. But yeah, I played bishop e2, well, attacking knight f6, knight f4. Well, this is normal. Takes, and here, well, knight c5 maybe was not the best move. Maybe h4 directly, but yeah, h4, knight d5 maybe, and yeah, well, obviously queen c2, maybe long castle some point is good. But yeah, knight cd5, castles, and here I play queen c2 while defending the pawn. Maybe queen b3 was good also. But yeah, he played b6. Yeah, here long castle is safe, but I didn't see like clear. Well, I didn't consider it class. I consider bishop c3 or I consider rook d1. Like castle, I consider it, but not in this position. I consider maybe this is fine, but in this position I didn't see like this clear. Yeah, he plays queen d6, and it's not obviously clear.
And do you enjoy these positions where you have opposite side castling, or do you prefer to have more control?
Yeah, depends, but I enjoy. Well, obviously I played a lot of styles, so I enjoy maybe all the positions. But obviously maybe opposite color, opposite color kings maybe are a bit funny. But yeah, well, bishop c3 takes, and here maybe I should take with the pawn. But yeah, I saw like knight d5, and my idea was to play knight d6, but the problem is takes knight d3. Yeah, this is what I saw. Yeah, this is the problem.
He gets active, yeah.
Takes with the queen. Takes with the pawn, but with the queen I thought, and takes, it's not. Plays c4, it's not clear. So yeah, I didn't see this clear. That's why I took with the knight. He takes, queen d6. Well, the problem now is that queen e5 wants to maybe trade queens, and well, if he trades queen, he will be obviously fine. That's why I play f4 here. Well, obviously trying to stop here.
Yeah.
Well, here e3, it looked a bit weird. I thought that he would play knight here, obviously trying to trade the knight. But obviously I will castle, takes, rook d1, and it's maybe a bit more it's more uncomfortable for black, obviously. But it's not too bad, obviously. But yeah, he took en passant. Bishop f3, now rook b8. This I saw. And here I played knight f4, which is good. The problem that is castles is queen e5. Yeah, and I saw knight e7, queen e7, bishop c6. But yeah, he plays bishop e6, and it's absolutely, or queen f6, and it's nothing. That's
So you didn't want to let him trade queens?
Yeah. Because if he tries queens, in some endgames he could be a bit better, because my structure is like bad, yeah? He has a better structure, the knight here will be nice, my bishop is not too good in the endgame, so that's why. Yeah, here he played knight e5, which I thought is good, but obviously maybe I thought that knight e7 maybe is a bit better, I didn't know exactly. But yeah, he played knight e5, bishop d5, king c7, castle, and here he played queen f6, which is bad, obviously. to e4, but it's not too clear. Like if e4 is winning, but they put the queen here. But if it looks weird if I played e4, obviously. But the point is that what he plays. Yes, not clear. Maybe this one to bring the rook, but obviously I will win back rook. Queen f6, e4. It's not.
He doesn't have a good place to put the knight or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he played queen f6, which looks normal, but it's not good, obviously, to e4. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the point is that it's +3 because the problem is ef, and now bishop f5 is knight e6, obviously sometimes. So he can move nothing. King h8, I bring my rook, takes. Knight e6, and it's everything. This rook sometimes is hanging with queen g3, knight h5. That, well, it happened in the game, here. Well, and now attacking knight h5 or knight g6. This rook is hanging. That's why he played bishop d7, which is normal. And here I played king h1, but it's not too good, but obviously it's winning. I thought that ef, he would play the, check, and bishop f5. And it's winning, but I didn't consider that this was, I don't know, takes, what is happening, I don't know. Yeah, well, sometimes.
This is not that clear, though.
No, it's not clear. Obviously, in the game, I didn't thought that it was +3, obviously. I thought I am better, but not +3, obviously.
So you didn't realize that you were winning at this point?
No,
you were just thought, okay.
Yeah, so I played king h1, which is, well, it's a prophylaxis to queen d4 and these things. Now I'm threatening h3, and if he moves the knight h5, winning. So, yeah, he played king h8, h3, knight h6. The problem of knight e5 is that rook e1, I believe. No, it's not good, actually. It's not. So here I will blunder. Yeah, because rook e1 is not good. Oh. Yeah, I thought this, but I didn't see f4, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Maybe this I will blunder, but maybe with the time I will maybe see it.
Well, the evaluation bar has been punishing us all today.
Yeah. Well, my instinct move was rook e1 because I thought this, ef, knight d6. Yeah, that's what I saw. That's winning. But yeah,
G5,
maybe with 16 minutes, maybe I could see that, but.
Yeah, well, obviously he thought the same thing as well because he played knight h6, but now this allows e5.
Yeah, it takes knight c6, winning the queen e7, e6. Well, now he needs to play bishop e8 because the bishop c8 is this hanging. That would be knight c6, queen b8. And yeah, bishop e8, check. If queen c7, the problem is e7. If queen e6, e7, and he doesn't have moves, so king c8. Here I play rook. I play queen. Yeah, queen e5, rook c8. Well, the queen here is like nice. He can play nothing. He can move the queen because e7. The knight is not moves because knight e7. This is check. The bishop has here sometimes. If he takes, this is two pass pawns, so it's not. The problem is not moves. Yeah, rook f3 to play rook g3. Now pinning. Maybe his only counterplay was f4, bishop g6, maybe rook f5, but yeah, in here if bishop g6, I believe rook g5. Yeah. Rook c5 is winning, so c4, and now my knight is here. Nice knight, so he can kick it more.
Yeah.
So yeah, rook d1, bringing my last rook to the game. Bishop c6, rook d3. Now maybe some bishop b7 in some point. Yeah, he doesn't have moves. And if I play any move, is winning. Yeah, b3, a3, b4. It's like all moves winning, I believe. But well, you need to obviously win.
Well, you need to be careful as well because your clock is ticking down.
Yeah, well, here he resigned because anyway, if GH, looks like my king's a bit
open.
Not, a bit open, but it's not. Here e7 and he doesn't have any check. Yeah, my queen is controlled, knight is defending, the bishop can always come back, check coming, so this is a disaster. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't. Well,
he doesn't have a move as well.
Here I take knight c6, e7,
and then you're going to promote. Yeah.
Yeah, so good game, I believe. So
yeah, it was a very good game. Yeah. Once you gave you the opportunity to take control, you took it. And I like the control that, a lot of us, me included, would have castle queenside and gone straight for the attack. But you just kind of kept it completely fine and you didn't give him any chance.
Yeah, that was sometimes you don't need to give obviously
Yeah.
to the opponents counterplay, because
Yeah.
if you give the counterplay,
We-
maybe he can activate. But if you don't give any counterplay, so he can
Yeah.
do nothing. Yeah.
Excellent game there, Faustino. And you're just 12 years old, and you've had an incredible career so far.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got to ask you, what is your highlight? So, just for the time being, because I know you still have a lot of time ahead of you.
Well, obviously I will try to enjoy. Now I will try to do my last norm.
Yes.
Well, obviously I can do it here because it's a closed tournament. I have already 2 closed tournaments, 2 closed GM, obviously norms. And yeah, I need to do 1 in open tournaments, so it's not. But well, my goals here, well, obviously to win and qualify to the Masters, and well, continue enjoying, and and continue improving.
Yeah, and continue improving. And what's your best moment that you've had?
Well, where?
Anywhere. Your best moment.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe when I won Carson, that was a good moment. But yeah, well, I saw him 2 weeks ago in Norway, so yeah, that was a good moment. But for sure, I had a lot of good moments.
You've had a lot of good moments,
Yeah.
and you've had already quite the performance, but you've already gotten to a great start. You've got your first win.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, who do you play?
Bibi Sara.
Bibi Sara, okay. And just, can you give us a little bit of a peek into how you prepare?
Well, yeah, I prepared what they played, well, the opponents, and yeah, trying to rest, trying to not prepare like 5 hours, obviously trying to rest, obviously trying to prepare and but trying to, like I said, enjoy, but yeah, I prepare a bit, but obviously not much, because there I can't go to the game tired. Yes,
Yeah.
it's better maybe to prepare a bit less and go to the game. Well, not tired, no?
Yeah, definitely. You need to go in fresh and play excellent chess like you just showed us. Well, thank you very much, Faustino, for joining us here. And we wish you the best of luck. And yeah, could our crowd give him a round of applause for this young prodigy? Well, it has been such an exciting day. I mean, we've seen everything here. We have seen a lot of good draws. We've also seen some fantastic victories. And for Pragg, he's on the back foot right now as we speak, as he defends this very unpleasant rook and pawn endgame against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We saw Nodirbek did find the correct way to defend this particularly G-pawn by advancing his pawn to f4, which in turn has meant that the white king is now mobile. It's up and running, and Simon is looking really difficult here for Pragg.
It is, yeah. I mean, the position is very tricky, and let's get up the position and see how things are. I mean, I mean, look at the body language as well. I think you can see that Nodirbek is pretty confident here. And what do we reckon? Any chance? I mean, there's always chances of a draw in the rook and pawn endings. Where do we put the king, and how does Black try to draw?
Well, if you put the king on f6, let's hold on to the pawn on f7.
Okay. So
And so now the question, as always, is when to run with the d-pawn, and how much control do you need to have? I mean, can you get away with going d6, or do you just go rook to
yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of
b3
ways
and
that
get back? But then the
you
king will step back to
try.
e7, and you haven't necessarily made that much progress.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what the winning sort of idea would be. And I mean, one idea I'd be considering is putting the rook behind, then your king would have to come here and then break him with f5. That could be an idea. I'm not sure about pushing the pawn in this position. Maybe Black can even get away with taking on g3. Obviously not. I was thinking here, you go king here, but there's a better move than pushing
Yeah,
the pawn.
but I was thinking actually running with the king.
King
So that
going
was
here.
the big
thing.
Oh,
yeah.
also not working.
Yeah, again,
it just
all
goes to
endings-
show it's very difficult.
It is very difficult to play. But this move, the easiest is probably now Black just cutting the white king off and getting behind the pawn. That's why this move doesn't work, because now the king will collect that one. So king f6 was played. I think I quite like this idea of rook d3. I think this would be my favorite choice. So my rook's either going to cut the king off. This is one winning plan. And then I come around like this. And he has played rook b3. Or I just get my rook behind the pass pawn. I tie your king down on one of these squares. And then I try to break with the king coming this way. So this gives me two ideas. This is idea number one, and move the king. And idea number two, one of the best places for your rook is behind the pass pawn. So I like rook b3, which was played. Yeah.
Well, rook b3 was played, and Pragg actually played king to e7 in a previous type of position. So presumably he's going to continue in that same manner. King e7 to go
to defend against that
Yeah, exactly.
pawn.
Just to prevent the white king from coming in. And if the white king goes up to e5, well, then you just check on e2.
So the move I wanted to try, as soon as this king is tied down to the d pawn, I don't know if I put my rook behind the pawn first, but in general, something like f5 is the move I want to play, because my idea to win this is not necessarily just using the d pawn, it's actually to try and win another pawn. So I want to get my king to g5 and win the pawn on g6, or if you take, I take this pawn. And actually in this position, if king e7 is played, f5 looks very strong. The checks are not really working now. I can can even go rook e3 here. Might be the easiest. That's a useful resource to have. And what does black play here? I'm not sure how black defends. I mean, if you take, it's, I would imagine, pretty hopeless. So yeah,
how to defend? Yeah, I was going to say, well, not taking on f5. That doesn't feel like it's the best.
But if you don't take, I mean, your king's not in time maybe now. If you go king d6.
Well, now the king, take the pawn on g6. I like that.
I can even do this, can't I?
Yeah.
So you can't go king d6 because I take on g6 and win a second pawn. Very tricky. So after rook b3, I mean, king e7 doesn't help because it makes sense to hold f5 at bay as long as possible.
Well, then you just have to wait with the rook. And
Indeed,
probably you should get maximum checking distance on the side and go rook a2.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, good idea. So you've got options to check in on the side and behind in some cases. Let's try the simplest, rook d3, just so I can try ramming this. And again, shows you how hard it is, but evaluation bar saying it's now equal. And
is it because of king e7?
No,
or you throw in a check? Probably, maybe you...
Maybe rook a4, rook a4 probably.
Because if you go rook a4, then it's rook d4.
Yeah.
And then you get the time to go d6.
Yeah. This looks really tricky. So I'm not sure why it says it's still even here.
I don't know.
Because you can't swap rooks. And as you say, if you go rook a3.
Now d6.
D6.
That doesn't seem to be...
And if he still says it's a draw here.
Like, okay, maybe you have to go back with the rook. Maybe this is it. You just simply go rook a8.
Yeah, but now my king comes in, right? So
obviously no.
Yeah, how do you draw this? Amazing.
Oh, hang on a second. King e6. You got the threat of checkmate.
Oh, that's a nice resource. I think that's easy. You know, we can let ourselves off for missing that one at this time. Just about. I'd probably go d7 here and wait for my opponent to resign. And be like, I'll be at the bar. That's it. I'll be at the bar soon.
Drinking,
having a beer.
Regardless of the result.
That's it. And I will definitely be at the bar drinking after that move. Yeah, without a shadow of doubt. That would be very embarrassing. Probably be drinking more than I planned if that had happened. And so it's tricky. And going back to the game, well, rook b3.
Well, he did go king e7. He kind of kept that mechanism going, and Nodirbek said no more repetitions.
Yeah.
f5, and it's the problem, right?
This is
the d pawn is ultimately a decoy.
Yeah.
Because the white king and rook are just going to pounce on the g6 and h5 pawns.
And in some respects, white's got the rook in the perfect place, because you've still got opportunities to check the black king from the side, but you can also block potentially black checks from behind, and you can get your rook behind the pawn, so it's very flexible here. And you could see a situation where, as you say, white just gives up that pawn, but in the meantime starts taking these two. So I think after king e7 f5, it looks quite easy for white to win. I mean, I don't think there's any way that black can easily resist this. We have another result coming in, and Arjun drew in the end. And
let's show the finish of that, because, well, it became a rook and bishop endgame after some trades. Because when we left it, Arjun was thinking about, you know, how to handle white's threat of knight takes knight. So if we just pull up the position.
Yeah, I guess we've got a bit of time to go through it.
Yeah, we definitely have time to break it down.
Yeah.
So this is when we left it, like the knight came to d5, rook came to c1, and white has a cheap threat, but it is a threat nonetheless, of knight takes knight. And so we were thinking king b6, but it was also possible to go knight takes knight. After some consideration, Arjun went knight takes knight, with the same plan of just going king b6, and just saying, yeah, you know, my pawn structure is not great on the queen side, but it's okay.
Yeah. And again, we mentioned this a4 move, and if black is able to just go a4 and take on b3, then there's really no problems with the pawn structure at all. It's only because these pawns are a bit separated that white might have some kind of edge. And we must give credit, by the way, to Nguyen, who kept playing this one. He could have had the draw earlier, and the way the game developed now, very natural move. The bishop takes a good square in the center, and now white decides he needs to try to create a weakness on the king side. Arjun using all of his pawns, and white saying, right, off we go. And this also gives the king a nice square. One nice plan would be to play f6, and then try to play g5 at some point and get a passed h-pawn. It's all about getting a passed pawn. Well, not all about, but very often in the ending, you're looking at trying to create a passed pawn to queen. So the king did come in, and f6 now looking very dangerous to black. If I was black here, I'd still be very worried.
Well, Arjun respected this plan of going f6, so that's why you're seeing him trade.
Yeah, I mean, let's just put a waiting move on the board. If you played a move like this, and f6 is starting to look quite scary, and if you took this one, then I'm going...
g5 is incoming.
It is, and I get this passed pawn. I mean, still in the balance, actually, somehow. I guess king d6, but you don't really want to give those chances. So, yeah, as you say, a capture on f5. Now, white would love to go rook g3, but there's always these rook b4 ideas that give enough counterplay. First of all, we get the move at last, a4. White exchanges the bishops off. You have to now take with a pawn. You'd love to have that pawn back there and take the rook. That would give you, again, those winning chances. But as soon as you take with a pawn, well, this allows the rook to activate. And as soon as that rook activates, you have to say black can't have any problems because he's got the checks behind always.
Well, in fact, Arjun forced a repetition right now, because after rook b2, rook a3, defending a2, and now you have to defend c4, and the rooks will dance in this way forevermore. And the draw was agreed. So, well defended by Arjun.
Yeah, definitely.
He moves to 1.5 points, but it does mean that in the Masters, there's no one on 100%.
No, right, yeah. And Nguyen has had 2 games where he's been a little bit better against Jordan yesterday and against Arjun. So he's never been in danger yet. So that's also a good sign. Even though you're not getting the wins, just the fact that you're not getting in danger is very important. That leaves us with 1 game.
In the Masters, yeah.
And we had only 1 decisive result so far.
Well, it's looking like we're going to get our second as well, as Nodirbek, he starts making those inroads. So, f5.
And now Pragg decided to take this one, but...
Well, here is what we were talking about, where king takes f5, and the whole idea is you just give up on the d-pawn, and you run and try to eat the h-pawn. So let's put this one in practice, though. So first up, after king takes, I would go rook to d2.
Yeah, rook d2.
Try to defend from the side.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you want to force the white king away from your weak pawn, and you also want to force the white rook to move away from the defense of the g pawn. So how does white here play? I mean, there's a couple of options. Rook b7, changing plans, is certainly one option, because the white king then can come forwards. So this could be an option, just diving in with a check.
King should probably go back.
Yeah, the
I don't know if it goes. It's ugly.
It's ugly.
Whatever happens. So if you go forward.
So if you go forwards, I think I can probably take this one. And after you take the rook, I just go king g6.
No, then there's rook d3.
Rook d3. So I go king f4.
Yes.
That's the winning plan.
Hang on, no, you can't do that. You have to go king e4.
So I have to stop this one.
Yeah. Well, also you've got like ideas such as, say, if you go king e4 and the king comes forward, isn't there like rook e7? So I was just thinking you go king e6 as white, as black.
Yes.
Rook e7.
And now rook e7 should win the ending, because you'll force the king away from the defense of this one. We can show that quickly. We can do it. I have to be here, 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 here. So we have to do this correctly. We've got those horrible king and pawn endings again, where we have to calculate very precisely. And maybe every move. No, there's only one move. I think you might have to go king d6.
I think the opposition. The opposition is absolutely key in these things.
Because if you went here, this is a draw, because black
gets the opposition.
And you can't get in. The only reason I was delaying this one, I just couldn't work this out in time, but it's too slow.
I think it's too slow, right? Yeah, because you get to a situation where the king finds itself on g5. And the black king is far away from the action.
Can't get back in time, and you win. Shows how complex the position is, though. I mean, even there. So we won't download that game quite yet. And king f5. So that was with rook here, check. Just to go over that again, king d6, trying to be active. We'll have a look at king f8 as well. You take on f7, and black has to grab this pawn.
Yes.
And rook takes. Well, you don't want to move your king further away from the action. You want to keep it ideally on this side of the board.
Well, also there's rook d7 check, so you can't capture on.
Good point. And there's only one winning move here. I mean, king here would allow your g pawn to be exchanged, and you've got to keep your g pawn. By the way, rook d2 was played, so you've got to stop this one. And king e4 is not the most obvious move to my eyes, but when you see it, it's pretty obvious, because black can't go here because the king and pawn ending, and you're going rook f5, and you're winning that pawn next.
Exactly. Okay, so let's have a look at maybe going rook a5.
So rook a5, and now
how complicated is this, or how easy is this?
I'm just going to go rook a5.
Okay, now you check.
I think I just put my king on h3.
Yeah, and then you grab.
So
you're just grabbing on h5.
Yeah, I'm going to come and hide.
It's easy.
It's easy. Yeah. So the other question was, okay, after rook d2 check, if the king comes backwards, my first instinct was I want to play king f6.
Also mine.
And then if you check, come to g5. But the other idea, let's go for it. This
let's just do it, because it's both our instincts. Okay, so check, mate is threatened, so you have to go rook to f2.
And what I've done with white by doing this, I've distracted the black rook away from the pawn.
Oh, do you step back to e5? I think you can step back to e5, Simon.
Yeah, I think.
And
because if you go to g5, we're going to have this g pawn come off, and you're getting quite near a draw there, right? And it seems in all of these lines, as soon as black is able to grab the g pawn, it's getting near a draw. So if I do come back, let's say I go rook f3, I'm going to go for that g pawn again. Are you too quick here?
Okay, so first up, I'm thinking king d6. Just
let's go for it. So d6.
Not d6. King d6.
Oh, king d6. Okay, so you're going to put the king on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll grab a pawn.
Okay, now I'm going to go either rook d8, rook b8, sorry.
Forcing the king to...
Oh, I made a mess of that. That's not
Yeah.
that's not good.
It's not easy, this.
Okay, so maybe it's a timing issue. So king d7.
Still not easy, right?
No.
I mean, like, you know, no matter what the evaluation bar says, and I'm sure there's lots of people looking at home saying, yeah, it's just completely winning. Well, it's not. You play one obvious move, and the evaluation bar will suddenly say it's a draw. But king d7 is very close, because now black's, let's say, I'm going to try grabbing another pawn. Why not?
d6.
And now I will grab that pawn. And I guess you've got king c8.
This is why the rook is needed on b7.
Yeah. Again, you have to work this out.
Yeah, you have to visualize.
But even these positions, I think it's only winning for white because black's king is so passive. If the king was on f5, it would be a draw because the king could help the pawn. And after this, you have to give your rook up. The check doesn't help. We can show that if you want. If you check, as Jovanka said, it's very important to have the rook here and not on the back rank, so you can block, and you'll get this kind of position. But black is not in time. So king here. Oh no, that would draw.
That would,
yeah.
I
So
think
many
you
little
have
things.
to cut. I think you have to go
cut
rook.
the king. Yeah. Okay.
You go rook c.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now I play f6 because I want to use the king.
And now you go king c7.
Because if you go d8, let's just show. d8 would be the move you want to play. But these endings, they're very close to being winning. It's probably like a tempo in it. And because the evaluation bar is saying it's equal, I think with king g6, black's going to be in time and white's going to have to give the rook up for the pawn.
Yeah.
Only just. So that's why Jovanka suggested rook here. So I'm going to play this one. And now king here.
Yes, because I want the rook to take on d7 because the big threat is to go rook d6.
Yeah.
And just break the blockade.
And now if you take white's king is nearer, and that's going to make a big difference. Let's say king g6. Let's get the king in. Let's say you try pushing here, and now this important move, rook c5. This is actually a key move in a lot of these. If everything was shifted one file down, it might be a draw, but you've got to stop the king and the pawn combining. So how do you stop the king coming forwards? Well, you just cut it off, and that's again, you kind of have to know or work these little wins out, because in this position, what you do, you let the pawn go to h3, and now you can catch the pawn because they've separated too far. So now you go for the pawn, and the black king can't defend the pawn, and eventually you end up taking it. So it's all very tricky. You know,
Well,
it's
yeah,
all
you
very
have to
tricky.
see a lot as well, and you have to
Yeah.
again play with great precision because, as we saw, we put 1 foot wrong,
Yeah.
give a check in the wrong place, and you have spoilt the win. And okay, we have a few moves. He's checked on e3. Maybe this is easier. You check rook e3, and then the whole
Aha.
idea is to go rook e5.
This is much better. Or king e5 maybe.
Oh, yes,
I
king
mean,
e5.
I think king e7. So yeah, this is clever, definitely. Because now if the king comes this way, which it didn't,
Well,
you just go king
f6,
and you're gonna eventually win that pawn.
Yeah, because you have. Let's again. We have to play this one out.
Yep,
King
so
takes f7.
And now king takes here. The black king is so bad here. You can
That's
never
correct.
exchange rooks. Let's
So
say
the-
if you just move the rook.
Yep,
Keep
somewhere.
checking. King g6. And now white's got to find the winning plan. And now I think it's just putting the rook on f5. And I can do that with a check. So I just go rook f3.
Okay.
And I can
The
put it
rook has to wait.
Yeah, because if you go king e6, trying to stop rook f5, I check you, then I come to f5. So if you wait, now I go rook f5, and this is easy now.
Yeah, and the whole thing is that, you go rook g5.
Yeah.
And then that's done and dusted because it's going to be 2 pawns to the good.
So Pragg went king to f8, and this proved to be the hardest defense in the last variation we looked at, and it could well be the hardest defense here. And my first thought is king e5 and king d6, but I don't see how I'm going to make progress if you go king e7 here. My rook is now blocked by the king. This is the downside of putting a rook on e3. So what else can we play to win here? And there's still work to be done. So, okay, where's that rook going? Is it going to e5 then? This is
It
the
looks
only
like
other
he's
idea?
lifting his way to e5, and then what he's planning to do is when the black rook attacks g3, you defend it with your king.
Right, and you're just trying to win like this.
Yeah.
Simple. It's a very good rook, actually, because it stops the black king, and it attacks that. And, yeah, that's a nice plan.
Oh, still not easy, though, because I guess black goes king g7.
King g7.
And if you go king f4,
Yeah.
then the king will...
It might get stuck on h6, though, and then I go king e5. So if you try something like this...
Yes, and then, yeah, okay.
Then I go... And then my king sort of... Everything's well placed
Yeah.
now. And I can move my king in, and you can't escape, so...
Yeah, the thing
Okay.
is that the white king and the pawn, they will just zigzag, right? You know, the white king will go to c6 and...
Yeah.
Yeah, it would do it like inch by inch, but it will get there.
It will get there. Yeah, they say in the ending the king is worth how many points? Obviously the king's not worth any points, but it's worth at least 3 points in the ending, maybe more, right? I'm not sure. You know, it's just as good as a bishop or a knight is the idea in the ending, because it can do a great job of supporting your pawns and weaving into the position. So rook e5, very nice technique. And the simple idea is king f4 and rook takes pawn. You've got to try and save that pawn. The only way you could try to do that was with the king now. So we're also maybe... Okay, so this is, again, clever. Rook g4, stopping the king f4 plan.
Oh, and look at that. The red border appeared.
Aha.
Does that mean... So that means that there's only one way for white to make winning progress.
Yeah.
That's
Again, if you think of the downside of your opponent's moves, the downside of black putting a rook here is that he can't check the king. Before, you could check the king like this, but our pawn stops it checking. So king f6 now means that there's no checks, and you also have rook g5 if you need it. So I think
so
this
you
is
get
the
that
move.
winning construction, yeah. And it's the only way, but it's good enough.
It's good enough.
Like rook will
Wow.
go to g4. You just simply go rook g5. I like this.
Yeah, I think rook g5 is simplest. You might be able to take this pawn. You probably can take the pawn,
But
but
no need.
let's just...
Oh, no, hang on a second. You can, because you're
You
threatening
can.
checkmate.
Yeah, that's it. A big check and the rook's gone. But this is just as good.
Yeah.
And you take this pawn next move. So king f6, is there any hope? I can't see any hope. Like, actually, okay, rook d3,
Yeah, but then rook g5.
and then rook g5, and now I go king... Well, I don't have any squares to move the king to.
Okay, you can go king e8.
Because I don't want to allow this pawn to go, and I've got to keep on this pawn. So
Oh, hang on a second.
king e8.
King e8, I guess you've got rook g8. Do you go in for this?
Yeah, well, this was always winning, wasn't it? We decided this position, but it's
Oh,
not
look at
anymore. Well, only because of this tactic, so we just got to be a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit
yeah,
careful.
yeah.
So if we just
No, but actually, we should put that up on our screens because it's it's an important trick. Like king takes f7, you got rook f3 check, and the king has to run to the g line, and then you take on g3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so again, lots of accuracy needed. Rook d4, and he has gone rook d3. Certainly the best defense. Both players finding the most tricky moves, which you'd expect at this level. Rook g5 I do like, because I don't really want to swap this pawn unless I'm 100% guaranteed it wins. And the problem with this move for white is black doesn't take the pawn straight away because of the check, but you flick in this check first. And again, the evaluation is helping us know that this is winning. Without that evaluation bar, we'd be a bit lost. But apparently white is winning now with king e5 and winning this position. I wouldn't be confident 100% in this position that it's a win if I got there, unless I'd really dug down and calculated. And I suppose it's this king d6 move again, and you chaperone your pawn forwards. Maybe it is as simple as that. But if there's an easier way, I'd like to avoid it. And surely rook g5 is the more human move to play. So I try to do the same thing without exchanging.
And we didn't necessarily. And what about rook f3 as a conclusion?
Yeah.
As a move, you know.
Okay, I have to go here.
And now king e.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait, there's no f6 because of king e4.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah, though you got away with it though.
Just about. f6, king e4, and I attack your rook, and that is just about okay. But after king e7, still work to be done here. Still possible to draw this. I mean, they're down under. Well, okay. Nodirbek has under 10 minutes. Pragg under 3 minutes, but Pragg finding very good practical ways to keep this, and he has grabbed the pawn, so he's gone for this. So he's obviously calculated deeply, and this line with the king coming to d6 looked good.
Yeah.
But with pawns coming off the board, one little slip, you don't have many pawns left to queen. That's obviously the danger. There's also rook f5, and then something here.
But I like this idea of go king e5 just to get the king to d6.
Yeah.
It feels like this is the right direction. So rook takes.
You have to take here.
Yeah, you have to king d6.
This is very important to get the king in front of the pawn.
He's going for this.
Actually, it's so important in so many endings, like king and pawn endings, rook endings. If you've got a passed pawn, it's amazing the amount of times when you get your king in front of the passed pawn that it's winning.
Yeah.
You know, because for some reason it's always exposed everywhere else, but in front you can guard against the checks and you can chaperone the pawn. So we fully expect king to d6 to now being played. The live board, obviously, the bottom right. And how easy would it be with the king on d6?
Okay, so black's only counterplay really is to use the f-pawn as some kind of decoy.
Yeah.
So let's go rook f3.
Rook f3. He has gone king d6. And now I'll try to go c7 to take your rook away from the support. And obviously, very simple idea now to push. It's looking more easy by the second, this actually, isn't it? We have that. Okay, so Pragg, he tried a different approach.
Well, he's gone for this rook a3.
Very normal.
Check from the side. This is a good defensive mechanism. And by the way, there's a few pieces on the board that we can actually now just activate the table base, which is when, you know, the engines have, through brute force and calculation, they have worked out exactly the way to win. And the table base, I have it right here with me now. It's saying that this is a win. Rook e5 wins.
Yeah, I like rook e5. This is I've forgotten the name of building the bridge. But what's the proper name? Which player was it named after? Yeah, that's the one. Lasinia. Not sure of the pronunciation, I must admit. But you cut your opponent's king off, and at some point, if you get checked from behind, you can block at the right moment with the rook. And it doesn't. These two pawns probably doesn't make much difference. The rook can come all the way back to give a bit of space, and there's nothing to do to stop these. Yeah, this is very nice technique, I have to say, because there was a number of ways where you could just go slightly wrong. It gets a little bit difficult, and I think Pragg's defended pretty well from what was probably a losing ending, and I can't see much hope now in this position to defend. I mean, yeah, I can't see it. Can't see how you get close to defending here.
Well, I think the only try is really just to continue the checks on the side. So would be, actually, I think you can afford to wait for a little bit. I'm just thinking king g7.
Okay, so the pawns
or
come
f6, same idea, king f7, next move.
Probably doesn't matter where you move this rook. I'd probably get it completely out the way.
Okay, let's go rook e1. Get that maximum check-in distance. King f7.
I think the issue Black has, he doesn't have enough files to check on this side, because they say when you're trying to defend a lot of, it's just the rule, rook endings, you want your rook on the long side of the pawn and your king on the short side. So if these two pawns were removed, you want your rook on this side. You have more squares in between the rook and the king. You have like 1, 2, 3, 4. On this side, you don't have enough. So when I play like an idea like this, I'm not sure that's the most accurate, but just to demonstrate, you check from the side, you run out of squares to check from the side. So that's one.
But it was interesting because you played what, to all intents and purposes, was a very natural move.
Yeah.
King c7, and you saw the evaluation bar
Yeah,
went,
it
no,
did.
no, no.
Yeah.
That's not the right way.
It's not the right
So
way.
f5, this is the only compensation, sorry, not compensation, counterplay that Pragg will have.
Well, let's see it. So
Yeah.
is there a way that you can give this up and your king and pawn can combine? So I'm just going to play the obvious moves, push the pawn.
Yeah, f4.
Okay, so again, I'm just wondering if I want to play this first or not.
Okay, go for it.
I don't know if that helps though, does it? Okay, let's just push the pawn. Let's keep it
Okay,
simple.
so now we go rook c.
Right now my king doesn't have a good square, does it? So, at all.
Yeah, and the rook is needed to protect.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's not that easy, because the white rook is
No.
needed to keep its eyes on the f-pawn, whereas the black rook is going to keep the white king and d-pawn at bay.
Let's have a look at that again.
So
rook
rook e1,
here,
king
c7
f7.
looks so natural, but black's getting counterplay with the f-pawn. I mean, I can use my other pawn as well to try and distract you further away.
That is a good point.
I don't really need this pawn, so I'd love to drag your king this way so my king has that square. So maybe h5.
He's going for your rook e1 move, Simon.
Rook e1 seems so natural. You just get the rook away from any attacks, and you know it's winning somehow. You just got to work it out. But I like this h5, and the difference now is I'm hoping I can distract your king with this move, and
yeah,
I make
and then the whole point is that
Yeah.
you're just going to pick up the f-pawn, and then the d-pawn is a killer.
yeah. Or after king here. I mean, I could even get my rook behind, right?
Yeah, rook h1. Force the king to...
Or just put the king
Yes.
here, defend it, and stop your end, and then okay.
Yeah, I mean, the black king is like so far away.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, you have to be super objective to remember the h-pawn.
Yeah, I know.
Because I completely forgot about it. I was so
definitely.
obsessed with pushing the
Yeah, I mean,
the d-pawn.
King c7 without any thought looks rather logical, but even when you get this position with a king and pawn here, you need your rook to build that bridge, to do that Luciana position where you can come back. But this f-pawn gives black enough counterplay. So Pragg under a minute now, and king to f7 seems as good as anything. I mean, you could go for, okay, so he's gone for the h-pawn. He's going for this pawn here.
Pragg has
Now-
been tricky. So king...
Well, this is certainly where I'd consider calculating. You've got 7 minutes. Can I give up this pawn? Now, rather than going to c7, I might want to stop your rook coming to one of these two squares. So how about, because your king's cut off, and if I cut off your king and rook,
No, Simon,
How about-
we've got to
let's
be
do this
lazy
one.
about it. Let's be like maximum lazy here. No calculation, no pawn races. Let's not find ourselves in a rook e4.
okay, rook e4, and if you go here, I go here. So let's
Yes.
move the king up then.
Okay, and now king, can I go king d7? Or is it the same business?
F5 and king
Oh,
f6
hang on.
is a bit
F5.
tricky.
F5, king f6, tricky. Rook a4, maximum laziness. So you go f5, I'll go king e5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't like calculation.
No, especially in a long game.
Exactly.
But okay, king e5.
And then it's 2 pawns to the good.
If it's
This
two
should-
pawns, it's too much, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, that's a good way of doing it. That is a good way of doing it. Okay, so that was clever. So that was simply defending and bringing the rook up. I lazily didn't want to play that because I just assumed f5 would be a nice tempo, but
Yeah.
you can never play f5, and your idea of putting the rook a long way away makes sense. And also, I think you could maybe even better would be to put it here, so you stop checks on the c file. You know, if you want to be really lazy.
Yeah, if
King
yes,
c7 and
yes,
ram.
Simon, you are speaking
So,
my language.
lazy.
This is it.
This could be it. And then f5, you can even go to c7, couldn't you? If you want to, I just want to be lazy.
Yeah.
Because now I stopped the checks with my rook. So
Yeah.
so there's more than one ways to win.
Although I feel like King E5 might
Yeah,
be
yeah,
even
get the pawn. Take the pawn
might
first.
be even lazier than that.
Take the pawn first. So rook h3. So that was one way to win. I mean, my first thought was king c5.
Yes.
And just ram, which I thought was pretty lazy as well. You know, I didn't want to mess around. And I thought if you take here, I just ram.
But this does.
This looked pretty easy.
Oh yeah, that is.
Uh,
Okay, I stand corrected. This is like the simplest way on earth.
And
Yeah.
you can't even get the rook behind because I just ram.
Exactly. You
And
go
then-
D and.
I got rook e8 and
Yeah.
d8. So, well.
Sorry about that, Simon.
No,
I wanted to complicate
no,
matters.
No, not at all. I think your way looked very
Okay,
attractive
well,
as
which
well.
one has he chosen?
He's gone to c6.
Okay, it's the same idea.
And now after rook takes it, ram. So I like that idea, just ram. And actually, and now the king can
Go to D5.
d5 and ram. That's the one.
Yeah.
It was first of all Jonathan Rowson had called it, who started naming the pawns. A lot of people think it was me because I started naming the H pawn Harry, but
I really dislike the name Delroy, so I was like, never ever gonna go
Delroy
there.
the D pawn, he called it.
Yeah, it's like what a name.
Have you had a bad experience with Delroy before? So I don't know. Like,
No, but
it's like
I knew a TV character called Delroy, and then the rest of the like.
Is that on EastEnders or something? Maybe. I don't know.
Was it?
I don't know. No.
I don't know.
Yeah, I seem to have bad connotations with
Delroy.
as well for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, you should never.
Like Del Boy.
I don't mind Del Boy. You know, call it Del Boy, the D
Oh,
pawn. That'd be a much better name.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought it was an ugly name, so.
Yeah, no, I can understand.
But
that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Here it's like the D pawn, Diane the D pawn, Delroy the D pawn.
The reason I don't like calling them female names is that they become a queen, and then they become like, you know, a female. So I kind of figured out, you know, they're sort of as soon as they get there, they queen it up a little bit. But what should we call him for now? Del Boy. Del Boy's coming through. You don't like Del Boy. You're not an Only Fools and Horses fan.
I think Del Ram. I'd prefer that one.
Which one, sorry?
Del Ram.
Is that a name?
That's not even a name.
No.
But because you said ram the pawn, I want to.
Yeah. And here it's very easy. This pawn's coming, and there's nothing you can do. The king can actually snake around this way. Weird line. You ram, and now you're threatening to queen. So king f7 would be a little bit cheeky, but it doesn't make it much difference because of rook e8. And the way you win this, you go here, and now I'm going rook e8 in nearly every move. And if you check me, this is where my king can come this way because of this check. And obviously you're going to run out of checks. I can even come. No, I can't come there.
No.
Because you've got rook b8. Ah. So hang on a minute. How do I win this one? Do I come to east?
Oh well, well.
We will never know.
We will never know because.
Thank goodness for that.
There has been a result.
I think you just go to d6. But
Okay,
yeah.
win for Nodirbek, who moves to 1.5 points. But for Pragg, well, it's not been the start that he's been hoping for. But the players, they are analysing, and a great game there from Nodirbek, who really applied the pressure on Pragg to squeeze out that win. So that means that Pragg, defending champion, beginning the event with 2 rounds, and you know, this is the graphic you never knew we even had. These are the players, the title defenders, who have lost the first round. So Pragg lost the first 2 rounds, but he is in company with John Nunn also losing the first 2 rounds, and Jan Donner losing the first 3 rounds.
Wow.
No, yeah.
It's like the Super Swiss Gambit. And
Castle Queenside, as it's known in chess
right.
slang.
Yeah. 3 losses in a row and winning the tournament is impressive, you know.
It's good,
So
yeah.
Castle Queen, I can see where.
Slow
why-
starter
yeah.
prize.
Yeah.
That's what that
Yeah.
was the event.
So they're talking about the game now. Most players like doing this just to get off their chest. But I mean, there are a lot of games to go, obviously. One of the attractions of this tournament is a long-running and a lot of game tournament. Just looking at the game still going on, we're coming to the end of the broadcast pretty much. There's one game going on as far as I can see in the Challenger section, which we'll just quickly update. I don't think we'll stay with it until the end, as it's the last one, and we can sort of make an assessment. It did look like Bibisara was doing well earlier. I'm not sure that is the case now.
Yeah, I mean, I can see visually, it must have been quite attractive for her to go into this particular position where it's a rook against 2 minor pieces. She has some pawns. But the problem here is that the pawns are very weak. The pawn on c6, that's ripe for the taking, and the black king is tremendously exposed. And when you have 2 minor pieces, that just gives you an extra piece to attack. It's like basic maths.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, no, I totally agree, and it's kind of well known in the majority of cases that 2 minor pieces, 2 knights, 2 bishops, bishop and a knight are better than the rook. The only time
In the middle game, I would say.
Middle game, definitely middle game and opening. In the ending, the rook can be better than the 2 pieces, but we're a long way off the ending here, and that's obviously not always the case as well. White's king is also very safe. That's a slight issue. You can never get any attack or checks against the king here.
Well, you do have to be a little bit careful. Suleiman Leone's got 37 seconds. So I was just thinking, if he makes a move like bishop to d3, which is very careless if you ask me, because there's rook takes g3.
Yeah, this is just the kind of thing you
And
don't
okay,
wanna calculate.
doesn't
Yeah.
quite work. Okay, what did he play?
So
he's playing it.
So of course, we're getting a lot of commentators' curses here at the end, aren't we?
Serious. He played bishop to d3.
Yeah.
Okay.
The one move. We
were
both
like,
thought,
no, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Rook takes g3.
Yeah. I mean, you can also go for the ending with queen e5, and I remember I did sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not stupid. But okay, rook g3, let's have a look. So this would force pawn takes, queen takes here. And it seems like white is safe enough with the king there. There's actually not any checks, and I'm threatening bishop
Okay, so you
h7.
can't go rook takes g3. That's probably what he was looking at, but...
Yeah, probably more of a visual thing, right?
Yeah. What about...
Well, what if I just take the pawn?
Yeah,
Let's just take the pawn. I mean,
take
why?
the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to give me a pawn, I'll take it, I mean, why
Yeah.
not? It's a pawn, and yeah, I'll take that one. Thank you for the gift. Does he want to try queen f6 and going for some kind of attack here? Is that what he's attempting to do? He is short of time. Maybe that was just a blunder, and it's a bit risky to give away your remaining pawns, especially that a pawn, because it's going to be very hard to queen one of these ones. The a pawn seemed like the natural one. You eventually queen. The only sort of idea behind this I can see is something like queen f6. And it's an amazing move here. There's only one move. I think he missed this. For example, this is trying to force the rook away, and then the king is ready for the picking. So if you played a move like rook c5, I might even have, boom, I prefer these to the endings. Give me these kind of positions any day. I can work these ones out. And I'm going to use my knight and queen to damage you seriously. But what about this for a move? Queen h4.
Threatening.
Rook
takes g3.
And it might work this time.
And this time it might work, yeah. Okay, well, now you have to go...
But, I guess now the point of this queen f6 is...
Yeah, and if you have to sound the retreat with like queen f3 or some kind of knight
Yeah,
g2 or whatever, then the a pawn is a runner.
Yeah, you've lost a very important pawn. when you didn't necessarily need to. So I mean, you've got to take the pawn here. Bibisara's got to take, but actually, if she hasn't seen Queen F6, Queen H4, you might not take the pawn because you don't want to end up playing like Rook G7, Queen D8, mate, and you don't want to end up moving the rook. And it looks like the rook has to move, but if you move the rook, you're allowing White's pieces in.
Bishop G6.
Boom, like it. And
Yeah, I forgot that there is also Queen A1 check, but that's all covered. Queen D1 also covered.
it's a good 50-50 punt.
Yes.
So, you know.
It's a good online dirty
try.
move.
But this is an important moment. Let's just, before we, call it a day, let's just see what happens here. And she has taken the pawn.
Okay.
So she's grabbed the pawn, and now White's idea must surely be this. I mean, you could play slowly and try to save that idea because the black queen's out of play. This is actually, where does the black queen go? It's only got this square and H4.
Well, he's only got 34 seconds.
Right.
And it will take tremendous composure to go king to G2.
Yeah.
He's going to go Queen F.
He's got to go Queen F6. This is why he's played this line, right?
Yes.
He's played this variation to come in.
In he comes.
In you come in.
And now only move, right, for Bibisara to stay in the game.
Oh, boom.
Did you see?
The speed she played that.
And
wow,
yeah.
What a move.
Our guys in the crowd.
Oh. And
Not much of
now-
a crowd, but our guys, they giving her a round of applause. Yeah, what a move.
I think the bar's a bit busier at this time. And I'm pretty sure that White's missed this. And now it is really a free result game.
And 22 seconds.
Yeah. This is a big blunder.
He hasn't seen it, look.
Rook G3 is the threat. You have to stop that.
Yeah.
You have to, I don't know.
12?
You have to get your queen somewhere out the way.
Is he going to go knight G2? Is he going to go...
Where's that king going? King F1 to stop the rook moving. And now there's all sorts of stuff going on with the queen coming in as well.
No, you can throw in a few checks, right? So you can go queen H1, king E2, queen H5, check.
It's really
I think
pretty
you
random,
have
this
to...
game. Yeah. I
Because-
don't know who's better anymore. I mean, who is better here? Well, neither side by the looks of the evaluation, but I don't know. Which side would you rather play here? I mean, I might start to favour black here because I've got a very simple plan at some point. Push the pawn. So let's get the queen. The queen is now threatened, so Ivanka's suggesting check. Check again, so our queen's not threatened. And now let's say the king goes to D2.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good idea because Suleiman is like a bit low on time. Just repeat.
Repeat.
Yeah.
So it could be a draw there, and that might
Yes.
be the fair result. But if you try to win,
But if you try to win king D2.
King D2's the only
And
really winning try.
now...
I want to go A4 because I want a queen.
Okay.
But
so
now there's this to worry about.
there's also G4 business.
G4, I'll just take it. I think, actually, but aren't I dropping the pawn here? Can't I check, and win this nice pawn?
Yeah, yes, you can.
So let's not push that yet. What can I do with these ones? Anything? I mean, my queen's now defending my king, right? So I could... I haven't got many squares, have I? I'm just trying to find one. Here? With the idea of going queen G5. That's what I want to do. I want to go queen G5. Okay, so queen H5 played. We'll just stick with this a little bit more. Immediately. Also seems okay. The queen has found its way to defend, and I like this idea of moving the rook and putting the queen there, because the queen on the dark square seems to cover everything, and the rook's quite good on C5 on that square. So G4, and I just wanted to take this one because it's just annoying me. I didn't want to mess around. I just thought if I take it, surely with that one pawn you can't be. I've got 3 pawns for the piece. So this is my first thought. Keep it simple. Take this one. And I don't feel I should be in any danger.
Yeah,
here.
because any queen d8,
Yeah.
king to g7,
Yeah.
queen takes a5.
I
There's going
win
to
the
be
bishop,
perpetual,
yeah.
and the bishop is going to hang. So
Yeah.
you can't do these kind of things. And the white king is super exposed. Yeah, this is the way forward for
Yeah.
Bibisara.
And also, this pawn, it can get to this square. I mean, I can still try to win with black in some lines here. The only way white can win is... I'm wondering if this is still a draw if he takes some of the pawns off here. But this would be the
professional way.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, because you kind of eliminate any danger.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the lazy way I'd play. I would
No,
just take
I'm
it.
with
I
you
would
there,
just,
Simon.
Keep it simple. I mean, you've got queen h3. You don't have to do it, but your pieces are getting they look funny to my eyes. So, okay, she's playing queen h4. Does this mean she's potentially going for the win? Because that looked more drawish than keeping the pieces on, so it could be a brave attempt at a win.
Okay, well, how is Suleimanli? Because he's been pressing the whole game, so how is he going to adjust to this change?
Yeah.
Okay, will he go queen d8, just throw in a few checks, build up
Look at
time on the clock?
Look at the time. Could be a good practical decision to keep the queens on. King comes up to e2.
Rook takes g4 now.
Well, rook takes g4 now is even more attractive because you get the check.
Yeah.
Rook takes g4 looks...
Yeah, this is, for me now, it's a no-brainer.
And after, I mean, you get this with check, and that gives you time to, really be comfortable, I would assume. But okay, you don't have to play that. I mean, rook h5 is interesting because if I can get the queens off, then I'm better because of the a pawn and the c pawn. So that is also a possibility, but I don't like the rook on h5 generally.
Yeah.
Should we do a couple more moves?
Yeah, this is super exciting, Simon.
Yeah.
I don't think we can
leave.
leave when it's like this with Suleimanli down on 35 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
And
I
the
agree.
position's so tense.
Yeah. And with a time situation as well. Yeah. And me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
well, for Bibisara now,
big
it is a big decision. Okay, does she just simply go rook takes g4? I mean, this is what we're asking for. She also has alternatives, rook h5, as you've highlighted. a4, I'm sure that is also...
I don't like a4 because of this check, and I don't want to lose this pawn because that is kind of my...
But the thing is that
one big thing.
There's a pin, so you're kind of limited on moves.
Yeah, so I think I have to either take or go rook h5 here. These are the only two options that I would I'd be thinking about here. And okay, rook h5 played. So this again indicates to me that black is playing for a win because that very hard to win. You're keeping more pieces on the board this way. White's got to keep the queens on the board. If the queens come off, white is most certainly worse. So the queen centralized the d4. And the one problem with this is this rook, where's it? It can't find a square. It can't find a nice, safe, solid square. If I could, I'd be very happy. And, I don't want to go to h6 because that looks peculiar.
Yeah, but you might have to because it's on prise.
I mean, I can...
No, it's actually not on prise side. Yeah, I was thinking that you had to move it with rook h6 or somewhere. Rook h8, who knows?
I don't have a good waiting move though, do I? I mean, okay, so the rook comes back to g5, and now white's got to decide whether you quickly go queen f6 just to gain a bit of time and go for the draw, or you keep playing for the win, right?
Well, this is also going to tell us a lot about Suleimanli.
Yeah.
Is he going to go queen f6, repeat the position, or is he going to go something else? He could throw in some checks. Go queen to d8.
Queen d8. Obviously,
King
slide my
g7.
King up.
Queen f4 is another way to play this.
Queen f4, yeah. I like queen f4 because these pieces are clumsy, and
He throws in a check.
so playing for the win still. The king quickly comes up. Or I say playing for the win, it's obviously going to be a perpetual now. The queen comes back. Playing for the win by going for the perpetual.
No, but sir, I don't think. I think you did this to repeat moves.
Yeah, gain a bit of time. So the king comes back. Draw looks likely, but is it going to occur? Suleimanli down to 42
2 seconds.
Queen f4. Not really sure what either side's plan is after queen f4, but
Well, this is the thing.
you keep the tension and just keep playing.
Exactly. Let's
How much do you want to win?
shift the onus onto black, like to make the good moves.
Yeah.
You go queen f4, and then
Yeah.
what is black going to do? King g7, maybe?
King g7 looks very logical.
What is he doing?
He's going for the win.
Yeah.
Bishop e4. But now b5 is open.
Okay, but the c pawn is on Pries.
Yeah, am I worried about that? My rook getting to a much better square? I really don't like how clumsy they are, so I'm going to take the opportunity. I don't think the c pawn's that important, so I'm going to come here.
Oh.
And I want to come maybe to b4. If you take this one,
Yes.
then I'll go rook b4.
Yes.
And I've suddenly got my rook to a much more secure square.
And it's anchored as well.
Yeah.
So, queen moves anywhere. I'll let you pick the square.
Okay, I'll put it there. You know, okay. Just put it there. And
Maybe not there. Maybe queen to. Oh, hang on a second. I have to be very careful because rook b2 is in the air.
yeah.
So really, it has to be queen c3.
I mean, I guess there's other places, but yeah. So okay, has this happened? No, c5
No, she's
played.
c5.
So doesn't want to lose a pawn. Doesn't want to give up the pawn. c5 instead.
But wait.
But now a5.
a5 is dropping
And
queen
that's
d8.
That's a massive pawn to drop. That is the pawn you want to keep. It's your pawn on the wing, which the knight will find hard to defend against. And now, white can grab it. So, and white is going for it.
And how is the situation after queen takes a5 if now we start to backpedal and go rook takes? It's probably too late, right?
It's a real shame to get this position without your a-pawn, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a real shame to get this.
Okay.
There's definitely winning chances there. I mean, it might be a draw, but...
Yeah, okay, but it's no fun.
I would want to get the queen now centralized because my queen's stupid. I want to put the queen here, so let's do that. Let's go queen h2 to e5. And I'm not worried about a queen exchange because I know if I exchange queens, I should be holding this. The rook's quite good, like I've said in the ending. And if my queen comes to this square, I can't think of really a better square to put my queen. At the moment, it's on the side of the board. Let's centralize. So she has gone in with queen h2. Just getting it to a good square. And black is still absolutely fine here, even after this pawn has gone. It just means black doesn't have as many winning chances. And it's nice to keep that option alive because that a-pawn could, in some situations, been a winner. And
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, queens need to come off, and queen to d8 played.
queen d8, and now I think I'm still going to put my queen. I mean, the rook is unfortunate after I put my queen there, but what can I do with my rook? I can't see much to do with it.
Well, if you go queen e4, isn't there like...
Yeah. She's gone to f4. So Bibisara wants e5 for the rook. It's
Also good.
It's understandable, isn't it? The other thing I was thinking, if I put my queen on d4 at some point, but okay, queen e4 played.
Okay, maybe you have to stop c4 coming, so bishop d3.
Bishop d3, yeah. Now
Hang on a
go.
second. Can you do your c? Am I being just too flash?
C4, bishop takes, rook takes
Rook
here.
takes, yeah.
Yeah, okay, C4 is interesting. Yeah, you don't necessarily stop it. Okay, instead, white has gone for... Oh, here, a minute, let's update. Queen F4, F3.
Everything is nicely
protected.
Yeah.
For both sides, really.
Right, but this rook on G5 doesn't make the best impression. Like if I could transport it to
D4.
D4, I was
That'd be
thinking
lovely.
B4.
Anywhere over
Anywhere
here.
on the
Anywhere
queen
this
side.
Yeah. H2 would be
Yeah.
a dream come true. So rook E5.
I like that one.
You might have F5 as well. Very risky move to consider F5 because I'm going to get checked to kingdom come, but...
Also, there's the possibility of rook takes bishop at,
Yes.
at some point.
Okay, the checks come in instead. Queen H2.
Oh.
The king now, will it come forwards or backwards? Forwards feels more natural. The king does move forwards. And now the queen comes back.
Mm-hmm.
Still like the queen on E5, I think. But okay.
We can go there now, right?
Yeah, it's gone back to F4.
Okay, but queen F4 I think is absolutely fine.
Yeah, agreed. It still must be a draw. You can't get very good squares for your minor pieces, so...
It's just nerve-wracking, right?
Yeah,
With not so much time for Suleimanli and Bibisara. Just feeling the pressure because Suleimanli is not giving up, you know. He's not repeating moves in order to get to any time. He just keeps on, look at this, like going down to his final seconds, and then he'll make a move. And it's just very tense.
So they're repeating one more time. Yeah, 2's up on that.
And okay, but king goes to D3.
Then we come back again.
Yeah.
And then they're going to try something else here.
Yeah, you got to try something else. I don't know what to try. Queen E7. Just keep on waiting. Just keep on maintaining the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I might be threatening queen f6, though. I was just wondering. I say threatening. If I get the queens off, I'm really not worried because there's no passed pawns. That's very easy to draw. So is this what I want to play next?
But if you get the queens off,
No danger.
No danger.
No
But the C pawn is going to be lost.
I'm going to go f5 and swap everything. I'm going to get the queens off and play f5.
Oh,
good beer time.
And a draw has been agreed between Aydin Suleimanli and Bibisara Assayobeva. But what a fight that was. Very tense there.
Yep.
Bibisara finding some queen moves, queen to h4, just saving the game. What a fight there at the end.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, Suleimani played what looked like a clever idea, giving the A-pawn away, but actually Bibisara found a great response to it, just about holding her kingside together, and a draw looked like a fair result there. The final position is, of course, equal. There's not much either side can do. You're kind of really waiting for a blunder from your opponent, so, you know, that's not really a good way to prolong things for too long at this level.
Okay, well, this was our final game in progress, so let's take a look at the results. In the Masters, it wasn't as dramatic as yesterday, but we did have 2 games finishing decisively. Nodirbek Abdusattorov defeating Pragg and Vladimir Fedoseev managing to come back from yesterday's miniature disaster to defeat Vincent Keimer. I would say the other games were very, very solid, very well hard-fought games.
Yes, it was a very good day of chess, lots of exciting games, and Pragg not having the best start, but he'll be back undoubtedly, and Vlad playing probably the game around there.
Yeah, playing a very controlled game. Also, I do feel that the game between Yazkan and Edemush against Aravind, it might have finished in a draw, but it was the wildest game that we saw of this tournament so far.
And what about the game between Anish and Sindarov? That was just weird. That was just weird. That was like watching... Okay, weird game.
Well, it had its blips, but on the whole, I think it was a fair fight. Let's take a look at the results in the challenges. And here, once again, everyone has come motivated. They've woke up and they were hungry for victory. Andrew Woodward, Carissa Yip, and Liu Miaoyi, they won their games alongside Faustino Oro. But for Carissa and I was going to say, okay, and Liu Miaoyi, they're the only players on 100%.
Yeah, big fight there to try and get the place into the top section next year. So we're only 2 rounds in. There's loads of rounds to go. Lots of excitement to come. And it's been a very interesting day. A real fun day of commentary and chess. And yeah, it's been good.
Yes, it has been absolutely fantastic today. 2 rounds down, more rounds to come, as Simon mentioned. 13 rounds in total. Do remember that there is a rest day after round 5. That will be on Thursday next week. And the players, they have 3 more games before they can enjoy that rest day. But for us, it has been absolutely fantastic day of chess. A lot of hard-fought chess, a lot of fights, a lot of energy, both in the playing hall and also from our audience. So a big thank you to everyone who joined in. And we would like to say good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Big thank you for watching. And as we close out the show, please enjoy this video from Andy Woodward as he won his game against Elina Roberts. Enjoy, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Bye.
I'm here with Andy Woodward, who just won his round 2 game against Elina Roberts. Andy, congratulations. Tell us a little bit about the game.
Yeah, so I wasn't expecting her to play Catalan in the first place, this d5, e6 stuff. I guess I was preparing against something else. Anyways, we got this very complex middle game when she took on c4 and played this c6 line, a6, sorry, this a6 line. And then I had this h4 idea, I think it was heel, that I had analyzed a couple months ago at Grand Swiss. And I remembered that it was kind of dangerous for black to play, so I thought, why not play it? And then, yeah, I guess there were quite a few tactical positions throughout. Yeah, I mean, probably I was a bit worried actually at the end after queen d6, king f6, knight c3 if she played rook d8. Instead of queen d8, because if knight d5, king g6, I originally thought I had knight f4, but she has king f5, queen e7, h6 there, and it's not simple at all. And I thought I was probably just going to take on e5 and play that position with the king on h6, but yeah, after that, I think it was pretty much smooth.
I can tell you you're spot on. Rook d8 for her in that moment was maybe a slight saving grace, but you got the job done. In the end, your first win here in Tata Steel, it is your debut, your first time playing here. What are your first impressions of the playing hall, the town, anything?
Yeah, I mean, so far from what I've seen, I really like it. The town in general is very easy to get around, and it's quite easy to find things. And I guess the tournament hall is also quite nice, I guess. With people watching the games, it makes it feel a bit more special. And I guess, yeah, in general, like the weather's also quite a bit better than I was expecting. So yeah, I guess in general, it's been a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, we've been quite lucky with the weather so far this year. I guess this is a tournament that you followed over the years, and I'm sure you have friends who have played here who maybe told you about what to expect. How does the reality of being here compare to what you were expecting?
Yeah, I mean, of course it's like really nice just to be here. I mean, I wasn't expecting too much, but so far it's been great. So I think it's exceeded my expectations by quite a bit. So,
That's good to hear. What about chess results expectations? Did you come here with a goal in mind, or you're just trying to play your best chess, as they often say?
yeah, I feel like everybody who comes here to try to win. So of course that's my goal for this tournament, to win. Of course I had a pretty unfortunate game yesterday, but I mean those things happen, so I have to keep fighting.
I'm really impressed with your state of mind, if that just happens, let's move on. How did you feel yesterday after the loss to Bibisara?
Yeah, it wasn't too painful until I saw that basically if I found Queen H4, then I would win the game on the spot. So I guess it was really difficult to cope with, I feel, but I guess once I realized that there was no rest day today, I kind of have to keep playing because I don't want to lose more games, and there's still 12 more games because it's a really long tournament. I guess I'll think about that stuff after the tournament, but yeah, I guess trying to cope with it was a bit difficult. So.
Well, I think you coped with it in the best way by winning today. And just a question, there's a bunch of young players in the tournament, including yourself. You're only 15 years old. Then there's some living legends like Vachier-Lagrave. Do you have a preference? Are you looking forward to playing maybe against the Faustino Oros of this world or against the Vachier-Lagrave, or does it not matter that much to you?
Yeah, I feel like the player list in general is very exciting, lots of fighting players, and yeah, I guess of course I'm especially excited to play players like Faustino and Ivanchuk, but we'll see, I guess. I'm pretty much happy to play anybody, so yeah.
Well, and Andy, we're very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for your time. Congrats and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.